get to top 16 without
Oh yeah.
without running things like Shadow and Dragon.
Yeah, it's the really big thing. You know, a lot of people are kind of bringing those deck lists for the bans, though. It looks like Lekka's Dragon is going to be getting banned away, and then HSK's Squirrel's Shadow will be banned away. So Lekka's Shadow, once again, is going to be left up, and people still feeling really confident about keeping Shadow up, even though they are playing Haven. Because they are playing Haven. My mistake.
That's why. But then again, going with the triple Garuda is it's a bit of a different approach. Like instead of going ages, you go a bit more heavy on the damages. But it's really hard to evaluate, right? I mean, obviously it's worked out for him. He's gone through like 8 rounds. Was it 8 or 7?
7.
So,
7.
Yeah, so it's. I'm really interested of seeing how this is going to work out because, like, Garuda is kind of rare at the moment, isn't it?
Like, it's a bit different than a lot of the other Haven decks, I think, that we're kind of used to seeing, just simply because Haven, they usually play a little bit of a longer stall game and usually run something like the Aegis deck, right? But here, we're going to see a more aggressive play, I guess, in the early game, so it's a bit peculiar to maybe see how that will do opposing against something like Shadow's aggressive early game play.
It is kind of. It's really low end. Like he's running 1 charge, right? And he has 2 Dark Giants, but outside of that, there's literally not that many ball clears. There's the 2 Lion Spirits, but it's not the whole all the Lion Spirits, all Themis, and then Dark Giant on top of that as well. Like it's not the full ball clear package. But...
Oh yeah. So it does look like both sides are actually sticking with this sort of tempo forest list. So we've been seeing this list come up more and more often, I would say, than not. It's kind of, I'd say, starting to take a little more favor over things like Wolf Bolt, and I kind of curious to know as to why, but my sneaking suspicion is probably just the simple fact that it's the really big factor that the early game wards, I think, help out a lot, especially if you can play things like Tia here. We have Jungle Warden, obviously, and Crystalia Aaron, obviously, being a really wanted card in all of your decks, pretty much, and a lot of people have just pretty much increased it to a 3 of at this point.
Ooh, that was kind of unfortunate. Leaving the PM on 1 health.
3 damage.
I'll blow you away. Ooh, sparkly stuff.
It's kind of odd seeing the lists come in now in the top 16 with things like Dance of Death, right? Because it does work well against what these players are bringing. Like if they play something like a Mahis or just one of these bigger taunts, then it's such a good answer. But against matchups like Sword and Shadow, of course, it's really hard to use those efficiently.
Yeah, I think that's a really big thing to kind of have to just be worried about. You know, you always have to kind of keep those sort of things in mind. But right here in the current mirror, it's a bit tricky right now, I'd say, just because, you know, constantly trading back, and this EPM is getting so much value right out of it. And there's that Dance of Death once again that I spotted out earlier. It's a card you don't see anymore.
This is kind of like a hat trick here, like the EPM surviving on 1 health and then having triple Nature's Guidance with only Ancient Elves. Like, if you had triple Nature's Guidance with, let's say, a May, then this would be very salvageable. But as it stands, it's looking really dodgy.
There's really just no great situation, I would say, here. This Roach easily going to be able to clear out that Aaron without any sort of real issues. So right here, we just see, you know, mid-range or tempo, you know, it's kind of just keeping the board a bit more than I think a lot of people would kind of expect. And Forest, I've always said this, is, you know, it always played out of its hand, you know, Roach combo, sit in hand, and all of a sudden you'd get bursted for something like 17, 8 to 20 damage, right? Just in 1 turn, kind of unexpectedly, which was pretty big thing for its playstyle, but now people are kind of adapting and making this sort of newer deck, I would say.
Come on, let's play.
Oh, here we go.
Such
Oh,
negative magic.
nice. Okay. So that kind of saves it a little bit.
Come on, let's play.
Is he going to throw away all Nature's guidances?
At this point,
I
I'm
mean-
not too sure that would be worth. But he
Yeah.
doesn't even have an evolution point anymore, and he did just draw into an EPM, so I think that's a bit troublesome here, just because that's vanilla 3/4 right there for 4 mana.
Yeah, and you don't really have any small things to play with the Ancient Elf as well. So this is looking like an incredibly awkward hand.
It's a really big thing you see right here, just
Oh,
for his hand is just absolutely massive.
You're
this
done
might work
for.
out though, because he can play Lily into Ancient
Out
Elf,
of my
and
sight.
that's sort of enough. Like it does its job, right? It's not
Yeah.
as bad as dropping down Ancient Elf and then just EPM and like praying to God that your opponent doesn't have
Mhm.
anything.
I'm the force.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that he's having to use the combo like this. He doesn't really get large benefits out of Ancient Elf. Of course, the Snowman is going to be able to just sit up on the field as well. But again, the answer of Dance of Death, these wards right here really aren't going to be doing all too much, I'd say, in the long run. And of course, he even has a ward if he really needs to be running over it as well. Snowman, giving that nice tee up rock.
Target near the princess.
Having an overwhelming board, like there's very little you can do about this.
Mm-hmm.
Like even if this whole board gets cleaned up, which doesn't happen, I mean Mahis can do something, but he doesn't have evolves, he doesn't have maze anymore. So you know it's not enough. But yeah, Jungle Warden is just there to finish off the game, anyways.
Yeah, Jungle Warden, of course, having a 2 of that in hand. He even has Grimnir. Like, there's just so many options coming into this turn 10. And I think that's the really big part of why maybe mid-tempo Forest, sort of a mid-range as well, is kind of becoming a bit more popular, is simply because of these enhance effect cards. You know, I think that these cards have kind of been playing a really big pivotal role in sort of how the Shadowverse meta is somewhat developing, just simply because they have pretty good early, mid-game, you know, sort of uses, but then when they do get those high-end enhance effects, the cards really don't lose any value. They gain quite a bit, actually, which I think a lot of people kind of been, you know, haven't been looking too much at. You know, people have, the obvious ones have, you know, really been posted, right? It's things like Albert, you know, that's the one that really comes to mind. That was the real enhance effect card, right? You know, can attack twice, it doesn't take damage, has Storm, and it's just a really powerful card, you know, when you do play it down for that 9 mana cost. But now we're starting to see more cards with effects like that that are really, you know, impactful. So
Well,
that's
I wouldn't
really-
say it's that rare. Like seriously, enhanced cards have been just good. Like if you can afford to have like a slightly weaker early game, which most of these cards tend to have, with the exception of Grimnir
Time
and
for me to
perhaps
prove myself.
I don't even know. Like, so let's just say Grimnir, right? Because Grimnir's really good early as well, and he's good late. So you know, but most of these cards have either a weak early effect or weak late effect. So just to balance out the consistency of being able to play it in more mana. But yeah, you know, that kind of an effect is just, it's just good.
yeah, that's, you know, obviously being able to do a mini PTP for 10 mana is kind of nice. And of course, you do get the extra minion as well. Other cards that kind of do come to mind with Enhance would be something like Jungle Warden or even Simone himself, and things like
Something
Sword do really
Curious
have
to
a nice
know.
place.
He decided to use Forest against the Shadow List. Do you
Mhm.
think Forest has a better chance of winning?
Well, at this point, see, this is kind of the problem here, you know, with the list he's kind of running at the moment. So a lot of people, we were kind of saying they would run Dragon with Haven and Shadow, so that would be kind of the combo. So Dragon itself would usually have a pretty good matchup, I'd say, here against Shadow. But now, since he's kind of lost, he's going to have to win with the Forest deck anyways. Just because he does have to win with both of his decks here with the format.
Okay,
So he's kind of forced into the match. Yeah. Get it out of the way, essentially. Why stall the inevitable? It's gonna have to happen anyways.
Well, looking at this hand here, I wouldn't say that it's quite that inevitable. Like, this turn is looking really weak.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Prince of Catacomb is a good card, but on its own, not that impressive.
Wow, 3 mana 1/1. Last word summon a 1/1. That's. Whew! How do you do with that? Yeah, so Prince Catacombs by himself, really isn't the best. There's obviously Bone Chimera, which does the job slightly better. Prince Catacombs, you definitely want at least one other target if you can. But right here, we do see this can kind of be the downfall of Shadow sometimes, is if they don't really have this sort of early game rush or build up, they're definitely going to just be losing out on the board.
Okay, so he's deciding to tempo out. Also, display doesn't give his opponent the chance to play Orthrus, which could have maybe sniped something, and then Grimnir's like a pure trade, or like an easy one.
I haven't let loose lately.
This is looking kind of dodgy for the Shadow. There's not much momentum going on.
I don't believe it's all too lost though, just because, right now Forest, it doesn't really have much of a board, and its hand's not looking the greatest either. A 2/6 drop, Sylvan Justice, which it can use to clear out here if they really want to. So they will go ahead and go for that. And then it's just the Roach and the Fairy that left to play out. And then we do see that there is double Death's Breath available as well, and Death's Breath I think is a card in particular Forest decks seem to have a lot of trouble against, just simply because when they are trying to go off with it, the words and the extra HP, not to mention the +1 increased health, is the really big deal, and a lot of Forest decks seem to have trouble to kind of get over that. The only real answer would be something like Will, but Will itself even can't clear out a full Death's Breath, board by itself, just because that is 9 HP.
It's really cute seeing this, because like, first of all, you have the Prince anti-Prince tax, aka the deal 1 damage to everything. So some people were actually using like Arcane Barrage to clear the board. And then they start using bigger things like Zombie Party and etc., which have 2 health. And then people start taking in Mahis and Dark Johns to kill the 2 health minions. And now there's Death's Breath for 3 health minions. And that's when Themis comes in. And then it goes back to 1 health minions.
Yeah, so that's the really big thing. So Ector gonna be coming down here immediately, actually just consuming every bit of shadows that he has left. And that's gonna be a board full of zombies. One will get traded in for sure. Right there. All of a sudden we just have this built-up board, right? It looked like Shadow was kind of struggling a lot here in the early game, but then this is the really big strength of Shadows that seemingly just makes boards from nothing.
That was a bit unfortunate though. That was almost a board that Mahis would have cleared on its own. This is a good match. Right,
and right here we do see Mahi's actually showing that clear potential as well. The zombies really aren't all that efficient against them, just if they do have that 2 health. But Death's Breath could obviously make them a bit stronger, and actually he does choose to clear out the Shadow Reaper here, make sure that it does not get that continuous value.
Well, the only really hard counter here would be Orthrus, and even then it would be a 1 out of 3 to really ruin this situation. So it ends up trading for 2 big minions. That's entirely fine.
Yeah, I definitely think that the play's okay, and again, Death's Breath now, it's just going to keep getting stronger, from here on out. It's going to be really hard for us to kind of be climbing over this wall, especially with just 1/1 fairies kind of sitting around on the field. He does have Ancient Elves still available, but unfortunately, it looks like he is going to have to trade at least one of those in.
It's
You know, it
just
always
to not
played
be
out of his
floating
hand,
any
you know,
mana.
Roach combo,
Doesn't
sit in
really
hand,
want to
and
use
all of
the
a sudden
roach.
you get bursted for something like 17, 8 to 20 damage, right? Aaron being in hand is definitely going to be pretty helpful too here, though, just for the extra evolution point, extra defense to kind of wall up against this threat. So the big thing is here now is pretty much who can take the board priority before someone else does, just simply because each side doesn't really have evolution points, so trading isn't going to be, you know, the greatest of choices all the time here, just because, you know, they're constantly just trading into wards back and forth from here on out. They have small minions kind of dawdling around, and both sides are, I feel, kind of a bit lost as to, you know, where they're supposed to be going. But Hector, you know, just breaks everything I literally just said.
Yeah. And unfortunate, doesn't have any evolves to get the 5/5 trade. But that doesn't matter. If Hector's coming down and there's still 3 things on the board, then that is going to hurt.
You're done for.
Yeah, so right here, the extra evolution does come out, but again, the large threat that Hector possesses is going to be huge here. So he's going to definitely be able to clear out this board so easily, and especially if he can even go for a little Soul Squasher play if he really wants to, just simply because it would kill off the Aaron for free. He has a lot of choices kind of coming into this at the moment.
Yeah, I'd imagine you go for that, right? Because you don't really have to send the zombies you get from Hector in. Like, that's still value that you have on your board.
Life's fate is thus.
Could trade in. Yeah, okay, so that's how he's gonna do it. So he will just use the Coco combo on the zombie.
Stop.
Sure he gets that cleared out, and then right here, suddenly the board is filled up once again. And then Death's Breath also being available next turn. This is gonna be more and more zombies, and it looks to be too little too late here for Forest.
The power of Hector.
Ooh! That's
Zombie
actually
Knights,
pretty
assemble.
good. It's not too bad.
Yeah.
Right there, the Grim
kind
Reaper.
of clears the board.
Ow.
Not necessarily, but kind of clears it.
You're mean. You're mean.
Right
In
here,
before third Hector.
oh gosh.
Oh, and that's changed. Wow.
Alright then. So Grimnir battling Grimnir.
Come on.
Actor gonna take up the win here.
That was a rather short first match. Swift 2-0.
Mm-hmm. Very fast from both sides, and sadly we didn't really get to see Taven try to come out and squash out the Shadow like it usually likes to try to. And again, I think that it's kind of faults a little bit in sort of the decks that he did bring. I don't think that Forest is necessarily the greatest deck to be bringing here against Shadow. I think Dragon and Haven are probably like the 2 decks that really come to mind that have kind of been doing relatively well against the deck for the most part. And
Yeah, Dragon
you know, having
also.
to, yeah.
Dragon also just having good matchups across the board.
Yeah. And so right there, you know, he kind of has to play a little more into that unfortunate matchup, and both of them, you know, we're kind of just waiting out. And of course, Hector is going to be a really powerful card to be playing for the board against something like Forest.
Oh yeah, definitely. Against anything, really. I mean, Hector's such an insane card. It's kind of like Albert. Like, it's really good when you're behind, and it's really good when you're ahead. Like, in Albert's case, if you're ahead, then you can just go face and kill your opponent. If you're behind, you can just use it to clear out the board. With Hector, if you're ahead and you have things on the board, you can kill your opponent once again. If you're behind, you can get the zombies and clear their board, which puts you ahead. So
Yep. Definitely a lot of choices kind of going into that. And the other kind of cool thing, we don't see this interaction too often, but it is still kind of there as well, is you can play something like Hector down if you do keep the Death's Breath in your hand and you can somehow manage to get off the Shadow proc with it as well. You can also give the bonus to the zombies. I think that's another really big interaction a lot of people kind of overlook is even Zombie Party. If you get the zombies off of that, you play Death's Breath. they still get the benefit out of the necromancy effect from Death's Breath, which is kind of a cool little interaction that we don't get to see too often. But the threat is still kind of always there to get those extra wards, extra HP, and you could actually just get a board of 5 zombies with ward.
That's a bit dodgy though, isn't it?
It can be, yeah. Alright, so looks like we will be going over to our next match though, which will be TOF Luck versus GCB Luckastella here. So Luck is going to be running in here with Sword, Shadow, and Haven. So once again, Haven starting to come a little more out of the woodworks finally, trying to see if they can snipe out those Shadow players.
Mm-hmm. And Luckastella is using Ramp Dragon, mid-range Shadow, and mid-range Sword, being the... I'd like to say this is like the most meta list, or like the 3 decks that you can bring.
Oh yeah. Completely agree. It's
Basically,
kind of just
cookie-
a standard.
Cookie cutter
Yeah.
deck list.
Alright, so right over here though, for Luck's deck list, Shadow will be mid-range as well. Just seems like the one that a lot of people are kind of favoring here. He is running things like Lurching Corpse in the list actually though, with Herd, so I'm a bit curious to see how that's going to be playing out here. And then of course he is also running in with Swordcraft here. Typical mid-range for the most part. He does have double Naval Guard Simone. So again, more powerful enhance effects cards. And then for Havencraft, we are seeing Heavenly Aegis with 2 of Frog Cleric. And Sonia's.
Okay then. The not-so-sad frog.
Mm-hmm.
Right, sorry, did I miss it? What were the bans?
The bans should be double Shadow at the moment, I think.
Okay. Yeah.
So it should be double Shadow.
Cool. Once again, having a incredibly top-heavy dragon list. This still like boggles my mind to have a dragon list that's basically just half your deck is like 6 or over, which is just insane.
Oh yeah.
Basically, you know how you make a deck and then the curve is usually supposed to resemble something like it goes up rather high and then slowly drifts down. In dragons, it's kind of like the opposite, which is weird.
Oh yeah. Turn 10 is its early game.
Nice meme.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Alright,
If
so
only.
so jokes aside, you know, Dragon itself, it has this tendency to ramp up pretty well, a lot more efficiently than it ever did before, which is obviously why its power spec has kind of just risen up in popularity, I would say. You know, things like Genesis Dragon, it's kind of weird, you know, that people are playing cards like that a little more often now, just because it's a 10 drop, and for the simple fact you can play it for, you know, just more value in general, which is just a really big thing, seeing kind of in the end game how Dragon has a lot of choices before a lot of other classes kind of reach that power spike.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what ramping does for you, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I suppose it's fine, like, building your deck in a way where you have literally every single ramp card. You have 3 of those, every single one except Ayala. So
Is fighting
there's
and
2 of those.
despair all
But you
know?
basically have as
Bow
much
before
ramp
Dark
as you can have,
Dragoon,
which
ruler of
kind
the
of lets you
skies.
get away with this.
So there's a lot to kind of just be keeping in mind here with sort of the end game. You know, they got a lot in this, you know, new expansion. When things that come to mind are like Ouroboros, Israfil, Zeus, right? Like all of these really top heavy cards, and they're kind of just like, yeah, these are mine now, right? Like, they just kind of use them. They're pretty much the only decks that use a card like Israfil or Zeus. We don't really see these cards in other decks, and Dragon really is the only archetype that can really make these cards kind of fit at the moment.
I think you can do without them as well. Like, this deck runs the Sarquill package, but it's usually just the Sybil plus Ouroboros combo, which is just since this new expansion came out, that's like the biggest thing in Dragon.
Yeah,
Kind of interesting to see Sonya though.
Yeah,
Not a
Sonic
card we
card-
see too often.
Oh yeah, Sonya is definitely kind of a rare card. Not a lot of people really do choose to run it. For those of you that don't know what the card does, it is a 3/5 ward with fanfare. If there are no other allied followers in play, this follower gains a +1 and +0 and can't be damaged by spells and effects. So,
Yeah,
it's kind of
that meaning
interesting
it can
take.
be destroyed or polymorphed, of course, but it's more
There's a lot more where that came from.
defended
A
against
dance to make the world
things like
blue.
Mimi, I suppose.
Yeah.
What in the...
So it's kind of an interesting card. Don't see it that often. And of course, Frog Cleric, you know, getting his day in the spotlight. We really haven't seen this card
You're done for.
for quite some time either. I would say it's kind of fallen out since things like Alana's really haven't been played for such a long time.
All must come to an end.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to play that card in your deck, isn't it? Like,
Mhm.
if you want to play it for the enhance effect, then it's just too slow. Sometimes it's good enough. It's just fine, but most of the time it's either too slow to play for the enhance effect, or you're just playing a vanilla 2/2, in which case you could be playing other
A
things,
dance to make the world blue.
which is kind of why you don't see this too often.
Not at all.
But having Keel like that, which is
Let them rest
sort of
in
the
peace.
lowest you can have, but it's still like an amount that matters.
Rest
It's a
with
big
the
deal.
others.
Definitely have to
All
agree
must
with that.
come to an end.
So right here, we do see the mid game kind of just building up. Dragon is
So
ramping, doing
sorrowful.
dragon things. Israfil is going to come in. I love that animation. Looks amazing.
Yeah, see, this is a really nice thing to note. Like, he has breath and he has the 1 mana removal spell. Neither of those clear out Sonya, so he can do trades where he leaves it on 1 HP. With any other minion, that would have been punished right there. Okay, deciding to
I am the Mad Cyclone!
play Awful Grimnir, decides to play it.
Fighting is so sorrowful.
And again, Israfil is going to be the safer option. So here, kind of coming into the late game, we can see Dragon double Bahamut in hand. It's going to be able to pick up really quickly, pretty fast, and the board is going to be constantly getting cleared out. You know, there's no real answer to Bahamut at the moment, except for these 2 tribunals. You know, one can
Yeah,
obviously
you
be
can't play
sacrificed.
Bahamut into
Can't
that.
play Bahamut. Yeah. So the thing is, he could play Bahamut, blow up both of the tribunals, and then he still has the second one to spare. So he can kind of keep that in mind. There is some insurance in there. Of course, Grimnir is also another option. Deals damage to face as well, and he'll just have the ward out if he really does choose to. So, okay, so he will just decide to bait out the double tribunal instead.
Not at all.
Okay, so this is where things might get a bit dodgy, because there's no follow-up to that aggression. He should have kept Grimnir and tried to do the value play, perhaps. It did work in that one Forest game, so perhaps you could do this here. His hand isn't all that impressive. He does have Bahamut, but that's it. Like, he's used up everything else. So he'd have to fish for it, which means you get the tempo for a little bit, so you can contest the board.
Right here, though, we see Bahamut does come down. The second one is very uncontested. I don't think there's really any way out here for the Haven player. Now they're going to just stuck with a 13-13 on the field here. Grimnir going to be trying his best, swinging hard.
Yeah, of course. I'd like to say Grimnir coming down from the other side as well, but he might just decide to play the Breath for 2 mana and cycle a bit and heal.
Again, just lots of choices. The really big power spike of Ramp Dragon. You know, they have this card draw from things like Dragon Oriole, the Draconic Fervor, obviously, and then they have board wipe presence from things like Lightning Blast, Blazing Breath, Breath of the Salamander, and of course Rahab for that defensive play still staying in hand as well. But offense, base is the place. Here it goes.
Yeah, if your opponent didn't really have any outs last turn, then you may as well go ham now. Like, it's not very likely that they'll be able to do much this turn either. So naturally, as it looks like, there's no real outs.
Yeah, there is. It's the concede button.
He could play the charge, right, and then double Frog Cleric and hope perhaps his opponent doesn't have any removal, so the Bahamut can't go face when there's 2 or more minions.
Can't play both Frog Clerics at the moment, though.
Awkward.
Unfortunately, he could actually go ahead and play the Black Inscription, but that would be for
what?
It wouldn't even work. So never mind.
No, you
Okay.
couldn't play that.
Yeah, it's over.
We're just like...
Yeah, I'm like sitting here
Going
trying to figure out
beyond.
if he has a way out, but no, there's nothing. There's nothing. It's over.
Going
Bahamut
one
is
level too deep.
Bahamut's all powerful. Oh my gosh. I was like trying to count this up.
Yeah. Yep. That's going a bit too meta.
Basic math is hard, guys.
Okay, so that is the Dragon list getting a win there, as expected. Meaning the other one was...
Alright, so going on into the second game here. Now, it is a bit odd, I'd say, for Haven. Hopefully they're going to be able to do a bit better against mid-range sword. I think that the big thing was just because the high-end quality minions coming out from Dragon. So Haven really kind of did struggle in that matchup. And of course, he just never drew into Heavenly Aegis either. And as we're seeing, you know, going further and further into the meta, a lot of players are just really opting out of the Test of Strength combo with Heavenly Aegis. And I'm really curious to see if maybe it'll start coming into flavor a little bit more, just simply because when people do start getting to that Aegis turn, I always feel like they never actually even get the chance to play it because of the field.
I mean, if you don't get to play it, or if the matchup's not favored for it, then those are just deck cards, which means you have like 6 deck cards in your whole deck, which is just kind of unfortunate. You don't really want to have that. So if you're going for more of a all-around thing, then I'd say this is the right approach.
Oh, definitely. It makes the early to mid game, I think, a lot smoother for the most part, just because Test of Strength, it could kind of just be a dead card, right?
Oh, yeah.
Your evil deeds end now.
You were done for.
Alright, so right here, the sword, kind of just
I see
content
you're
with where it's sitting. I don't think it has too many problems. Of course, that Beast Call popping could be a bit of an issue. The Luminous Mage is definitely able to come out if he does so choose, but actually, it's not even going to be able to clear out the Cudgel here, and Themis being available is going to be pretty nice.
I'd say Albert is actually a play you might consider here, just because it is just a good trade, and it doesn't tie to the 2/1 that spawned from area.
It's a bit rough of a choice having to use Albert on turn 5. I feel a lot of people really just like to save him for turn 9. It's definitely more favorable, because of course he is going to be taking that extra damage, and Storm Trigger is always nice to use if you can, but instead he actually does still opt here for the Luminous Mage, Brock.
Turn the power of hope to light.
I mean, the thing is, even if you're trying to go all face, you've seen that your opponent does have heals. Quite a bit of heals in their deck. So This is a bit questionable.
Don't go for the lion.
The real battle begins.
Like, and now he just has the ball because the 4-1 doesn't really lose any damage.
Yep.
Like, losing 4 health does nothing in this situation. It's not like he has 4 clears.
What in the?
Andrew into another Albert.
Sword seemingly just losing the board here to Haven, not something you get to see
My loyalty is
all too often. Of course, Themis Decree being in hand as well, it just shows that Haven really does have the power to kind of turn it whenever they really do need to here. All 3 Grimnirs lined up. Here we go.
I'd like to say you go all face here and just play the Beast Call plus Grimnir for the Themis next turn.
Yeah, just again, with Sword kind of being on the back foot, they're more likely to have to be trading in here. Luminous Mage is going to be helpful just because he doesn't have to use that last evolution point. You can hopefully save it, or Albert later on, but at that point it could be a little too late just simply because Heavenly Aegis is still waiting out. Decide to take the value trade though.
My armor has been pierced.
Definitely not the worst of ideas, you know, leaving the 2/1/1s up is totally fine.
I don't quite agree with that though, because you are giving your opponent the chance to chip damage a bit more, which is kind of what they're trying to do, right? You just need to get your opponent to 10 to play Albert. Like, that's your entire deck's idea. Most likely going to use Luminous Mage.
You and I, Knight. My sword brings hope. It all ends
Yeah, I
here.
think that this is going to be definitely the optimal play. I like that he still chooses to evolve the Luminous Mage as well, just like he can get the good trade here. Lion, I don't think is really too much of a threat for the most part, but he's trying to get up to this Aegis turn, and as we are starting to creep a little more to it, since you know he did go for the trade play, I'm slightly worried, just because when Albert does come down, gets evolved, that's going to be going right at face, and Heavenly Aegis honestly is just not going to be able to do it at that point.
I'm a bit curious that he didn't play the Quick Blader down. I suppose it doesn't really matter all that much, right? Because it's not going to kill anything or do enough damage. If you were to not evolve Luminous Mage and instead go with the 2-1, then you may have gone with that one, just to give it one more attack and then, you know, get some more face damage in. Could have also cleared out both of the minions.
Ow!
Right, so Themis is armed for next turn.
Right here, the Haven's Hand looking very, very small. Definitely wants to get that Sacred Plea procced as soon as possible. Because I really don't see how he's going to have answers to all of this sort of damage just popping right out of hand, right?
Well,
Of course, trades
I would say his
4-1.
next few turns are kind of really simple, aren't they? Like, you play Themis down and then you play Aegis down, and there you go. That's it.
Nico will get a nice little heal though. Survives to see another day. Dance on.
Once again, doesn't have an evolve, so playing Priest doesn't really do much.
Yet, just another vanilla 3-4. And Albert summoning his Sky Knights. And again, this is why I think Aegis can sometimes just be so awkward, right? We're in this situation, he's about to hit his turn 9, but now he's down to 4 HP. And you really just can't drop Aegis anymore.
Ooh, okay. Does have Sonya, but that doesn't actually quite save him. Would need to use Grimnir and Sonya.
I am the Mad Cyclone.
This must feel really bad to be.
Oh yeah.
You're kind of in a situation where you're trying to be aggro with the things you have on board, and that's all you have going for you.
Grimnir's going to just win the game by himself.
No! I envy you.
And Grimnir's an amazing 10 drop, guys.
That sometimes comes out on turn 3. Wow.
That's his. That's what we call his cameo appearance.
Okay. So that was another quick 2-0.
Yeah, La Castella just cleans it right on up. Right there, we can see, Haven does have some faults when it does come to that late game. Some other classes just do it out better. I don't really know any other way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally why Haven's kind of, or Heavenly Aegis is kind of like overrated in a way. Just because literally it is just a pile of stats and it doesn't do anything that turn. It does something next turn, meaning you're basically passing a turn when you're playing that. So you'd need an empty board to play that on, just to be safe. But
All right,
to be
so
honest, it might not even matter. Like an empty board against sword is just it doesn't matter. They can just make the board or play Albert, which is 10 damage from hand. So it's not quite the same in that matchup.
quite unfortunate that it just has to just go that way pretty much. But continuing forward here in the tournament, guys, we are looking over now at the bracket. A lot of people already getting knocked down to losers. Moving on forward into round 2. It's like Corlo and Lucette are still facing off against each other. And then waiting out in round 3 is CPV Lekka versus Suck God. And then GCB La Castella waiting for his other opponent to wait. Going down in losers, still fighting for another chance in the tournament, we have Unlucker versus HSK Squirrel, EXP Onion Sheep versus CPV Fantasy. Round 2, TOF Luck versus Mensu, and then Smug Muffin TOF.
Wow, Unlucker being in the losers bracket seems appropriate.
Yeah, never lucky. Quite the fitting name there.
Okay.
So, kind of just looking in at this at the moment with the current meta. Let's see if we can get the stats pulled up on screen so far here for top 16, just so we can kind of brush up for everyone that is watching, see what is getting played, what's working out, and what may not be doing all too well. So here, if we look, the Haven counters really don't seem to be doing well this time around, as Haven is at a 8-game play rate and 25% win rate, and is only won 33% of the time against Shadow at the moment. Shadowcraft itself doing particularly well, 63% win rate with 8 games. So lots to keep in mind there. Dragon, tons of games played already, sitting at 21 with a 52% play rate. And here's the really sad part. Runecraft, 0% win rate out of 0 games. Nobody likes Runecraft anymore, apparently.
Rune has 100% win rate out of 0 games. Because, it doesn't matter. But, yeah. Looks like, yeah, Rune's just gone, basically, by this point. Blood's kind of, sort of rare. There's still a fair bit of Haven going on. Fair bit of Shadow, but I'd say there's way more Shadow because it's just getting banned out. That's why the game amount is so low. And then the things that get through are Sword, Forest, and Dragon, which Dragon is the strongest of the of those 3.
Yep.
So naturally, doing well as expected.
Alright, so looking forward though, we are going to be jumping on into round 2 here for you all. At the top 16, our next matchup should be, I believe it's Smug Muffin versus Nibe. Alright, so it is Smug Muffin versus Nibe. So let's go ahead and jump on into that. Smug Muffin's Shadow is banned, as well as Nibe's Shadow. So pretty typical bans. I don't think anyone expected any less. I'll go ahead and pull up Smug Muffin's list. You can grab Nibe's here for us.
Oh, goody. Wolfbolt Forest.
Nice.
Are we going to see another bolt before Wolf?
Let's hope not. No caster cursed Reno plus.
As it stands, it's 8 games and counting in a row where the player has gotten Bolt before Wolf. Which is really unfortunate. That being the deck's main win con. So, you know, it feels bad whenever that happens.
Yeah, over here too for Smug Muffin, he does have mid-range sword with Tempo Forest as well as ring. 3 Will of the Forest with 1 of Dance of Death actually. So Dance of Death, I guess, coming into slight more favor a little bit more nowadays, I guess. Mid-range looking pretty typical for the most part. Just has triple Naval Guard Simone this time around. But Forest Mirrors.
Okay, Blood has only dropped 1 game. So, hang on, I'm gonna look over this. Is that the only Blood? Okay, no, there's 2 players still using Vengeance Blood. So, as it stands, together they've only dropped 1 game. So, looking out in the top 16. Okay, this is looking like a delayed Ancient Elf, which isn't nearly as good as Ancient Elfing on 3, because on 3 there's no answer with the Evos.
He does get the extra face damage. Ancient Elf does have to come down though, so I'm a bit curious to see, you know, which side really is going to kind of take more favor. Will it be the combo-oriented build deck, or will it just be the deck that kind of just plays for the board a bit more efficiently? And I honestly think it could kind of just swing either way. Obviously, if you're not developing your combo pieces, you're going to struggle, you know, a little bit more than you'd probably hope or expect to, just because the wards are going to be coming out. It's going to be hard to really get in for that face damage unless you pull off the miraculous, like, double bolt combo to face, which I'd love to see.
I mean, the core of the decks is very similar. Like, most of the cards are the same, so we'll just have to see what they end up drawing. Oh, wow, that hurts. Once again, the 4-1 stays on the field, and he has to Evo to get rid of that. So that's 1 less Evo, and a fairy sacked.
Its sacrifice will not be forgotten.
Beautiful, powerful, and cute to boot. You're done for.
So Fina just coming down, taking back the board, and so now see here we're gonna be coming to where the game is ultimately gonna just be decided. Elf Queen being in hand honestly is pretty good because it's gonna enable him to have that extra healing factor if he does fall behind. But here, taking the board is gonna be kind of a big priority, just simply because if you do kind of lose the tempo swing, you're going to be forced to be playing in certain situations you may not be too used to. And again, Silver Bolt is always drawn before White Wolf. I swear the order never changes.
Never. That's just... We're bad luck, you know that. We're just bad luck to Forest players. That's it.
Apparently.
Okay, so Fina into Fina, naturally, it's a pretty strong Zone 5 play. Like, it's pretty high up there. He does have double Roach in hand, so that's kind of scary. Could try start chipping face, getting some damage in. By turn 7, you can get close to half their health in damage. With what he has, of course.
He at least drew 1 wolf.
Oh, okay.
They do actually run that card in their decks. It's not a myth.
Wouldn't it be unfortunate? Ends up drawing the other Silver Bolt just before he gets to use it.
I'd actually just be in tears.
Right, so if he trades that in 3, 4, 5, he can do 9 damage with the roaches at the moment. And then 2 from the field.
gonna go for the safer play. Do what Lily does to others to Lily. That's a bit ironic. So Lily turned into a snowman, guys. So yeah, so now looking at the current hands, you know, the tempo side, it really isn't looking that great. It's not really the play style of the deck at the moment, I would say. He does have combo pieces kind of just waiting out in hand. If you get something like a Nature's Guidance, the hand does become a lot better, but at 15 health, it's still going to be a bit more difficult to really be clearing out for this lethal damage because we have the Ancient Elf now on board, and then of course the Elf Queen being in hand. Even a 2-turn lethal really doesn't seem all that plausible at the moment.
Right, so this is where we'll see how good his game sense is. Does he drop the Elf Queen? I mean, he really can't, right? He has to deal with the board, but that would be the right thing to do if you could somehow snipe enough damage off the board. Oh, okay. Decides not to play Erin on curve.
I think he's looking to probably get the extra Lily value here with Ancient Elf, just because he does get the bounce back to hand. Because maybe he's sort of expecting something like... Okay, so he'll actually just go for the passive
Right,
set.
so he's trying to play around Wolf. Not give his opponent the Silver Bolt. I'm guessing he's literally just like looking for one more card to just finish this off with roaches, if he can. By one more card, I mean a card that would cost 2 or less mana. At the moment, he couldn't do it anyways because there's a ward on the board.
You're an intruder.
And
Okay,
come
so-
down this turn instead.
Yeah, doesn't play it anymore.
Get out of my sight.
Of course, Wolf is going to be primed, but he's going to get one turn without any interference. So this Wolf is almost like it's being baited out. Like he's going to get this free turn with which to deal as much damage as he can.
Yep. There's Jungle Warden waiting out here too that can come down.
Nature's Guidance.
Just
So-
guidance as well. So 1, 2, 3. You can play down a roach, and that would be 4. Bounce to 5, 6, and that's definitely plenty of damage.
Ow!
Right there to 6, and then to 7.
Like even if he didn't get that, he could have played the Jungle Warden.
You're strong.
But yeah,
So-
well played. Really
Yeah,
well played.
Definitely well done. I really like the idea of him just passing the Ancient Elf as well, just because, you know, growing it wasn't exactly going to be the best play because it would bait out the Wolf too, but then he kind of he waited out the extra turn, kind of just seeing, you know, having the forethought to really see the play coming through. And where Wolf, you know, if you don't get to your next turn, it's a 4-mana 4/4 with Rush for 8. Like that by itself really isn't that great. Obviously, if you can get the Silver Bolt off of it, like that's amazing. You can get a lot of free damage. You can target anything on the board. And
Well, it would have been lethal, right? Because he had one in hand as well. Actually, sorry, I don't recall what the health value was at, but that's like 9 damage plus 9 damage in a turn. I'd imagine that would have been lethal, right? If it wasn't, it was very close to that, basically. Okay, so second game between Smug Muffin and... Wow, eBay, sorry.
Alright.
You must
We're going into this now. Sword going to be coming out here mid-range, as always. It's a bit of an interesting matchup to be watching here, just because I really want to see how it does play out. I honestly think that the tempo for us in the past has kind of done a bit better against mid-range Sword, just because it can battle for the board a lot more efficiently than, you know, the typical Wolf combo Silver Bolt deck here. Because right here we do see Crystalia Lily drop down 2 mana 2/2. As vanilla as you can get in this game.
I mean, this is basically like the it all comes down to the player preference, right? Because you can have these big win conditions, or you can just play the game the normal way, which is you don't rely on these huge things that instantly end the game, but you just play for board, and then the board is going to get you enough damage to finish off your opponent. And then the latter being a bit more consistent, meaning you can run, firstly, you can run things that cost less play points. And secondly, you don't need the 2-card combo. Every single card in your deck is sort of on its own. It's basically how Sword works, right? Like every single card does its thing just fine.
Every card is valuable on the field by itself,
My loyalty is
except for
ironclad.
Maid Leader.
Yeah.
Life's fate is that.
It's like the one real exception I
really
can think
don't
of.
like playing that card though. Like,
Yeah,
I've heard so many people be so
Oh,
upset
man.
that they have to use it.
That card's honestly in a lot of question. Some people just opt to even not play it at all, just because it's a 2-mana 1/1 that searches for a card you can use in maybe like 3 turns, and then maybe even further beyond that. You know, drawing things like Albert. If you sometimes just don't even play him on turn 5, and then you have to wait all the way till turn 9. So it kind of searches for a card that you're probably hoping to just draw into anyway. So a lot of people just sometimes opt to really just not want to play it.
It won't be long now. Turn the power of hope to light.
Luminous Mage value. Glorious.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful, powerful,
Can go
and cute to
Quick
fit.
Blade into Luminous Mage into either the 2-1 next turn,
I'll blow you
which
away.
is kind of terrifying.
Take up my shield. Ooh, sparkly stuff. Gimme.
Probably going to use the whole Soul Swing though, because it's just so clean.
I won't lose again.
At your service.
Yeah.
Running away is okay. Beauty together. It all ends
Kind of looking
here.
into this matchup a bit more too. Seeing how the hands are developing, Luminous Mage is going to be really helpful since he's running low on evolution points. Definitely want to be able to save that for Albert if it's at all possible here. And again,
Wouldn't.
they just, it's like they have magnets in their hand and they just attract the silver bolts out of the deck or something.
Has been pierced.
I don't know what happens. Both
Okay.
of them are drawn.
10 games and counting. This is so unfortunate.
Hey, that hurt. Come on, let's play.
I bet you, like, aside from this game, every single time he's gotten it just fine. Like, you get the Wolf on 8 and then you get it, get enough damage by that turn, and that's, voila, it did its job. But somehow while we're casting them, it doesn't work out.
I feel bad, man.
Ooh, okay.
You're done for.
So 6 face damage, I'm guessing.
Paladin.
Yep.
Might end up killing the May.
Good. Yeah, I was gonna say, I definitely trade with the knight here, though.
Come on.
Yeah, that's fine.
There we see the Quick Blader army, Waifu Blader.
I won't lose again.
What was
This
Simon's
ends here.
enhanced cost? Was it 6?
That would be
Out
6.
of my sight.
Yeah, okay, so I remember
Take
that
up
right.
my shield.
So he can play 2 of those down, but that's not really.
Focus on the seas.
He's gonna have to use an Evo on that, which, you know,
These waters
Albert
belong to
isn't
us.
active anymore.
I mean,
Really hurts.
kind of coming into this, you know, late curve, his opponent he knows his opponent only has 4 cards in hand, right? And we already know his hand's not that great. It's kind of unfortunate here. He has to Silver Bolt a 7/1 because there's no way he's gonna allow him to take 7
Oh,
days.
9 mana.
That's-
9 mana to deal 1 damage.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
that's what you call painful.
that's horrifically painful.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on.
So
I mean-
seeing that happen, I think that's big signal flares, right? Like, okay, his
Yeah.
hand is really bad at the moment. EPM.
Pretty tilt worthy.
Oh yeah, EPM, Fina, both cards that really just don't do anything anymore. Silverbolt not able to combo. Ancient Elf doesn't really pick up anything off the board. Except for maybe one card. He can do the Fairy Circle now that he has drawn into that.
I mean, his best play is to play the other Silverbolt. In which case, you're just throwing away your win con.
Yeah.
And you're gonna be dead to 1 damage.
Hey, let's play.
Okay, I think he's
Let's play.
deciding to... Yeah, okay, he's going with the Ancient Elf. I thought for a second that he might just try to dig for an out. Right, okay. So,
Okay.
what's
he
it gonna be?
lives, and never mind, he's dead.
At least it was at sea.
Life's fate is that.
Baby rage.
Me, Captain. Ow! Whoa, you're strong.
Yeah, that was kind of unfortunate. I mean, we say that it's been 10 games in a row where Silverbolt has come out first, but he had it twice in a row here. I mean, that just feels bad. That's gonna gnaw at you for a while.
I think that's the really big reason why we are seeing people transitioning over to things like that sort of tempo forest is simply because when you're playing, this combo deck, you really have to rely on these cards coming in on the right order, and that obviously just doesn't happen all the time. Whereas in tempo, when you draw a card, you get the value right then and there, right? Aaron, you can get value even when you play it for 6 mana. You get the enhance effect. Things like Jungle Warden, even 5 mana, 4/5 ward. It's just fine, honestly. It's not the worst thing. There's obviously better things to have kind of in that slot, but it's not the end of the world if you get it right then. You get a little more value than your typical card, right? And then, of course, at the enhanced 10 effect, it's still really good. It has more value, and you can still combo off of things if you are drawing those roach pieces. So I feel that it has a little more variety in the situations, whereas right there, as we just saw, you still are very vulnerable to a bricking hand. Like, you might have even 6 cards in hand, but all of them just don't work together.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't have to flip the coin every single game you play, and you are a bit more adaptable. I mean, most of the cards are the same, so it's going to play out sort of similarly, but in the end, there are some key differences. Okay, from the looks of things, we're going to be watching Locke versus Menso. Okay, so I'm going to go out and look up Menso, which seems to be the preferred lists, meaning Ramp Dragon, Midrange Shadow, and Midrange Sword.
All right, anything in particular that might be coming out of those decks that's a bit unique?
No, not really.
You must die. Is
Standard
fighting and despair
all
all you
across.
know?
Yeah, I mean, these decks are just been tweaked and messed with a lot, so these are more or less the optimal lists.
So right here, we do see Luck coming on out. Once again, we did see his decks earlier today. We do see that lovely little Frog Cleric that couldn't earlier, unfortunately. So maybe it'll be a bit different this time around.
Welcome home, sir.
Yeah, with the opponent drawing double LBs.
You've gotta see me dance.
Okay, and there it is. Made leader, not really doing much.
Apologies, sir. Hey, that hurts.
Well, this is kind of an unfortunate hand for Luck. He only has removal and more removal, so he can't actually use this tempo that he's gained.
Jeez. This starting hand is a bit awkward, right?
I am the Mad Cyclone.
Like, look at this.
That was okay though.
Draw the luminous. Ah,
You and I, knight.
triple
He-
luminous means triple
My sword
Alwedas.
brings hope.
If he didn't get Grimnir, he might have just floated 4 mana,
Turn the
which
power of hope to light.
is pretty much game ending sometimes.
Ow!
But here he gets a relatively clean trade once again.
Really does show how powerful Priest still is as a card. Card's been around for ages and
I see.
it's pretty much a staple in every Haven deck. Easy banish, always 2 for 1s.
This hat trick though, triple Alvidas.
Yeah. You like it?
You're safe with me,
Ooh,
Captain.
I don't like that he played that one. I would have preferred the
Really?
right one, so it would have been next to each other.
Ah, yes, of course.
Sorry, baited a little bit. I mean, you were going to play Alvidas there anyway, so, you know, there's nothing really out of the ordinary there. Ooh, okay. There's a kind of a clean Themis.
You're safe with me, Captain.
Mm-hmm. It's a bit odd though having to use it on a board that's seemingly small. Never mind. Okay, so you don't need to use it. Okay, we got a priest off the top of the deck, everyone.
The real
Yeah,
life.
this is really dangerous, isn't it? Like, he doesn't have card draw, and now when he happens to draw the draw prey,
Blimey.
which is more or less the main draw in the deck, it's still, it takes 3 turns to get it, meaning it's a dead draw.
You and I,
So
knight.
he's
My
in a
sword brings
really,
hope. My boss works as
I
a
don't want to say
hero.
bad, but kind of a bad
It
situation.
all ends here. Turn the power of hope to light.
What
Yeah,
in
so
the...
right here, it's a bit precarious just simply because coming into it, again, there's the Aegis, but is
I mean,
he safe
Albert's
enough
gonna-
to drop it? He just isn't, right?
Again.
No, he can actually. Albert's gonna come down, right?
Prepare for battle.
I mean, he doesn't obviously know that there's a second Albert
Yeah.
in hand,
You
but
done
Of course.
technically he could just drop Aegis and Evo, and he would have Aegis and still be alive. On board, at least.
Yeah. I don't know, it always seems that Aegis is coming in too little too late sometimes for these Haven players.
Well, yeah, it's not really meant for this matchup. More so for Dragon and Forest, where it might just go a bit slower.
So this is the end.
This matchup in particular, I think, gives them a really hard time.
Sky Knights, prepare for battle.
The Legion of Sky Knights, preparing for battle. Charging right in at the face.
I have lost.
Okay. I mean, at least it looks shiny.
Yeah, looks nice. The brighter side.
Oh god. This is just one legendary being clearly quite a bit better than the other.
Just a little bit.
Hmm.
Just a little bit.
I'm actually kind of curious. Like, there was a number of players that thought Albert might get nerfed a bit. I would have agreed with that. Like, if they did something really minor, like take away, well, okay, it's not minor, but like take away 1 attack or 1 health or something like that. Like, make it a bit less as strong as it is.
Mm-hmm. Well, if
What do
you're
you
taking
think,
away... See, this is the really tricky part with balancing the card out, right? Because if you take away an attack, Albert becomes a 2/5 Storm for 5 mana on
Yeah.
curve, right? So that makes like the play of him on curve even less viable. And it means you have to have an evolution point for this guy every time, right? Like if you play him on 9 mana, then it's 4 damaged for 9 mana Storm. It just doesn't sound good, right?
No, it does not.
And so that's why I think a card like Albert in particular is a little hard to kind of play around a bit more. I think he's pretty much always going to be a staple. You play him in any deck, you know, even back with Control Sword, he was still a 3-of because by himself, he's amazing, right? He has so much value, has a lot of potential. He makes really good board clears when you need him to, just because he doesn't take damage at 9. And so I think that's the really big power spike of Albert, and he's just the staple legendary of Sword.
In all honesty, I don't think if you take away one attack, then obviously it's quite a bit worse. But in my opinion, I don't think it changes it too much. Like, you don't usually play it on its own without any evos, right? If you play it on 5, then you usually evo it anyways and go face with it.
Yep.
In which case, you know, you are spending the evo, or on 9 you are usually again spending the evo, meaning it's just gonna lose 2 damage from the whole thing. And 2 damage doesn't sound like a lot, but in this game it does matter quite a bit.
Definitely does. But going forward in the tournament, guys, round 2, match 8, we're going to be watching LOJ versus CPV Fantasy. Jumping. So is double shadow bans pretty typical? Who expects anything else? So let's see here. So LOJ coming in with Ramp Dragon and Vengeance Blood. Ramp Dragon looking to be using Genesis Dragon as a 2-of, Triple Bahamut, and Forte. So it's a sort of Storm / Ramp mix-up, I would be saying here. And then Vengeance Blood does have double Dance of Death coming on into his deck. Double Soul Dealer, Triple Belphegor, pretty typical list. He is using Demon Commander Laura's as well, though. I'm glad to be seeing that combo coming out.
Yeah. Wait, does he have the OTK?
Let's see.
Meaning Azazel plus Laura?
No.
Okay. I'm not going quite that.
No, not that. Not that. We're not that deep. Alright, and what is the opposition brought for us here?
Let's have some fun.
Ramp Dragon and Sword.
Lewis
Normal
Water.
Sword.
Okay.
There's a lot more where that came from.
Must admit, I do like seeing the Dance of Deaths back in the decks, because it's just so good in some matchups. Like, I wouldn't really want to cut it.
It's like gold to me.
To be honest, in this format, especially, like when you can ban out Shadow, then there's really no downsides just having that card. Because no other deck is just gonna flood your board with 1/1s, and then you don't actually have that much of a target.
Oh, this is looking a bit scary.
I want it. It's like gold to me.
Doesn't actually have a follow-up to that.
Hungry.
So-
There we go. He's at 5 health though, and that's a Bahamut on the field already.
Yep, 6 mana versus 10.
This is my home.
The board, I guess, is all you can really hope for.
Witness the power.
This is kind of nice though. Grimnir is lethal, but other than that, Breath doesn't actually do anything.
Keep relying on you, dragon. Ready to witness my true strength? As long as we've got each other.
Clearing out the board, and again, blood just dangerously low here. Playing with life or death.
The world earned my wrath. Let us come clean.
Alright, Devil of Vengeance is gonna be able to
Strong.
kill off this dragon. It's quite the Dragon Slayer, if I would say. So here, I think this is always the really precarious part for this sort of Vengeance Blood is he's kind of gimped himself a bit, right? You know, he's dropped his HP so low, he's managed to do at least half of his HP to himself. He's done more damage to himself than his opponent has already so far. So that's like the really scary part. But
Well,
obviously, Bahamut's not quite able to close out the game here by himself.
In all honesty, all you need is one attack from Bahamut, so... can't quite compare it like that.
Rahab's being in hand could be pretty helpful. Even Ouroboros by himself would just be helpful. Oh my
Okay.
goodness, this is going crazy right here, right now.
The world earned my wrath.
Well, that's all out. Can't afford to attack Bahamut.
Alright,
And
so that's
Ouroboros.
going to be able
Your
to take
strength is for
right there. Ouroboros gets him. 8 mana demonic strike.
8 mana demonic. Yeah, I was about to say that. Feels bad, man.
Yeah.
This is why mid-range Shadow is just better.
A lot of people, it's kind of up in the air, you know, Vengeance Blood is good if it, you know, can pop off. And right there, it's just making a crazy board, doing crazy things. Pretty good HP, stat sticks coming out, able to go face constantly. But right there, we can see it.
I mean,
It
he
has
was
its own
against-
faults.
die.
He was against like so much ramp. He was like
Mhm.
4 to 5 mana down from his opponent, which is insane.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, so he is going first. Okay. So quick blader is gonna get some value in. Ooh.
Having is losing out. It's going to be a really big battle of who can take the board over the soonest. Quick blader doesn't really give the necessary tempo swing, but
I mean, hungering forward is just gonna kill himself.
I am the mad cyclone.
so yeah, Grimnir definitely has to come down. But here, I think Blood is actually going to be set up in a pretty well-off position, just going for it, simply because there is no great turn 4 play here for Sword. It might just end up being another Grimnir, but it does die out to things like Evolution. He'll actually opt
Oh.
pass here
Okay.
on turn 4.
So he's thinking about getting a tempo turn in around 6 or 7. Ooh, could have used that made leader last turn.
Broken.
Now it's a bit awkward. Has to find a spot to drop it in.
You
He is down to 6, which is a bit frightening, I would say.
Yeah, it's like 20 to 6.
Yeah.
This feels a bit like conceit craft.
You are done for.
Albert
Okay.
R2 can be searched out with another one here with the Mage Leader too. So being dropped this low, the ward's kind of coming out, and of course free value trades from Luminous Mage. Gonna be able to trade him quite nicely. So going into this, he's gonna definitely have to use Diabolic Drain sooner rather than later.
Yeah. I mean, probably the best turn. It depends how greedy he wants to go. He can go Blood Wolf and Dark General,
for sure.
and then try to have a 2-turn lethal. Of course, depends on what he draws.
Yeah.
This is my home.
Or he could play
You
the
are
Dark
my
General
food.
and Drain to be a bit more safe.
Powers
Mhm.
me.
Ow! Weakness.
I definitely like this choice of play the most, just because it does protect his face, having the extra ward out, and he still gets, you know, half of his opponent's HP. He does threaten lethal, so clear definitely has to be coming out here for a sword. So kind of just playing around, you know, making sure he's not walking quite so much on the tightrope. Right here,
Prepare for battle.
don't see a way out.
My boss works us to the bone.
Lyriel, that'll trade. And we do see the Blood Wolf as well in hand here. So it'll be
It won't be long now.
2 minions gone.
My wings are killing me.
Ah.
Ugh.
Okay,
My life ends,
so
but my will abides.
just need some minion.
Let us come.
And there it is.
Yep. Just get the evolution plus the Blood Wolf, and that'll be the game.
You wouldn't.
It would have been really
Auxiliary
cute
battle.
if the sword tried to get him low enough, so he wouldn't be able to use things like the Blood Wolf or the Claw. Is it? Basically the one that deals 2 to yourself and then 3 to them. So would have like made a few more deck cards, but yeah, that's kind of a cute thing you can do.
Nice, so definitely really well done playing with his own HP, managing to clean out that win for himself. So this does mean he is going to be swapping on over to his Ramp Dragon. It is a little more storm-oriented, so in this matchup, I'm really kind of hesitant to say it's favored either way. Seeing Sword versus Dragon, I think that both the decks, they kind of just butt heads quite a bit for the most part. So maybe I'd say Dragon. I'm not really too sure. It's kind of a hard call. It really depends if Dragon is drawing into its ramp answers, like it obviously needs to, and whether or not it's going to be coming out in the proper order. Just because if Sword does take the board a bit too fast, it could be kind of a bit dangerous as well.
This one's
Yeah,
for
I mean,
my family.
Fantasy's
You must
list does have Double Fang Blade and Sabaki in there, so he does have some things to counteract the
Even
Huge.
Dance of Death.
huge stuff. Yeah. But of course, this list is a bit different from the usual dragon, meaning that's like a really weird thing to say, right? Because Storm Dragon is the usual dragon. You always have Forte in your lists when you're playing ladder. But in this format, people like to go more top heavy. Quite a lot, even. Usually it ends up being like 7 cards that are really high on the play point cost. And you don't quite see Fortes that often.
Leave it to me.
The sky's my destination.
So looking kind of at it, he actually goes for board play instead of playing out Dragon Oracle.
Battlefield away.
Assume that's just so he has more incentive to kind of trade. Of course, Sword here, probably just going to be going for face damage. I definitely think that's the right play. He's going to be forced to be trading out anyways. So kind of looking at it, Dragon's definitely going to have to be taking a bit more of a slow approach just because the early aggression from Sword can be a big deal. Obviously, we know the aggression really isn't that big, especially with a card like Mate Eater in hand. And again, this card is just under so much talk. People really aren't sure whether or not it's proper to play it.
Well, I mean, it is proper. It's just slow. Like, you don't want to play it, you have to play it.
Finally a break.
It always just feels so bad having to play 2-mana 1/1 though.
Be gone.
Ooh, this is awkward. So Lyriel's not really going to be a clear trade. Actually, never mind, it is now because he decided to trade with the
Strength and beauty
1/1.
together.
Nah, we top decking.
You're done for.
Would you go for that though?
Loyalty is ironclad.
Yeah, see, this is the kind of precarious part, I'd say, for Sword. He does get a bigger board. Something like Breath next turn would be a pretty big deal. He obviously hasn't been able to play any ramp, though, so he's still stuck on actual turn 5 here. So Dragon, not really able to do Dragon things, and I think that if Sword, it does just kind of flood the board now, just because it has the opportunity, and a lot of these minions are just going to kind of get away with attacking face next turn. He could maybe evolve for face. I don't think it'll happen just simply because Albert is in hand. He does already have it. Rahab coming down though does give a pretty clear trade, but of course we do see the Dance of Death tech is in here.
Shane didn't really have much of a choice there, did he? Like, it was going to be Rahab, one way or the other.
Alright, Gino
Fantasy, on
actually.
the other hand, wow, having some really nice on-curve plays. Okay, decides to clear that out just in case there's a breath. So we wouldn't have to evolve Valyrial. Oh, that hurts.
Oh yeah.
Ready, youngling.
Definitely going to be punished for that. And then Gino here, I like the play of Gino just simply because it's the safe play, right? It gives you some extra minions to be dealing out damage with. You know, your opponent probably doesn't want to blow it up just because they are going to have to eat out that extra bit as well.
I mean, he would have floated a lot of mana the other way, so he would probably always go for this play. Oh, this is so painful. It's going to be Dance of Death into Albert, and there's very little he can do because he can't even pop his own Ouroboros. He's actually thinking about evolving Bahamut into a 1/1.
Yeah, he really has to be kind of curious, right? Like, he's thinking through his head, you know, what could maybe kill me here. Probably looking over at the deck list, too. And look at that, that's a 15/15 dragon taking out a small knight. How unfortunate for that lad.
That's basically how the NPCs see the world.
Oh, yeah.
The right guy gets killed, and then the left guy is the guy that goes to the village and seeks for help, and there's where you come in, the mighty adventurer.
The adventurer in this case will be Albert, though.
These black wings are unbreakable.
Forte has to trade. That's when you know you're sad. And that'll be the game.
Knights, prepare for battle.
Yeah.
It won't be long now.
Oh, even goes for the BM overkill.
Blood won't stop me.
Accidentally
You're a
trades into the
solid
Bane.
fighter.
Yeah, okay. That's... Yeah, you can't make mistakes like that. Right, so Fantasy does end up taking that one.
Alright, so the win does go over to Fantasy, which means he pulls further ahead here in the top 16. I believe that brings us finally to our top 8. So up in the winner's bracket, we do have CPV Lekka versus Sukgo. What a name. And then GCB La Castella versus Carollo. So he was the one to win her set earlier. That means Lucette now is down in losers, facing off against Mensu, and then Smug Muffin versus CPV.
Okay.
Alright.
So here's the expected question. Who are you going to be expecting to see in the finals, the grand finals of today, basically? There's still yet to be the grand finals of every single champion in these tournaments.
Not really too sure who I expect to see. I think really kind of go over to anybody here at this point. It really depends on, you know, what your matchups are, I'd say, coming down to this, really. You know, whether or not you're going to be getting things like your counter picks out, whether or not you're going to be having, you know, even the right cards drawn. There's going to be a lot of favoritism and, you know, really watching, you know, how you're playing out as well. Obviously playing around certain cards. Everyone knows each other's decks, so you're really going to have to kind of be on the lookout for, you know, certain plays your opponent or yourself might be making.
Yeah, I do like it this way. Like you can make optimal plays upon knowing what your opponent has. It's not going to be like the elimination round where I'm gonna ban out Shadow and then decide to go against something like Control Haven or some sort of a Haven, and then it ends up being like a whole different deck from what you expected, and it's Stormhaven, and it just rushes you down.
Yep.
But no, things like that don't happen here. We do still have one block player, right? That being Fantasy in the
Yeah, I
losers
believe
bracket.
that would be him. Yeah. Let's go back over to the statistics too, I guess, real quick. So looking in at it, Swordcraft currently sitting at a... It's over here. It's looking to be sitting at a 58% win rate out of 24 games, so definitely not doing all too bad for itself. Dragoncraft actually not really having gone up very much in its play rate, still sitting at 26 games, but has a 58% win rate for itself as well. And again, there's no Runecraft players, guys. We're not going to be able to see that deck today, unfortunately. So it's just going to be sitting down there. But Haven actually is still struggling quite a bit at a 31% win rate right now. There's only one 50-50 against Shadow in particular. But the interesting statistic to also look at, I would say would be Shadowcraft, just because in the last two tournaments, Shadow's gotten to play like, what, 2 games before it gets to finals, right? And currently now it does have 13 games. We are seeing Shadow being played, you know, getting able to get through more, which is kind of nice, I guess. But obviously, it does have repercussions because it is at a 54% win rate, you know, letting it get out. It still has a pretty good chance of fighting off, you know, even the classes that are trying to, you know, squash it out a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, in the top 16, the players are quite a bit better than just the, what was it, 140-ish players in the elimination rounds. So the stats are a bit more equal. Shadowcraft having it's basically winning half of its games against everything, which means the players do know how to play around anything the Shadow can bring, like, properly, which is kind of expected. Also, I like how you said earlier about Runecraft that we're not going to see that deck, which, you know, it actually has like 3 different decks, which is so unfortunate. Like, there's so much variety in that one class, which is just gone. It's wiped off the board.
I always found that to be maybe one of like the bigger power pieces, you know, for Rune before you know, Tempest. We had Daria, we had Dirt, and we had Dimension Shift, right? Those were the 3 decks that everyone played, and all of them were honestly not that bad. They all had, you know, their own right. Daria obviously was really strong, especially before the nerf. And then things like, you know, Dimension Shift were really good at taking out the control decks because everyone was playing Control Sword, Control Blood. They were playing things like Seraph Haven of that sort. And of course, then, you know, that would leave up Dirt Rune. And Dirt Rune was just another control deck. It had more wards. It pretty good kind of squash out things like aggro. So each one kind of had its own really big fit in the meta. But currently, I think that all of them, except for maybe Daria, of course, it's the coin flip effect with that deck. It works or it just doesn't. The other 2 kind of just work a bit too slow in this current meta.
I mean, there is one thing you can do. I've seen a dirt list that runs the entirely dirt support card, which is the 2/2. When you play it, you get a Earth Sigil, and when you evo it, it gains 1/1, but it does get you one of the cards that uses that Earth Sigil. So you use that, and then you use the Golem generation, and literally you use these really cheap Earth Sigils along with cards like the new Illusionist, which is basically a 2/2, which respawns itself if you have Earth Throne. If you have it on the board, so you can just like keep playing those out. So basically, you're getting 2/2s for 1/1, and you know you go from there. You can play the Halo Golem to get rid of wards efficiently, and so on and so forth. Like, you can actually use that deck to a relatively good success.
Yeah.
But it does kind of have the same thing that Wolf Bolt does, where, you know, it's a bit of a coin flip. If you don't get the sigils, then you're kind of screwed.
Yeah, it's a bit of an iffy card. It can work out, but sometimes it doesn't always go quite as off, you know. closest card I could think to compare it to would be something like Carrot. I guess 2-mana 2/2 that you can just keep playing, you know, every time it dies.
Yeah, just the difference is like Carrot's a value card, right? Because you can just keep playing it and playing it and playing it. But that thing stays on the board, and
Yeah.
the only mana you invest into it is the Earth right cards that you play, and usually those have like an additional effect as well. So you're getting a 2/2 for, let's say, 0.5 mana because there's an additional effect on there as well. So getting 2/2 for almost free is a kind of a big deal.
It can be, yeah. It's not all the time that it's necessarily free either, though, just because there are other effects you want to be proccing, things like that. Maybe something like Taboos, Junos.
Yeah. If you actually want to have minions that cost nothing, then play Daria.
Yeah, that too. So I don't know. I guess it's just push comes to shove. You know, there's efficiency and how it does work out here. But we are going to be going over to our next game, guys, in just a moment. It will be Parolo versus La Castella. So coming up here for our next match, it will be La Castella's Dragon, Shadow, and Sword against Parolo's Sword, Dragon, and Shadow as well. And it will be, the Holy Trinity, and both Shadows are banned.
Oh, wow. Did not see that coming. Basically, what you can expect is Shadow's going to get banned every single time unless there's a Haven in the 3 lists, in which case it might not, but, you know.
So right here for La Castella, he is running in with Dragoncraft and Sword here, looking relatively typical. Once again, one of Genesis Dragon, one of Zeus, triple Bahamut, double Israfil for the top end. He does have Sahak Wheel combo in there if he does so desire. And
what do you think? Are we going to see a Dragon Mirror right off the bat?
I'd honestly expect maybe a little more of the Sword Mirror, just because Sword is, you know, it's the typical deck where it has really no terrible matchup. It does pretty decent across the board for the most part, and it's the deck you can really rely on if you want to try to get out that early first win.
Oh, I mean, it's kind of the case with both decks, right? Like, you can just lead with either of them. Main idea being that you win at least once early, and then you'll get 2 chances for your second deck.
Okay, so it will be the Dragon Mirror.
Dark Dragoon,
hey!
ruler of the skies. All who oppose shall be crushed.
Oh, do it! The Oracle has arrived!
Ding, ding, ding. Jackpot. Except not really, because that hand sucks, but...
2 of them.
Would you keep 2 of them?
It's the worst play. It does guarantee the ramp. You just kind of hope that maybe you're drawing into a little bit more early game.
I mean, I guess you can kind of take this as a kind of similar to a D-shift mirror, where you wanna be going through your cards quicker than they are. Meaning, in this matchup, you want to be going through your ramps quicker than they are. So, actually, he could have kept all 3 and gone like full greed. So turn 2 Dragon Oracle, turn 3 double Dragon Oracle.
Absolutely crazy. Absolute madman. So right here, Rahab does come down. He does end up popping the Oracle as well. So kind of going into it, you know, he's ramping up pretty quickly, but both sides...
Let's be honest, he could have actually done that. He could have legit done that. Rahab doesn't put on any pressure whatsoever. Wow, that's really quite something. Like, getting that hand in this mirror. Like, usually getting more than 1 Dragon Oracle is kind of bad because you don't want to be playing more than 1. You do want some sort of a board presence, but since it is Dragon versus Dragon, then the small minions don't matter. It's the big things that come down. So you can literally just curve out really hard.
It's going to be all about who's getting to those late games drop the fastest. Of course, Sybil coming down is going to be pretty helpful.
To make the world blue.
as well, just because he does
You
get
could
this
literally
weird...
have 7 mana on turn 4.
Yeah,
That's
well,
insane.
he doesn't get 7, actually, because it has to be turn 5.
Yeah, okay. So he'll
it's-
get to use 7 on turn 5.
Yeah. So right there, it's kind of troubling here for him, just because he does have to drop down the Sybil. It gets the value of the trade, but then, you know, him having to play it down, it's just another target to kind of be removed from the board, and he loses out on that opportunity to try to really get in some ramp.
All must come to an
Wow.
end.
Okay.
So bye-bye, Sybil. No great value from you, unfortunately.
I'm loving this. This is kind of the Silver Bolt equivalent for Dragon. Like, okay, so that fixes it there, but one player didn't have Sire Quill, and the other player only had Sire Quill. Does it play it
So
though?
crude. Fighting is so
Okay,
sorrowful.
right. So you can play down
The sky's my destination.
Cell
There's a
and
lot more where that came
Vera
from.
Primnir. Get 10 base damage.
Jump into the wind.
Pretty good.
Gonna be pretty big burst of damage, seemingly out of nowhere. Big combo, big numbers. That's what I like to see. Of course, Zeus also being in hand, that's another 5 damage that can just kind of come right out of hand here.
I am the mad cyclone.
Go directly to face if he does so choose to, but of course we do see there is another Zell in hand here too, so it could combo off with something like an Ouroboros,
My
if it is
power
drawn into.
uncontrollable.
or even another Sahawk Wheel.
Yeah, he has a couple of things that'll end the game right here.
My
Ooh,
tempest
okay.
shall judge you. Ow!
This is just like waiting for the second draw.
Mm-hmm. Hey, there's the
Is he
combo
gonna
on the other.
answer?
There's the combo on the other side too.
Gonna answer with 13 damage.
The sky's my destination.
Doesn't have any more
You
Evo points,
have
so the other
answered
cell in
me.
hand isn't gonna get
Now,
much
jump into the
value.
wind.
Ow!
He shows he can do big damage too, but it's all right. The God of All is just gonna be able to win the game here.
I am the Father, the God of all.
Oh, that
This
animation though.
victory is a
So good.
testament to your
Lightning.
strength.
Don't really get to see that too often.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously there's legendaries like the like the forest one, whose name shall not be named because no one plays it. But that thing has a really cool animation as well.
Can't we name it?
Because no one plays it. I literally can't recall what it was.
It's Deepwood Anomaly. It looks so cool.
Yeah. And when you attack face with it, it just like blows up into a huge cone.
Bow before dark dragoon.
It's glorious.
It's got like
Ruler of the
S tier
skies.
artwork, man.
You must
I like the
die.
art on that card.
To be honest, all the legendaries in this game have S-tier artwork. Just look at Israfil, like
I know.
that's-
I was just about to mention that. I think my favorite artwork in the game is Israfil itself right now, actually.
Yeah, it's very high up there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Heavenly Ages, okay, it's yeah, just like drop any notions of other things, but Heavenly Ages' art is quite badass.
The sky's my destination.
Really?
Despite
You
what?
like it that much? This looks like a giant rock. The giant rock.
Hang on now. Hulking Giant is a giant rock.
You keep relying on me, dragon.
But like, you can like see his arms and stuff. Like Heavenly Ages, everything's just square. I don't know. I don't know. They're rock bros, okay?
Stone Brothers. Yeah, go why?
Alright, so getting back into the game though, so it is gonna have to be mid-range sword now facing off against Dragon. And here in the early game, for Dragon,
I've
it's
got to take a
not
break.
looking particularly great, but it's not all too bad either. Olivia kind of being early in the hand
He's fine for the next 2 turns. He can go Sybil, Breath, and then Olivia with turn after. So
Whirl
My
flame.
loyalty is ironclad.
it's not horrible,
No
but
regrets.
he might just run out of things to play.
Yeah, that's what I'm a bit concerned of, is whether or not he's gonna actually be able to, you know, play enough cards in the late game, just because his hand's a little lacking. His turns, you know, are pretty straightforward, I'd say, for the most part, but of course, Sword's gonna be able to
My armor has
easily
been
take back this board, and he actually does use the Breath earlier here, so he'll just go for the, you know...
He has Grimnir if he needs it, like, really badly.
You and I, knight. My sword brings hope.
But yeah, he just doesn't have cards in hand.
Won't be long now.
Yeah, but he does have things to play still, so he's gonna draw 2 more cards before like those start to matter.
All must come to
I
an
actually
end.
really like, okay, so the choice of here of evolving the Luminous Knight, I like a lot actually, simply because it makes Luminous Knight kind of a threat on the board that wants to be answered just so he doesn't get the free evolution point again. So Olivia's forced to get played down here and has to trade into this target. He could have done Grimnir as well, but I'm pretty sure he really wants to save that for turn 10.
Shield.
I
Especially
mean,
with that.
you're just playing Olivia on curve. That was just clean.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now things are getting a bit dodgy. Like you can play Grimnir, but
My tempest
after
shall
that,
judge you.
I don't really know.
You wouldn't. You wouldn't.
I mean, I guess he could get Bahamut, and then that would be kind of a threat.
Weapon at the ready, youngling.
Gino just having a field day today.
Others at your service.
Is he gonna play the Sour Quill?
No,
Okay, decides not to.
no tempo Sahawk wheel today.
You and I, knight.
But yeah, now we're seeing here though, the board buildup is pretty massive, and Luminous Knight just gets so much more value all of a sudden out of nowhere, right? And now he's just suddenly getting charged here for 7 damage right to face. Albert still has 2 evolution points available, so he can actually get extra damage here if he needs to. Bye-bye.
Okay. Ooh, he can still go wide on the board.
For battle.
Okay, decides to just go fakes because he can.
You're done for.
And next turn, he still has things like Grimnir if he does so need that answer. Novice Trooper Alwi does is also a choice. So there's a lot of options kind of just going into here. And Dragon just isn't going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, this is awkward. He's gonna Evo it, but that means it's gonna survive on 1 health, meaning there's no heal.
So this is the end.
Poor Ouroboros. He tried.
You're safe with me,
This
Captain.
victory is a testament to your strength.
Right.
Alright. So with that victory, it looks like we're gonna just immediately be jumping over to our next game. It'll be CPV Lekka versus Suck God for us here. So Lekka are gonna be running in with their list of Forest, Dragon, and Shadow. Suck will be bringing over Dragon, Shadow, and Soren, the good old trifecta. But Shadow is banned on for both sides. So go ahead, pull up the deck list here for Suck God, and we'll briefly go over what Lekka's was, because we have seen his deck previously today.
I'm not sure if anyone else gets this, but to be honest, for me, his name kind of reminds me, or like, I always get this image of Pig God from One Punch Man, like every single time. Okay. Ooh. Okay. So we have the normal dragon list, which is fine, but he does run one of Aurelia in his sword list,
Okay.
which is kind of a cute tweak.
card we really don't get to see anymore, but honestly, it's still one of the better wards in the game, just for that, you know, unable to be hit by, targeted by spells and effects ability. I think that's kind of something that's not really seen all too often, just because AoE like Bahamut, you know, does come in pretty often. But in the early to mid game, I think that the card can still be pretty useful, so it's definitely an interesting tech that we don't see a whole lot of, but who knows, maybe it could be saving them out.
I like it a lot. Like, even with Erin and Jungle Warden and all sorts of boards like that, I'd still put Aurelia into the top 3 along with Ancient Elf, and then maybe Erin is better than Tia there. Probably. I'd say Erin is
I'd
like
say
top 3.
definitely, yeah.
Yeah. So it is like one of the better war cards you can be using.
Also,
if you play that against Shadow as well, like the massive attack you get from that, wow. You're just getting so many stats.
Oh yeah, definitely get pretty big stacks. Also, another quick mention, we were talking about the art. I also like Aurelia's art a lot, but that might just be me. Alright, so back on the topic though, so quick update, Lekka's decks as well. We did see them earlier today, so he was running in with Tempo Forest and Ramp Dragon as well, using things like Zeus, Bahamut. He does have Forte in there, so he's a little more storm oriented. The one of Erd thrown right down in there for some extra plays as well, and then the Tempo list, pretty typical. One of Elf Queen, Triple Aaron, and things like Jungle Warden. Of course, double
Lasered.
Yeah, don't hate on her, dude.
Oh, I love that card.
Oh yeah,
It's so good.
just Forte Erd combo on turn 10. Let's go.
Yeah, not just that, but there's some cards that you can play for enhance and they gain like a bunch of stats. You can just like Erd that and just Evo into it, and they just get destroyed. Like the game's over right there.
Yeah, one of Erd, it's kind of an interesting tech. You know, you don't see combos all too often with it, but when they do go off, I'd say they can be pretty flashy. But so really kind of just looking into, you know, matchup with how they are both going to kind of be playing here. I'm a bit curious to know, you know, what they're really looking for. I guess to put it simply, you know, just because both of them, they've opted for the odd out, you know, third deck, right? You pick, you know, typical sword is what you can always go with, or you can kind of go with forest as well. And a lot of people, I think, have kind of been skeptical on what it is they really should be playing. You know, what is the proper thing to bring as that third deck? And a lot of people just look to sword because it's the really consistent deck. But a lot of people have really been trying out these new meta decks. You know, we have Haven, we have Forest, we have some Bloods as well. And it's a bit odd, you know, seeing these decks coming out as we keep going out and people really trying to find out the right recipe for what works most optimally. And I'm not really too sure if we're going to be finding it all too soon, but Sword definitely seems to be the most solid answer. But, you know, it's Tempo Forest coming out of the woodworks and doing quite well for itself, I would say.
Well, I mean, it's
Time for me to prove myself.
they're nothing like
Bow before
really
Dark
out of the
Dragoon.
blue decks.
Mhm.
Like Forest has always been good.
Oh, for sure.
And then I mean, this Vengeance Blood has been performing for the last like month or so just fine. So all of these are valid decks. You can. It just matters who's piloting them and how are they doing it.
Lining up here though for our next game, this is going to be the Forest versus Dragon.
I am the Mad Cyclone.
So no silver bolts are going to be getting drawn this time around, thankfully,
Sparkly stuff. Gimme!
since he's not playing that type of deck. But here in the early game, I'd say
Relying on you,
honestly,
Dragon.
Forest is going to kind of have a harder time building up a board against Dragon, especially with a board like this. You know, Grimnir obviously gets extra value now, so with that trade, there's a lot of ramp already kind of out. The hand for Dragon, though, is a little bit slim, I would say. A little more than they probably want.
Just a little. Just
Never
a
lucky.
tad.
You're done for! Am I a grown-up yet?
Ow!
Alright, so looking into it a bit more, though. Blazing Wrath can't clear out. So I honestly don't think that Dragon's in that great of a spot here. You know, they have the ramp, they have the, you know, the mana available, but nothing great to really spend it on. So they're gonna have a bit of trouble, I'd say, coming into this, especially with Double Roach already developed. In the other hand, we have Fina for combo pieces as well, and Nature's Guidance. It's starting to look like typical combo Roach.
I mean, this is kind of just it's just the mild break of you know, you don't actually have the huge things that you can't play. You can play the things you have, but you don't have the huge things to play with it. So you're not really doing much. You're not threatening board. You're not
I've got to take a break.
getting value. You're not really, and that doesn't help. Sell into sell.
Yeah, use Zell to give Zell Storm. Let's go. Yeah, so this combo is not really working out. Obviously, when he had to pass with 6 mana still up, I think that was a big indicator. You know, it's like, okay, this guy does not have a very great hand at the moment. And
I get the feeling he might just float 9 mana because you don't really want to use your Lightning Blast here. Like, what if you draw your Ayla or your third cell? Like,
Ready to witness
that
my
would be
true
just
strength?
incredibly bad.
Oh,
when you
yeah.
have nothing to play.
So both Zells are out on the field.
Okay.
I'd be so sad right now. I just don't know how else to put that right. Like, he's on the back foot. He's got Roach available here. Jungle Warden already comes down, and Lightning Blast might just be forced. Ouroboros
Ooh, saved.
does get drawn.
So he can start chaining Ouroboros, which is just like, that is saved. I mean, that was probably the best draw he could have had.
Swing it!
Ouroboros is definitely kind of a small savior, I would say there, but still, the combo potential that can come out of far. Double Sylvan Justice could actually clear out Ouroboros if he really wanted.
That looks like the play.
That might just be the play. So yeah, so with both of the Roaches in hand, I think he really wants this Evo point for something like another Fina, or even just an EPM, just so he can get the other zero-cost fairies, or zero-cost Goblin Mage, you know, into his hand, so he can kind of just set up for this OTK lethal, right? Just because he's going to be at such high mana count, and Ouroboros really won't matter with his healing.
Yeah, he just needs 2
There
more
it is.
mana. Oh.
Let's see here.
Yeah, you can't
Currently-
actually OTK without the Evo point though. So
Okay,
this is
so
kind of a
if he
trade-off.
had- Let's see, so if he had... Right now, there's a lot of damage sitting in your hand, so he could do 0-1, play bounce. Okay, so he wants the 2 zero-cost fairies so that he could Goblin Mage 0-0, because that'd be 3. And then he could also play out the Roach, bounce, then Roach, that'd be 2 extra. But then he needs some kind of spells to be playing along with it.
Let's play.
But he can go in currently as
Well-
well. I'm kind of curious to see
For help.
what his play is. He definitely wants...
If
to
you're
play down
playing
fair
4
field.
1 mana, if you're playing 4 1 mana things and you play 3 roaches in a row, then that's 18 damage, I believe.
Mhm.
Meaning if you have an Evo, then that's the OTK. But he does need some sort of a board presence to get this damage going. So I don't believe it's enough. Like, you're gonna lose out on 1 damage when you have to use Nature's Guidance.
Right now I can count up to 17 with just the zero-cost Roaches and Guidance. If he could draw seemingly like another spell, something like a Fairy Circle would be kind of good. Dance of Death, honestly, isn't too bad here. I'd say
Ooh, okay,
Aaron is
this-
also fine because he does
this
get the
is really
evolution
cute,
point
like-
back as well.
You're done for.
So he will evoke.
Yeah, if lightning blast comes down here, which is he decides to. Okay, it doesn't matter, whatever.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
This is the anti-breath play, but if lightning blast comes down here, which is kind of good for him, like it's being baited out, right? Then he has a clear shot. There's lethal, yeah, because literally Ouroboros doesn't get popped. Like you should have played Bahamut there to get the heal.
Ooh, sparkly stuff. Gimme.
Right here with the board space, you can just go ahead, play down, roach, face, bounce, and then roach.
Yeah, so
Oh, that's just gonna be a clean
6 and 7
17
damage.
Yeah, 17 damage.
See, he lost out on 1 damage because he had to use the Nature's Guidance.
This victory is a testament to
Yeah, so right there, if he had drawn something like a Fairy Circle earlier, it could have been a little better. Even a Sylvan Justice would have been fine, because he could add it in for the extra 1 damage on the roaches for the combo. But of course, you know, playing around what he has currently, I definitely like the playstyle that he's kind of going for there to see that lethal out in 2 turns.
Yeah, must admit, you could have seen the lines there. Like the Dragon player could have used Bahamut and healed to full, so in which case that wouldn't
This
have been
one's for
lethal.
my family.
Yeah.
bow
Didn't
before
really have
Dark
much to go
Dragoon,
for after
ruler of
that.
the skies.
So you would need to heal with Sybil and then play Grimnir without the ball clear. Which I mean, either way, it looks bad, but that way you would have survived at least 1 more turn. Ooh, that animated Bahamut though.
Fancy. See the light shining down upon him.
We can clearly see who's the better dragon player, right?
Yeah, they're also not playing Rowan, so
Oh yeah, for sure.
yeah, Forte's just better than Rowan, guys. Admit it.
Sure, okay. So, turn 4 a hub, naturally. Turn 5, Sybil. Well, no, he has... Yeah, okay, so you have to pivot here. Right.
Yeah, Forever would definitely be the better thing, I would say, and then Sybil would have to wait out another turn. Of course, Rahab staying up another turn is maybe just a little bit worrisome. It's not honestly the worst thing, but it's just typically how it's going to have to roll. And actually, a second Sybil going into the hand. So his hand looks relatively solid, I'd say, for the rest of the game from here on out.
Be gone.
We've got Breath for clear. We've got double Sybil for protection. We've got Ouroboros who can combo. Bahamut can easily, you know, just wipe out the board if he needs to. Zell is how to combo off with the Ouroboros here. Look at that. Speak of the devil. He shall appear. As the saying would go.
Okay, so the play here would be Sybil into Breath, which leaves you a 6-1 on the board, I believe.
Bluest water.
No, never mind. It's
No,
gonna be
it would definitely die.
yeah, it's gonna die. But you get the
There's a lot more where that
mana
came
point from
from.
it, which is the
A dance
sort
to
of the
make
important
world
part.
blue.
I mean, the 7/7 is kind of scary
All
and
must come to an
whatnot,
end.
but you can just put out things like Ouroboros and Bahamut and stuff like that. So you don't really need to worry.
Yeah, I'm a bit curious to see, you know, if this game is actually going to really be able to
I am the mad
flip back. Because
cyclone.
going into the late game, it looks really one-sided at the moment. Grimnir not even going to be able to wait out till turn 10. It's going to be pretty much a pass, I'd say, for the most part here on turn 7. So having another Sybil in hand, I think, is a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Ouroboros turn, right? Because it's so clean. Like, why wouldn't you? And you're at 16 health, so you get the heal when it dies and just go full. Feels good, man.
No.
Okay,
So
so
I'd say
he's
once. Go ahead.
I'm guessing he's just really looking for Sarquil right now, right? Because he has Bahamut in hand, Selwyn in hand. So Sel would deal with the Ouroboros and then 13 into the dome. Seems like a good play.
Oh yeah. So,
But
not all that bad.
doesn't quite have that. So okay then.
Ouroboros fighting Ouroboros.
Rowan going
Battle
man
of the
mode.
gods. Man.
The man.
He's always thinking.
Actually, never mind. Sorry, Sector is the man list.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, this is literally just gonna be an Ouroboros fest. So, because I didn't really see a need to drop down Bahamut because it's just gonna get answered, right? There's no point in dropping down Rahab or Sybil because they're gonna get destroyed the same way. So you may as well retain your value and be playing the the Ouroboroses.
This is just so awkward. It's literally a battle of dragons right now. It's back and forth. Fight of the century.
I mean, if you put it like that, then it's kind of badass. Okay, so now, since he has double Bahamut, he can drop it down. Meaning, either his opponent is going to have to answer with Bahamut, or Lightning Blast, or Evo an Ouroboros in, which would be like the worst one.
So both sides, they're just kind of trading off their boards constantly with Ouroboros back and forth, which is really funny. So both of them very nearly healed up to full, and again, we opt to see another Ouroboros play. This is just getting silly.
Time to say goodbye.
Okay, so he's the least trying, right? He got 8, or he got 10 mana now, so he's at least trying to finish off his opponent.
I'm just shaking my head right now, dude. We've seen Ouroboros from both sides for like 3 turns in a row.
Yeah. I mean, it's been like, what, 24 mana sunk into just that card by both sides.
Goodness.
The sky's my destination.
Ready to witness
Okay,
my
so
strength?
finally gets the Sarquil combo off, sending 13 to the dome.
By the Ouroboros, and 13 damage right to the face. But yeah, both sides, you know, so he knows obviously with the Sahakil combo that there is a Bahamut in hand if he has any sort of real room to try to play around that. Grimnir is going to do a pretty good job. We'll clear out the board. Kind of just start lining up, hopefully. And Windreader, Zell, Ouroboros combos in hand, but there are no Evo points available anymore.
Triple Bahamut.
Oh,
Okay,
gosh.
so this lines up the Ouroboros
It's like
kill
I'm
next
just
turn.
seeing the same turn from both sides all the time. We're seeing Ouroboroses going into each other. There's Grimnirs killing each other. Like, what is going on?
Oh, he can actually survive. He can play Sybil
Got the
into
Sybil.
into the Dragoon to clear out Grimnir.
Couldn't even, I was gonna say he couldn't
Oh,
even go
okay,
for the
yeah.
Rahab here if he really wanted.
I'm guessing this is where the Bahamut train is going to come down.
Oh yeah, this game has just been such shenanigans though. Goodness gracious, they're giving me a heart attack.
At least the Evo points are gone, so there's not going to be like a surprise lethal whenever either of these players gets a Harquil. Ooh, that is really unfortunate.
Yeah, those
Did play that for the
do
heal,
anything.
but getting double Ayla from that
Sky's
draw,
my destination.
not what you were looking for.
It's alright. Zell will clear out the board here.
Sol is going to get killed by Ouroboros. That's what's going to happen here.
You know, honestly, actually dropping Ouroboros would be kind of dangerous, right? Because Lightning Blast
regrets.
is in hand. That's something I think that both players are trying to keep in mind too, is just the fact that Lightning Blast could just very well take out their one and only Ouroboros. So it's
Ouroboros train.
the same turn on both sides for like the 6th time this game.
I mean, the threat of lightning blast has been there for like what, 6 turns or something.
Yeah.
Like, it's yeah. It's basically just gonna be Bahamut's on Bahamut's, and now he has
Sky's my
to
destination.
drop the lightning blast, I'd imagine.
Yep.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
So this is literally just gonna go on until one of these players runs out of cards.
Yeah, I think we know which one has more cards, though. A lot more cards. Grimnir is another good tool that could clear as well if we wanted. Ouroboros, though, will just be the choice
No
here
regrets.
instead.
And it's gonna get cleared out.
Come on. Lightning,
Cleaned up by
lightning
Ouroboros
blast.
in
Lightning
threat.
blast. Lightning blast, right here. Come on, top deck it. Where is it?
Oh, that's pretty good as well.
Grimnir works too, just because now. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. So Ouroboros will still be the choice, but Grimnir
So
is
he's
another choice
trying to
later.
go with the play that sets up lethal.
Yeah.
This is so dodgy. He does have Forte in hand, so he does have a little bit of a
My
surprise.
tempest shall judge you.
Surprise damage that can come out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, Ouroboros dying heals him back up a bit.
What is this game? What am I watching? There's a
Ooh.
Zeus now.
This is Zeus. Okay. And since Bahamut's have been played, then the Zeus is kind of safe.
Yeah.
That was a really good top deck though. Getting that Zeus.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Like,
cross
how
burst.
much of these guys healed off of Ouroboros at this point? Like,
I couldn't say. Like, they both played it at least 5 times or so. Which is insane. I mean, the card costs 8 mana. Can we see what turn we're on somewhere? Like, this is getting ridiculous. This might just beat the Forest versus Dragon game with the 21 or 20 turns or whatever it was. Like,
Dragon?
it's
think
taking
we're
a good
starting
while.
to get there. We're at turn 16, so we're getting there. It's building up. Zeus coming down now. Oh my gosh. This is just really close. I don't know how else to say it. So he's down to 2. Grimnir
damage
is
off.
lethal, but there's a Sybil as well. He can use. How does it clear the
No
board
idea.
here now?
I think
I
I
don't
admit
He does.
see a way out. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
those-
actually the game. Okay, thank heavens.
see Zeus just so good. Just
Mhm.
save that. Fuck's sake. That was amazing. Probably might run for the record of the most Ouroboros that's played in one competitive game.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so right there we saw the Dragonmere just Ouroboros battles going down, and then Zeus finally to just end it all. And honestly, it wasn't even looking that great there for Lekka, to be honest. You know, it seemed like he was pretty far behind, but then he kind of just managed to turn it around with the extra storm damage right there out of Zeus to kill off Rahab, and then just get 8 out of Ouroboros. It was the one time it wasn't cleared from the board, so it really does show how threatening Ouroboros is when it does hit the field.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward as well, right? Because
Mhm.
Ouroboros deals 3 damage, not 4. So you can't just infinitely drop them down.
Yeah.
Oh god, wouldn't that be awkward? Because like I really can't imagine a better play than answering Ouroboros with Ouroboros if it dealt 4 damage. So that you literally
No.
have
Infinite cycling turns of Ouroboros. And then
There's like
you just,
literally no way to get out of that circle.
just go until someone decks themselves. That sounds awful. I'm gonna be honest here.
Yeah, that sounds really bad. Okay, so I'm just not gonna think about that anymore.
Alrighty, so looking at the tournament right now, we have finally got round 4 lined up here for winners and losers. Up in winners bracket, we do have CPV Lekka versus GCB La Castella. Oh, that sounds so awkward to say together. And then down in losers, still fighting for their chance here in the tournament, we have Suck God versus Lucette, and then Corollo versus Smug.
The best name in the tournament.
Oh yeah.
It's a smug muffin.
And looking on into the
Muffin
statistics
Man.
as well, since we've made it so far here into the tournament, down to top 6 already. Swordcraft at a 61% win rate here at 31 games, so definitely showing how almighty this deck really can be. Forestcraft at a 47% win rate with only 15 games being played, so not too much being played out here for Forest, unfortunately. Shadow has managed to get 15 games, surprisingly, and stuck at a 47% win rate, still winning over its counterpart of Haven here at a 33% win rate with 18 games. And Dragon, of course, 37 games, 51% win rate, just being as consistent as ever. But with us coming over here to the top 6 as well, I believe we are going to be switching off 2 casters. We are going to be having Mofu come on in, and I believe Richie here is going to be giving his best shot once again here in the spotlight. So make sure to give them a warm welcome, guys, when they are coming on in for the tournament.
Spotlight.
We are probably going to be switching out. Do you have any last words, my friend?
Okay. Yeah. Try not to die to the Ouroboros circles.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Enjoy the top 6. I believe it is now. And of course, give your best to the players, the casters, the whole tournament. Like, do help out the scene. It's really nice to see people get into it.
You guys.
And yeah,
with that?
I'll see you guys next week.
All right.
Bye.
You're going to be heading out. You're going to be switching over. Mofu coming on in right about now. Thanks for having us. Thanks for having me. And I'll see you next week as well.
Is it okay for me to talk? Hey guys, welcome back. Looks like we're at top 6, was it? Looks like we're getting into the last few games before we wrap things up into losers semis. So, as you saw, Curlo just got knocked down, and he's going to be versus Smug Muffin in losers like top 6, and Suck God is now against Lucidi, right above them. So, just woke up, loading up these deck lists as soon as I can, seeing which one of these games we'll be able to get into, so that we can kind of continue this tournament in a timely fashion. Richie, what's up? He's like, I guess here. This is the first time I'll be casting like right after showering, so my eyes are like invisible today. The straw.
Fun stuff, fun stuff. And I just muted myself on stream for a little bit there. Cool.
Anyways.
For those of you who don't know what I'm doing, I'm also producing at the same time. So sometimes it can be a little bit difficult for what I'm planning on doing. So most of the time, Mofu. I almost spelled Mecha Mofu again. Sorry about that. It was a fun name.
It's okay. It becomes habit eventually.
Yeah, it becomes habit when you wanna. That's what you get for having like M&Ms as an acronym. So, oh, hey, there we
I
go.
think it's like one of the most
M&Ms.
easily memorable. No, oh my god. Actually, I like that one. That's the only NIP game that I'm like, okay, what's so far? Because it's kind of cute.
M&Ms. Now we just need to figure out what kind of color you'd be. Alright.
I'll come up with an answer for that eventually. Anyway.
So-
Meanwhile.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna take a look at stats real quick. Unless you had something to say beforehand.
Sure.
Okay. Looks like so far, this is like yesterday I was making a big deal of not talking about Runecraft, and today we are not talking about Runecraft. It looks like it has made it 0 lists for this class have made it in, but other than that, the class that's actually been doing the most well in top 16 so far by a pretty decent margin is Swordcraft.
Right.
61% win rate, 31 games that it's been played in. So it looks like most lists that have been brought in for Sword, in fact, are mid-sword, or some kind of variation of that.
Hmm.
Otherwise, Shadow still being banned out as much as possible, win rate kind of floating even, at close to 50% in the games it has been allowed to be played in. Blood, 8 games, going even. I need to actually check the bracket to see if any players in top 6 are still playing that. Dragon has been doing pretty well as well, 51%, and Haven has just been getting bullied. Not doing so well so far.
Yeah, the thing with the Haven class is that they're trying to quote-unquote counter Shadow, but Shadow still does decently okay with them. And that's the thing with Shadowcraft is that since it's mostly mid-range that we normally see in this tournament, they just do exceptionally well across the board. Meaning like their lowest win rate would have been like what, Dragon still currently?
Something like that. I feel like recently there's been a stat publication that says that Haven has the highest win rate against them.
Okay.
With a 47.5% win rate.
Yeah. I mean, it's no... I mean, it's a lot of numbers with Shadowlog putting into that, so maybe they have some indication that, hey, there's a list out there that they think can do well against. But again, mid-range Shadows is just one of those classes that's difficult. As for nerfing it too, it's also very difficult to nerf this class, because there isn't really... What are you gonna do? Take away Hector or take away a little bit from...
I feel like Prince Catacomb is the card that a lot of people are thinking about.
Yeah, but
Because even Akhtar is like... At least he has some kind of cost. A lot of people are like furious about how much Prince Catacomb's allowed to do. Shadow Reaper too. I guess like nerfing the deck is actually very interesting because the deck has so many interactions in it, so many cards that work amazingly well together. It just kind of turns out to make just a really strong mid-range deck that's just kind of hard to counter in any way. So it looks like we got a decision what we're gonna watch here: Lucidi versus Suck.
Yeah, I'm just letting them know that they can start.
So I remember, I don't think I got to see Suck God yesterday, but he's playing mid-range Shadow, Ramp Dragon, and Swordcraft. I'll check out which archetype of Ramp Dragon he's playing in a second here. And other than that...
So you're checking out Suck God?
I'm doing what I can. I copy-paste into my URL thing, and I realized the thing that's left on my clipboard since I went to bed is the telephone receiver emoji and baby rage.
Oh,
like,
God.
I don't remember using this. Okay, looks like this is going to be the control-oriented side of Ramp Dragon, the value-oriented one. As Sahagweel, well, actually, now that I think about it, I guess every Ramp Dragon is Storm Ramp Dragon thanks to Zell now, but this is a list that runs 1 Dragoon Scyther. So, well, 2 copies of Forte, I'll call it Storm Ramp.
Well, set running within Aegis Haven though, and he's just one of the few survivors with Haven at the moment from the top 16. He also runs, interestingly enough, at least 1 Bahamut, which I kind of agree with this deck list. Because other deck lists, they run with 3 Aegis normally, but I guess they took out 1 and put in Bahamut. Interestingly enough too, he also inputted in a Israfil. I wonder if he had... No, he doesn't have Saho. So I guess he's putting in like 2 alternative cases, one for like being safe, which is where Israfil comes in, and then we have Bahamut, which is an alternative sort of a win condition aside from Aegis, in case, you know, things go bad and he doesn't have a clear.
I think I agree with the copy of Bahamut as well. Sometimes when the list gets to play its Aegis but doesn't have a follow-up except playing like a second Aegis, sometimes it just feels terrible because you played your win condition and then you might still lose in
Yeah.
that situation. But you play an Aegis into Bahamut, and your opponent goes bottom right to that. Like very little actually survives that.
Another interesting factor is that he runs Acolyte Light as a one of, and I think this could be an important card for when he's playing against other dragons. And essentially that single card can be like, well, if this is your last, like, I run out of Themistocles. Cool, okay, cool. So, no more Themistocles, no more of that. I still have an Acolyte Light, and he's probably running one more Bahamut. My opponent's running one more Bahamut in case this is a Dragon Mirror. So, Acolyte Light is there to save for that circumstances. And, or, if he's playing against Shadow, if he wants to counter against it, he can immediately make one creature just disappear.
And Acolyte's Light just seems so fair to me though, as I think about it now. It's like it's a good card and it has uses, but at the same time, this is like a game that has Lightning Blast in it now.
Yeah.
It's a big comparison, it's just like...
Yeah, well,
actually, kills a Ouroboros. That was good.
The alternative to that is the Forbidden Ritual, which is essentially Lightning Blast, but with a HP requirement.
Turn 3 Lightning Blast, yeah.
You said that Lucette runs mid-range. So this seems pretty normal here, nothing out of the ordinary except for like one little Soul Squasher. I wonder why they started cutting... He cut Soul Squasher while some other mid-rangers would run 2 to 3 copies of.
I think I have an idea, and that's that you also notice he has 2 copies of Lurching Corpse.
Yep.
I think that some Shadow players have started doing this, and that they kind of run more... As you see here, he's playing like 3 Necro Assassins, got the Attendant of Knights. They kind of cut some cards to run some of these Last Word followers that go into Necro Assassin, and it gives you a bit more tall hitting removal.
Yeah.
In that Lurching Corpse is really tough for Dragon to deal with, and it also makes this deck a little bit more board resistant. Things like that. And Soul Squasher, while an amazing card, it's like usually when you're against Dragon and they use their Evolve, that Evolve just dealt 13 damage to your face. So you don't really get much tempo back by playing Little Soul Squasher because like the damage has been done.
Well, that would explain it then.
You get to kill like the 4/4 Zell, but it's the Little Soul Squasher actually deals with the stuff that and the Lurching Corpse that deals with the actual stuff that comes out.
He also runs 3 Necro Assassins too. I think this build is relatively old. It was seen in the first tournament in this expansion where people were running this slower mid-range where they're running Attendant Knight, Tentative Knight, Necro Assassins, Lurking Corpse, and things like that in this list. The only major difference is that between the other deck lists is that some of them don't run Necro Assassin Soda or Attendant Knight, and so they put in more of the aggro portion for early damage than more of a balance. Because you have an extra 4-drop, and the other one doesn't run Necro Assassin, they just run Orthrus. So, like either or.
I like it, and it's a pretty interesting idea, because like, Necro Assassin's actually a really cool follow-up to a curve that otherwise comes out with Prince Catacomb on 3.
Right.
Just because you'll probably have some kind of target for it anyway that's not too high value to sacrifice. So it's kind of like, you get that tempo off of Orthrus, but you also have Necro Assassin if like you need to hit something tall rather than go wide.
That leaves it up to Lisette's Shadow that we'll be seeing, and then followed by with his Dragon, which is more traditional. Nothing really at place. Which reminds me.
Do you have any ideas on the bands yet?
I'm sorry?
Do you have any ideas on the bands that they chose yet?
Yes. Suck God is actually banning out Dragon, and Lisette is banning out... Well, Lisette can't play his Shadow, Suck God can't play his Dragon, excuse me. So those are the bans. I just realized, there was an interview that we had, remember with Jingjing? Yeah, we actually have his interview in a more thought out way, and he said that he ran his Dragon with a lot more Storm because that's how, like, I think the Chinese meta was currently at, in order to run against other dragons that were running the Saha Quill engine sort of thing. So their list doesn't really run Saha Quill with Israfil and all that stuff. and
That's
more of a
actually really
ramp
interesting.
storm instead.
Because like I knew nothing up to this point about the Chinese meta.
Apparently, there's a Chinese meta.
Interesting.
Well, maybe we'll look into it more, but unfortunately, I don't think we have any making it to the top 16.
Mhm.
So right off, we're going to be going into our next match, Suckgod versus Lucette. I believe it's Lucette.
Lucette. Okay, I'm gonna stop calling him Lucidi.
Lucidi.
So
I don't know.
CET is the most like English ambiguous series of letters.
It is. So we'll be starting with the match quite shortly soon, guys.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't screw up.
This is probably like one of the most unfortunate things I have to do as a producer is every single time you go to a match, you have to like do a 5-digit code rather than just like some kind of room feature.
Right. Well, it's a lot of multitasking too, because then you have to make
For
sure
sure, yeah.
that I put in the right stuff.
Actually, Veteran Tamer has really cute lore that I never knew before. I
I'm
have a
sorry?
unique talent. All I have to do is stand around and animals come to me. Like, yo, Suck God with the Giant
He's
Slayer
fighting in despair,
American
all you
flag.
know? Mother, father, come on!
You got Lucette with the no card back.
Cookie cutter deck? Hello? That's what I was told. If people weren't using a back cover, it's a cookie cutter deck.
This is information being transmitted through the card back choice.
Right.
I think like the first thing I did when I like started playing this game was like they give you such pretty card backs for just doing this story. I could never stand to use the normal one, but that said, I have a pretty decent curve coming out from the side of Lucette here. As his early draw, his I can never remember the name of it, but there's like an exact equivalent to Sacred Play in Magic the Gathering. But gets that out, that's suspension to draw. And Heavenly Hound, not gonna get its bonus, but he's gonna be able to start to... You can't actually deal with this board anymore. I'm gonna stop that train of thought.
Yeah. Once again, it's just that Prince Catacomb is just pretty... I wouldn't say oppressive, but just very annoying that it's like, hey, Inception, I'm just gonna put a skeleton in your cards, and I mean, no matter what you're gonna do, I'm just always going to have a board.
I heard you like minions, so I put a minion in your minion.
Yep.
So I think it's a pretty decent trade here because the Grimnir is going to block out these stats anyway. Makes it kind of harder to just throw stuff into Grimnir.
We do see an Erd in his hand, which is pretty interesting. Maybe I overlooked it somehow. But
It makes a lot of sense to me.
yeah, it can mean multiple things. You can place it in combo with a Lurking Corpse and be able to reutilize or recycle some of the cards on the board.
I missed that for a second. Did our man just play a Phantom Hell?
Yes, he did. He played a Phantom Howl in order to clear.
Right.
Which is...
Interesting. I feel like it's value from the card, but at the same time, there's a lot of, well, Cerberus helps the situation a lot.
Yeah.
But playing Phantom Howl to clear there, while it does get the job done with the board, it does leave him with a little bit of a lacking board himself.
Haven't let loose lately.
Good play on the Cerberus, but doesn't really have any way to get these shadows up for Death's Breath next turn.
Right. That's actually pretty fortunate that Lucette managed to grab a Cudgel here.
You were done for.
Local man sees your weakness.
Yep.
I see your weakness.
Right on
Right.
time.
Cudgel with the double clear. Death's Breath is a pretty rough card to play this turn. Instead goes... Ooh. Come in with the Earth.
Yes. So once again I mentioned that you get to recycle the card, and this is basically a free kill for him.
Ooh. Flips the coin on the Tribunal, gets a pretty good result. I think both of those were actually pretty decent.
Yeah. For some
Does
reason
more
I would
damage, but
prefer
the
having
Lurking
the Lurking Corpse get destroyed first instead of the 3/3. I mean, yeah, I mean taking a hit for 3, but it's better than, you know, it's better than this situation right here where you're kind of forced to kill it and then you're like, oh, well, I'm gonna lose.
Yeah. Go ahead and cleans that up, scoops it with a Themis' Decree. 2 turns away from his Aegis, in which case we'll begin to see the Lurchin Corpse tech just kind of fall off completely.
Alright.
Well... Ooh. Like Suck's got 2 Shadow Reapers and a lot of nothing to do with it.
Feels bad.
He probably doesn't want to commit the Grimnir next to them, but does so. Always feels bad to have to play this 2 turns before it's active.
It also feels bad that he has to play a Grimnir too, and honestly, I feel like he could have just waited that out and just let those 2 play instead.
He may be right now thinking, I have to start committing my resources to board because I'm 2 turns off of an Aegis.
Right.
After that, maybe this Grimnir won't matter anymore.
That's true too. Ooh. But I don't think you'd be playing Catacombs on this turn though. I think Hector is your only choice here. Which means he's gonna be doing a lot of damage this turn.
Unbelievable. So Hector's zombie both clears this Radiance Angel and pushes an extra 2 damage, so that's actually super massive tempo here. Lots of face damage and says, you play that Aegis, and I'm chill.
That is...
Wait.
That is ridiculous. That's 12, 14 damage to face right there. This man just got like... almost obliterated in 1 turn.
Random shout out to Philip Cat, the guy who makes the videos that kind of make fun of Aggro Shadow. But like he just destroyed me with like a clip in one of his videos where like Luna's just rocking out on a guitar and she's like shredding in the Actar, and then it like cuts over to a dude who's just banging on drums and it's like a Shadow Reaper banging on someone's face. Like,
yeah.
He destroys, and he plays the Aegis anyway and throws it in. Test of Strength is up, so he has an extra turn to answer this. Grimnir in hand. It's actually not a bad... Actually, that's super massive.
Yeah, unfortunately though, he does get wrecked with the Themis Decree, so... It's kind of interesting that he just... Oh!
I just remembered he had a great Catacomb in hand, actually.
I forgot that too. This man...
I'm sitting here thinking that... Okay, so... He has 3 different ways to clear this board. And then he has to stabilize his face with a Healing Angel or the Grimnir if he chooses not to play the Grimnir. Either way, I think... Wait, I'm looking at his hand here, and I'm just completely ignoring the fact that he has a second test of strength.
We're tunnel visioning.
I tunnel vision so hard on how he clears this board, and I realize he has, like, the card that just makes this not matter at all.
Oh god.
In side games, I would like to report a glitch. I can't seem to target my opponent's face. How do I win? I like that comic where, like, there's kind of a weird flavor thing going on. How does Test of Strength actually prevent minions from attacking face? It's like, you understand, like, man-eating mangrove is like you create this sort of thing in front of your face that anything that tries to go for it kind of gets snapped up by the vines and the flowers that eat flesh, but it's just 2 dudes arm wrestling, like...
Well, interesting...
Just, like, the 2...
I was gonna say, interestingly enough, with the Test of Strength, Mastema is also another card that ignores this, this effect, apparently.
Mastema ignores that effect.
Yes, so it can go still like... face. Unless...
Does that mean Attendant of Night can also go face through it?
No.
But... does they have the same time?
I'm not sure.
I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah, you might want to. Because someone already tested this out, and then this person went face with Mastema while there was a Test of Strength on board.
I imagine can only attack the enemy leader and followers with ward. I feel like that implies that if your opponent plays Test of Strength, you just only be able to attack. Interesting. So I guess that's got me like thinking emoji in every angle here.
Somebody can testify this if it's true or not.
Before Dark Dragoon, ruler of the skies.
Well, that's it. He actually does pick up the Haven win against Shadow. 2 Tests of Strength and an Aegis, and that's bottom right for any opponent. We actually see Suck switch from Shadow to Sword to deal with the Dragon matchup. I see a lot of players do this, even though the win rate of Sword versus Dragon tends to be pretty low. So maybe, win rate aside, this tends to be a pretty good feeling matchup.
Well, it depends on the curve too, usually. Most of the time with swords, they want to gather A, a curve, and B, all of their storms.
Mm-hmm. And again, that's sort of every matchup when you really think about it.
Yep.
Speaking of curve, we have a 2-3-4-5 going on here.
Leave it to me.
However, the curve we have coming out of Suck God here is not very effective versus this Rahab. In fact, he's completely stifled on turn 3 here. His only option is the Novice Trooper, but playing that is like 3 play point fighter right now.
It's gonna have to wait a turn in order to do something about this, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Dragon just keeps ramping.
There's something I've never seen a player do, even though it's
that?
wrong most of the time, is just like ramp into Rahab and the next turn just skip it and let the Rahab turn into a 7-2. I mean, I'm a 7-5. It's like nothing evolves over that. Like, he played a 7-5 on turn 3. But that said, it's always strong to go for the Draconic Fervor, I feel, because you get that protected chance to ramp. But at the same time, not getting any attack means Geno is just going to swing right over it and survive.
Well, it's looking pretty good right now, because he can definitely use Sahawk Wheel to clear up both.
Besides, he doesn't even need the Sahawk Wheel, just plays out the Sybil, gets that ramp, and casually on 8 play points versus an opponent who's going into turn 5 here. Feels probably that he doesn't need to answer this board immediately, gets to heal that damage back up.
Yeah. So I'm guessing he's gonna utilize that for turn 9 when he can Sahawk Wheel Bahamut and do 13 to the face. That's his plan.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna see a pretty efficient Luminous Mage that gets to clear and throw an extra point of damage face, but as you said, this is a pretty massive free card combo we might be about to see here. Potentially might not want to go for it just because he wouldn't want to get that 1-for-1 trade on the Zel. Or he might just go for it anyway, maybe gets Israfil instead. Alright. So, Bahamut is usually the card that people talk about the most when it comes to Sahawk Wheel Zel combos. But I've always felt like Israfil is like 10 times scarier most of the time, because she trades 3 of the damage that you deal, but she also clears board in a situation like this. Just sweeps up that Geno.
Yep, for 10 damage. And this is also an easier clear than it is with... Oh, Bahamut allows you to do 13, but it leaves 1 creatures on board. So Israfil is a better, easier answer because it clears the board and then... But...
No regrets.
Shouldn't matter too much.
After you see a turn like that, it's like you want to see Sword be able to respond with a high impact, high health card like Fangblade Slayer. But he's still on turn 6, all he's got is Alvida's command. Like,
well, that's what happens when super ramps up to like 10 in like 6 turns.
On turn 10 it has a lot of options that have a lot of high impact. Even just slamming Israfil kind of negates the damage this pirate could do for staying on board.
Right.
Can also consider playing Bahamut, but it's really difficult to play around Tsubaki here. If anything, I mean, we know that he has Fangblade Slayers in hand, so
yeah,
like with our Millennium Eye information, we know that like, we can play around it because the opponent's on turn 7. But this guy's just gonna draw. Can wait for a little bit more value, perhaps, on this Bahamut before he slams it.
What do you even want to do here?
Turn 7 on Sword and you don't really have the ability to play 2 or more cards. Aurelia seems pretty low impact, literal shield angel, so yeah, goes for the Luminous Mage and evolves it. This is the most he's gonna get without committing that last evolve, knowing he has the Albert coming out. Chooses to just slam that Bahamut. He has a bit more value than just killing a pirate now, so he just goes for it. Though this turn he does get answered by Fangblade Slayer.
Well, that's the thing here too, is that if he had done it a turn earlier, he would have been okay with this. But Again, no Millennium Eye, so
It's so sorrowful.
I know both players are just... Well, the Dragon players is just healing it up and being very scared of that turn 10... I mean, not turn 10, turn 9 play with Albert dealing 10 damage.
Yeah.
So he's
Bro, that
doing...
feel when... Oh, sorry.
He's doing whatever he can to rise above that at the moment.
Mm-hmm. And he gets like 8 total health back from 2 back-to-back Israfils, but that feel when you play 2 Fangblade Slayers in a row and both of them go 1 for 1. Like the tallest minion sword has. Albert used to trade this out. He knows he can't let Israfil survive or he never gets to play another card, but that Albert is his last evolve and his last chance at doing a lot of damage in one turn.
Besides, he had to kill it anyways because that's his presents a threat to his life.
Nice.
Safe with me.
At least this
He's gonna
time,
start-
he can go face here.
Can start to slow grind this out. 2 Israfils have been played. I mean, the Sybil is still going to be able to heal whenever that comes down.
So far, it's not looking too good. And Tsubaki doesn't really have any value here at the moment, except for Forte in hand. Luminous
Let's go to
Mage
play.
looks alright. He can definitely play that out along with something else, but he
I
might.
think it'd actually be pretty cool to commit the Aurelia here. I mean, the Aurelia doesn't answer the Rahab, but you don't get much... Actually, it does. Because the Aurelia would be a free evolve and it would have turned into a 3/6.
Turn the power of hope to light.
Besides,
would
it's
have
gonna
been.
keep
And that would have baited out at least a lightning blast for that if that was the case.
that. It goes for the Novice Trooper instead, evolves to Bump.
Gets lightning blasted already.
Manages to get that out of him anyway, keeps the Aurelia in hand. It's such an awkward situation when you run a mid-sword list that has Aurelia, because she's so amazing in certain matchups. I feel like she gives Sword a really decent edge versus Shadow too, but in this matchup she's literally Shield Angel half the time. No, not Shield Angel, but Angelic Sword Maiden. They're such long names.
With 1 less HP.
Yeah, we have literal Angelic Sword Maiden plus Goliath coming out here.
So in this situation, both players don't have a lot of plays coming out right now too. And it's more of like a... At this point, playing out their entire hand.
Like a fighter next to a veteran lancer, so Suck God is kind of on the vanilla curve for mid-sword here.
Yep.
Can be so tough to play without evolves in the swordcraft. But also, okay, goes for this double trade it looks like on the Sybil, doesn't want to push face damage while that's healing.
Come to an end.
Loses his Goliath, and then his entire board is fighters. Like no real effects coming out here.
Yeah,
Double Forte.
unfortunate part,
That is no,
Yeah.
no, it's not.
No, it's
Forte's
not
six
unfortunate.
damage.
that's gonna be lethal for next turn. 2-turn lethal setup by Lucette. Oh,
Albert shows up to see if he's needed, but unfortunately, in this time of dire need, he's
Too-
13 damage off.
too late to apologize.
Needs like 3 times more attacks than he can deal. Ooh, the Ouroboros kind of pushes through any wards anyway that the Forte would have missed. So,
It's not like I have a
Really
Forte
tough
in my
to-
hand anyways.
yeah. Really tough to grind that out as Swordcraft. You're just not a deck built to kind of overcome an opponent past turn 10. You have like 1 power play in your whole deck and it's Albert. It's like 6 damage to face against a healing class. Sometimes just isn't enough, so Lucette goes on. It's like God falls. Feels bad, man.
Lucette winning the, pretty much I want to say he dominated both those games pretty well. Even despite that he was almost to 10 HP, he brought everything back up in terms of life when he just got like 2 Ezreal and just throwing it in there, and I think that was the turning point from that game.
We see those back-to-back slams of like really huge cards, and like I feel like something that Suck God struggled with a little bit that game was that he drew his 2 Fangblade Slayers, but only saw 1 Tsubaki come out way later. Tsubaki had no targets, and the Fangblade Slayers had to 1-for-1. So if you're gonna be in a game where you didn't die immediately to Dragoncraft and you're gonna grind it out, you probably want that in the opposite order, so that the Tsubakis can deal with the Bahamut or the
Yeah.
Israfils, and then your Fangblade Slayer maybe hits something and survives, and then the Bane's just a nuisance to deal with.
I think if it was any different, if he didn't pull out the Israfils into his hand, he might have had a chance to win on that next following turn, because that would have been it. So, hey, goes to show. Just running the Saha Quill engine with normal neutral cards can win against mid-range swords.
Neutral Ramp Dragon is now also Storm Dragon. I'm just gonna call it Neutral Storm Dragon at this point.
Neutral storm ramps.
Yeah. Someone play Polymerization on 2 archetypes with well.
Pretty much. Alright, so next up we'll be following up with the next bracket. Trying to see what's going on here.
Set moves on to face Corillo, who went 2-1 over Smug Muffin.
Ooh, okay. So in this part of the stage, we'll be watching the winners final. Lucette and Corillo, we won't be able to watch them, so they will be playing on their own. And so this brings us closer to the grand finals, which is roughly about an hour from now. It's been moving by pretty fast too.
And as top 16 tends to get faster and faster lately, I think as players come to understand the matchups more and more, it's like they've been here like through the motions of playing out these matchups so many times that they're just like habitually throwing stuff out at each other.
Yep.
Not too many games tend to last too long though.
I honestly think that in comparison to the last meta, like those matches were long. We were seeing nothing but like control versus control half the time on the second half of the expansion. The first half of the expansion was pretty fast, mainly because you saw nothing but Daria and Roaches clearing out everything by like turn 6, 7 all the time. But I would say 6, 7, 7 and 8. But this one, not too bad.
It's kind of like, I feel like control as an archetype is kind of slipping down the rung, just because you play any deck that has the intention of going late and trying to grind out the opponent's resources. And it's like no class can really do that as well as Dragon, as we just saw. It's like if Control Blood wants to try to do something against that, it's free to try, but not really given the resources to.
So between CPV Lekka and GCB, also known as Game Club Busan, Lekka Stella.
So I remember seeing both of the players yesterday.
Yep.
I remember Lekka felt honored that Deviant and I were casting his thing. He was pretty happy about that. He liked that I compared him to Itachi. It was something like that when he had the team kill thing going on.
Yeah.
I remember it was interesting that I don't think he brought. Okay, he did bring Dragon. Never mind. Dragon, Shadow, and Forest. It was.
Yep.
It was a Tempo Forest list that I was pretty interested in.
And what was that about?
I think actually I was interested in it just because Forest seems to be slipping away nowadays. Kind of an endangered deck list, but it does run the Elf Queen. Yeah, it is. It's like less and less people are playing Forest nowadays, just because I don't know, maybe not too many people are attracted by its options. But we got a pretty standard list with the Errands and the Elf Queen.
From what I understand, that Forest is supposed to win out against swords in those kind of matchups, so they bring those in to snipe that, but maybe we're seeing a decline in sword as well, so therefore Force is also in decline, because we see an increase in Haven matches, and Haven can usually play well against Forest. Or or I could be mistaken from that, but you know.
Yeah, it's a matchup we don't get to see often. I feel like a lot of why also Forest is starting to disappear is if you've seen the Forest matchup versus Shadow, I think that's top 5 most depressing anime scenes. It is such a one-sided matchup in the favor of Shadow that I think it's 75-25. This Forest is just a class that cannot answer anything Shadow does.
Alright, right now we're just waiting up on one of them to make the room before we can go in right now. In the meanwhile, just gonna be putting up their names. You know, half the time when I set up the matches, I have to guess what is their lining, their startup lineups, because sometimes the viewers would be able to see like the changes in them, or minuscule changes, and I'm like trying to sneak that in. I was like, don't find these mistakes.
Honestly, I feel I've never noticed it when I watch it. It's because my eyes are on the center of the screen.
Exactly.
You could probably put like, you could put 3 dragon crabs for someone, and like one person in chat would notice. Like, I promise. And people don't
Actually,
even notice my name comes out as like Mecha Mofu half the time. I'm sure everybody like doesn't know that I have a Discord or Twitter because they keep looking for Mecha Mofu or something. Feels bad, man.
but Mecha Mofu, there needs to be an artwork of that.
Alright, I'm gonna drop some lore, some backstory here. That this is the first time I've ever used the name Mofu Mocha has been for Shadowverse, because Mofu was taken, and Mocha is the name that my girlfriend goes by. My voice cracked as I say that. I'm done. Feels bad, man.
Backstory, confessions.
That also
Interesting.
creates a lot of confusion because she's the artist of a lot of sub emotes for Shadowverse. She's done some for Envy, she's done some for Solek. She's done like one of the globals. So sometimes she talks in chat and people think it's me or otherwise because she goes by Mocha Mofu.
Actually, I wanted to question, is that Mofu and his alter ego?
No. She says things I would never say in chat. Like
That's why I say alter ego. Hello?
Yeah, she kind of is my alter ego. That said, I'm gonna stop. This is getting embarrassing. I'm gonna stop.
Oh well, you kind of brought that up upon yourself.
Shadow Sword is... To get back to the Shadow Sword and Dragon seems to be
Are
on
you
the side
eating?
of Lucky Stella. No, I'm puffing my cheeks.
Oh.
I feel so attacked right now. Yeah, Shadow Sword and Dragon on the side of Lucky Stella, in case that went unmentioned.
Alright, we got the room up.
I feel like DeviantArt has to be some localizer joke on DeviantArt, because that's definitely not what that says in Japanese.
What is?
DeviantArt? There's no way that's what that says in Japanese. Like, some guy's got jokes.
I don't know where you're reading this from.
The emblem thing. Or what do they call it? The
Oh, I
banner?
see it.
I also know that, like, Shadowverse Rex is originally Master of Shadowverse. It's like,
Yep.
in English, like, changing that kind of made it a little... Yeah.
Well, they wanted to make it look, you know, it's a big name, so why not?
They call me the Shadowverse Rex top 12, by the way. Haha.
Haha. Oh, brain freeze. As we're talking,
There's no bans, right?
yeah, there is a ban. It's double shadows.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, most of the time in top 16 they ban double shadows, anyways.
I remember there was that one time when I was casting for top 16. It's like, I come in the second half and I look at the stats and I see Shadow has been played 3 games. I'm like, there's every single person brings Shadow and this gets 3 games. It's like, it was the day that everyone decided we're just not dealing with this anymore.
Everyone's just tired of rampaging shadows going around. They're like, hey, I'm gonna bring Haven to counter it. I'm tired of your shenanigans.
God, I still feel like Haven's a class that's like, so you call the police because your opponent is just taking you down with Shadow. Haven answers, but the cops never actually show up. It's like, the class is supposed to, in theory, counter everything Shadow does, but it counters like nothing half the time.
By the way, there is no ban. I was just kidding. It's winners finals already.
Where did double Shadow ban come from? Was that a guess? Because it's a good guess. I would like, I completely believed you. It's like, you could say that, like, you could tell me that again in like 30 minutes in like winners, the second round of a bracket reset that they're banning Shadow, and I would just like consider it normal.
Oh god.
I kind of feel like Shadow gets soft banned without bans anyway. Both players always open it. They get their wins with Shadow, and then they pretend the match actually starts after that.
Alright.
Mother,
So double shadows, of course, I should have just put that up anyways, because that was the most expectingly thing to do.
Yeah, a lot of players like to get this matchup out of the way as quickly as possible. It usually evens itself out, because I wasn't kidding when I said this is like soft banning Shadow. Is one player gets the Shadow win, and the second player, if we're assuming that Shadow kind of doesn't really have bad matchups, which I feel like is bad for me to say, and Cygames would snap me on the neck for it, but like, it's kind of true. It's not my fault, but then the other player who hasn't gotten their Shadow win gets it in, and then neither player has Shadow anymore, and then they just ban Shadow. It's like they just play their other two classes, and it's like a normal match.
Well, another thing with playing both their shadows first too is that the one winning it will obviously have the upper edge and morale, because then if they can counter their shadow on their second match, they're in really good standing, and it kind of puts them in a more tilt situation.
The player that loses with Shadow has to win with Shadow or whatever else they play the next game. Otherwise, they just fall so far behind. Like, you gotta beat 3 classes with 1.
And this is looking very bad for La Castella right now, because this setup right here ultimately, you know, pulverizes.
It's the 3 evolve and everything.
Yeah. It also demoralizes your opponents too. Like, why can't I have
Shadow
2
Reapers just
Sheeper?
taunt them.
Sheeper.
Gee, Bill, how come your mom lets you have 2 Shadow Reapers?
Yeah.
What are you hiding inside?
I don't think that's gonna help him at all.
When I see boards like this, I have to be completely honest, I don't know how to commentate this. Is like, what can I offer to explain to anyone that they're not seeing happen here? It's like, we got skeletons, we got 2 Shadow Reapers that are each gonna turn into a 4/4 and a 6/6.
Essentially, what's going to happen is that one of the player will obviously have a big fat Reaper waiting to OTK.
Dino-sized Reaper, yeah.
Yeah.
One thing I do notice a lot in this situation, though, just because I've seen some streamers like on ladder see this kind of thing, is when you have a board of 5 minions and a Bone Chimera, and you play a Catacombs onto that, you're board locked. You're not playing cards anymore. Like, Death Breath and Phantom Howl are no longer cards in your hand for like the next 3 turns. It's just Zombie Party. So even though he has a good setup going and a very sturdy board, these Shadow Reapers, you can't really trade into them because you're getting more skeletons. As I say that, we see another 5 minion board with skeletons. So, you know, you're not playing cards anymore. Those skeletons just disappear into the ether. They just kind of hit their head against that weird,
you know,
idol altar thing.
I think Shadow in mirrors in general is just awkward to play. It's like, do I make my opponent to have, you know, less creatures and not be on board and whatever, or do I just go face here, ignore whatever he has?
Yeah.
Which he is doing it right now.
You don't have a board clear in the class. It's like you're not gonna Foul Tempest. You know, Foul Tempest would have been the sickest card in the world on that turn, actually.
It would, especially when it comes to turn 6.
Yeah, you kill the Shadow Reaper, everything else gets swept into a skeleton, and then you trade into the skeletons, and your 4/4 and 6/6 go face. Probably could have evolved face with that. I mean, no one's gonna tech Foul Tempest. It's like that's the one situation. Angelic Barrage would have done the same thing.
Why was Foul Tempest taken away?
I think it's Necromancy 6. Like, any card with Necromancy 6 is automatically bad nowadays. Like, I think that's the general opinion of stuff.
I mean, it could be used as, well, actually, saying that, you, what's that card?
Death Breath
Angelic
sometimes.
Barrage.
Yeah.
That used to be
I
a
was saying,
thing.
like, yeah, on that turn, Angelic Barrage would have done 1 damage face, cleared Shadow Reaper, killed everything else, and you could just trade in and go face. But we're talking about an alternate universe where he just, like, magically pulls the tech cards out of his hat. I think most of the time Angelic Barrage is going to do absolutely nothing. Like, your opponent plays a Sahakfield into a bomb, it hits your face for 13, and your hand is Angelic Barrage, like, debated.
Meanwhile, we have a 6 and an 8. Freaking Reapers still haven't been dealt with yet.
Dear bones of white.
He's gonna try. He's not gonna try, he's gonna go face.
Yeah.
So putting down that Death's Breath is pretty huge. They're walled out, but in what way? Because that evolve, not being input on the Shadow Reaper, while it's like a pretty easy thing to go for, it's a very important evolve, because that Soul Squasher has been played around effectively. That Shadow Reaper survives this turn.
Yep, and that was a really smart move from Lekka as well. So here are the few things that I would have done too. I would have evoed the 2-3 like an idiot and then get punished with the Soul Squasher. That's what
Get
I would
punished
have.
hard, yeah.
Every time.
Never unpunished. I feel like it's so hard to play around Soul Squasher, but this is one time where we get to see that happen.
Yep.
But I feel like this is kind of checkmate here.
It is.
Because you can't win and you can't deal with the fact that there's a 7/7 2-drop. Like a Flame Destroyer poised at your face here. So you have like the biggest board in the world, but you were the one who got the short end of it.
Today I learned something new. Today I learned that even if you have double Reaper, as long as you go first and you have Catacombs, you can actually still win this. As long as you have a Death Breath. Thinking emoji.
Yeah, Death Breath can solo this matchup pretty well, as we see here. It's like, you know, he did have 6 shadows, so like maybe he goes home, adds a Foul Tempest to his deck, and never draws it in this situation anyway. It feels bad. But as we were actually talking about, even jokingly, that is a huge issue with this mirror match, is because there's no real space to fit in any kind of one-sided board clear, or something to deal with a Death Breath like that. Even if you have this huge, massive board that you've had the initiative with, having to slow down to kill wards can be the like literal difference of whether you win or lose, like it was in that game.
Now I hope Lekka brings in Dragon in this matchup, because that would be one of his stronger matchup versus Shadows in this situation. If he went with his Force, that can be a little bit of a struggle, I feel. If he does this, okay. He did go with his Dragon. Very nice.
Dragon goes for the 45-55 if stats can be trusted on this matchup. I've definitely seen a lot of games where Dragon just kind of like wins this one. Not even through curving, but just by having the right answers.
Right. As we discussed about this, I already made a mistake on the layout.
I mean, I can't see it anyway. Like, another backstory thing is casters can't see the layout, so we have to use like psychic powers to see who's actually on what side.
I am the Mad Cyclone.
So our
So
dragon
Zell
friend here
is
is
super-
looking pretty good. It's curving out pretty strong.
Oof. Considering also playing mid-range Shadow, not getting a turn 1 or turn 2, getting curved out by a non-ramping dragon. It's actually having a pretty hard deal with board here because the Rahab's so huge.
Yep.
This Necro Assassin could come in handy. Kinda have to bless RNG if he goes for it. It has to bless RNG anyway, and that's the one... It's not that bad. Not that bad
It's
at all.
not that bad, but the other thing is that he still has to deal with at least one ward. Which means that in this situation, our friend here is looking pretty good. You can actually Zell and Grimner if you wanted to, but this is good too.
It's actually interesting, because a lot of people kind of say that the god curve for Dragon's gonna be Dragon Oracle into Rahab.
Yep.
We see him actually just curve out followers every turn, go Zell, Grimnir, Rahab into Sybil. It was like the one time you play Sybil immediately on turn 5, and so he didn't ramp, so it just works.
It'd be interesting what he trades in here. Probably gonna keep just the Grimnir for the board. Turn 5 play doesn't look too much for the Shadow player. It's options just a Goblin Princess if he wants to go on curve.
And maybe pausing this turn, as you said, to think about whether he wants to trade this out, which I think makes a lot of sense to try to trade this Zell into the 3-1. Just because, like, you can force your opponent to have a bad evolve onto the 2-2.
Yeah.
Like that man's gonna playful Necromancer past it.
Well, the thing is, they looked at each other's deck, so ultimately they would think about, hey, what if this guy has a Necro Assassin? Okay.
Very interesting. His Grimnir goes to 2-1. Kind of sees that if he's gonna trade into the 1-1, the 1 health doesn't really matter. He's not gonna get Ghostly grasped or like Angelic sniped or something. The Shadow doesn't punish that. He has to trade the 3-1 in anyway. And now we see a card I've actually come to adore. I love Goblin Princess. This is such a cool card.
Right.
It pushes a pretty insane amount of value. This evolve, although the minion that evolved dies, which is usually quite bad in that scenario, you still get a bit of board out on it. These goblins are still threatening. I had a heart attack thinking that they're my boys who were gonna die getting killed up. No. They're doing their best to protect you from a Bahamut lethal that I just saw in the middle of trying to cast Goblin Princess. That
it went by too fast.
I'm
So-
sitting here trying to say why I like Goblin Princess, and I don't realize that this man just dies to a straight Bahamut blast to the face. Like,
Yeah. So
man ramped once.
behind the strategy that I said earlier, that once you get the upper hand of winning your shadow match, you just gonna you put your opponent into full tilt, because now it's like, oh god, I'm still in my shadow portion and I have to now 3-0 this person from this straight on. So a lot of pressure being applied to Lekka right now, and he's gonna have to think carefully about how he's gonna pull this
Ready
win.
to prove myself.
And he decides to
Think
switch here.
carefully, Smork.
Interestingly enough,
Gotta go
he...
for that,
So what do you think he switched here?
Maybe he knows that his opponent's going sword. Actually, no. I'm thinking from a different perspective. This is a different perspective here. He knows his opponent only has forest left, is what I was actually trying to say. Goes sword. So it's actually really interesting, because I feel like sword and forest might be one of the most even matchups around. I'd otherwise think that usually Shadow has such a good matchup into forest craft. If he actually manages to turn this whole thing around, that'd be really cool to ask him in an interview. It's not something that's in my knowledge. He's gonna go for it.
Well, the thing between forest and swords in terms of matchup is that if he runs like Will of the Forest or try to get on curve over time, forest usually has an advantage over swords, but not by that whole bunch. It's more of it's because they have roach lethal and can kill you before turn 9 ever happens, essentially. So that is the reason.
And I also think that Crystalia Aaron, as an addition to the class, is a card that allows Forest to grind in such a way that it's really tough for Sword to have anything that kind of matches that in value around turn 6 and 7. She just denies your opponent playing Alita's face, things like that. Heals back the last Alita's face.
Yep.
Then Jungle Warden completely stops Albert.
Yep.
If you get that out first, anyways.
And that's usually how Forge plays out. But right now we're not really seeing a very strong example of that at the moment.
You're done for.
Because this sword player is able to chip out, not chip out, but chip a couple of damage on Lekka right now.
And just to get that bump in, the Floral Fencer gets to get that out on curve. And it's protected by a 2-2, so not many things actually trade well here. Kinda wishes that he could pull
Snipe.
a UL out of his sleeve. Does get a removal snipe, but not the right one.
Demon Child failed. Good. Hate that card.
She did okay. I'd say it's better than hitting like the harder armor guy. I never know his name. Ironclad Knight or something. I know him as harder armor because it's like the most gotchi-gasm voice line in the game. 4 mana left. Goblin Mage is really low impact. The Roach doesn't do much either. Nature's Guidance is like, you can try again, but...
Oh, is he planning on using it again, the Demon Child?
If this kills the Floral Fencer, this was... Okay.
This is to be safer.
He could still try to play it and just go for the coin flip here. He really
50-50.
needs this because this can clear completely. Feels... Peppo, man.
I don't know why I'm
It's
rooting. I'm rooting for this Demon Child to miss, not because I'm not rooting for Lekka to lose or anything, just to clarify some things. I just hate this card. The fact that the Forest can recycle cards over and over and be able to use RNG to kill your targets.
He's playing around for health too, so he doesn't get that value trade in.
Yeah.
He's like, May, you jobbed me for the last time, and just throws her and she just dies in that trade. It's like, and he just makes that trade because he just doesn't want the card. He just does not want to talk to her today. Just locking her in the basement. Like, get out of here.
Yep.
You failed me twice. The 4-1 right there, May. Like,
you had one job. One job.
He has 1 health. And so the 2-1 stays. That harder armor to protect him, and this could be either an Albert on curve play to push the fact that May just completely dropped there, or instead he's gonna go for this Luminous Mage and push board again.
Yeah. This looks like an Evo on a mage. Or unless he wants to push in for 3 damage, which can help. I like that play better anyways.
Well, I'm off on the board. I'm not really sure what Horses got on turn. Well, I mean, Aaron does kind of protect him, but he manages to get this Fina off the top, which is like the perfect stat line to deal with a Luminous Mage.
That and...
Yeah, if he plays that Goblin Mage and it searches a May, I'm gonna completely lose it. Okay. Almost lost in the middle.
Oh my god, I would have been mad a little bit. I was like, another Demon Child? God!
I mean, Demon Child has an exact... Actually, it's even funnier he didn't get May, because May had a guaranteed shot to kill a 2-1 here. Like, this is actually a really good pull off the Goblin Mage.
Alright. Turn 6 for La Costella. I think honestly here you can just trade both of those and just still go phase. But ultimately, can't get answer with the Forest's own Dance of Death. Not a lot of really good plays on his hand at the moment with this sticky situation.
Because we see, when you're trying to play beatdown, though we see this happening here, it's like Leica's hand is Aaron and Elf Queen, so you could just play Elf Queen next turn, which kills him upwards of 7 if he feels like he needs to stabilize for something that he doesn't need to fight for board. Turn after that, he's got the 3 heal off to Aaron and can evolve her. So this is a lot of damage for Sword to push through.
Mad Cyclone here doesn't really... It's good for the warding. He still can't use Crystalia Aaron just yet.
So his option is like he can heal 7 with Elf Queen. That's pretty huge. Otherwise, his hand looks like a lot of combo pieces for a Roach, but that Grimnir is actually going to make that a bit awkward. Doesn't get to just throw in free damage and cycle like that.
Yeah. One does not simply Roach damage here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't really have much of a choice anyways from his hand. I'm pretty sure he was just... He's gonna have to heal it up in order to not get destroyed, but Dance of Death will definitely push him back further.
Right. He deals with the 6/6 in a way that he doesn't have to anymore. He's got that evolve point left and 2 Alberts in hand. And he's got 2 drops to play next to the Dance of Death, so his board gets pretty huge. Pushes so much damage.
I feel kinda guilty now.
It's like, you know, those Mays actually were a pretty big difference. We got bored now. Like, Sword Boys are in, and it's all because May failed to snipe a 1-1. I mean, a 4-1.
Yep. She had that one job, and she wasn't able to do it.
So this is very interesting as well. He figures, I don't even need to wait for Albert on turn 9, because that 6 damage is going to be enough. I'm going to throw in the Albert, get an extra 4 damage on this evolve here. There's 4 total attackers. Gets the +3 and she gains 1 attack.
Right.
And now, their board is just like, we them boys right now. It's just like, nothing's gonna clear this. No Will of the Forest. That's way too much health.
Poor Lekka. Tilted to the face of the earth. Tilted off.
Yeah, so what does Aaron do here? Absolutely nothing, because Dance of Death is gonna push this damage anyway.
Pretty sure he knows his opponent would run Dance of Death too, so... Playing to the very end to meet his demise.
Can't play around it, just has to pray that he doesn't have it. And even then, it's like, this pushes so much damage on board already. But, good call to throw in that Albert right there, pushes so much damage, realizes, Dance of Death in hand, I probably don't need to actually plan around playing 2 Alberts this game.
Right.
1 and done.
There it is, 3-0. I forgot to update the score.
It's okay, we can see it here. La Costella moving on.
Yep.
Lekka, I believe, knocked down to losers finals.
Yes, he is. He's currently facing off in the losers final with Corollo winning against Lucette.
Alright. Thanks for playing Lucette.
Or Lacetti,
So-
I don't know.
So we're gonna see this winners final go down. Lekka going to fight for his chance at revenge there, though. I feel like that's a pretty high pressure thing to happen is when you get knocked down out of winners finals in a 3-0, and you know that you have to kind of face those same things again.
Well, usually what happens in the grand finals too, that I noticed, especially when it happens just not too long ago in the winners, they change up their strategy a little bit and kind of like, hey, I understand how this guy played, and now that I know what his lineups are fully, I can actually switch it up and then kind of snipe the like, if he's playing the Shadow again, I'm going to try to play not my Shadow, but you know, Dragon against it and see if I can pull ahead, and then followed by a Shadow to have a higher chance of winning the second round, and then just finishing it up with, you know, the decks that which is what forced.
Both tried that once. Because usually I see players go into grand finals and they just throw in that Shadow Mirror anyway. They're like,
Actually,
it's just like the quick draw, 5 steps and then draw your Shadow. I remember Botalls was trying really hard in one of these last tournaments. In the last one I was able to cast with Envy, he just kept trying that Dragon first, second, and third, and we saw him kind of get knocked out 3 times in a row, and it looked pretty tilting and upsetting.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing too. When sometimes you high roll as Dragon, I feel like Dragon is a very strong. You either high roll, or you get the perfect curve that you need, and
Yeah, I mean, if you draw at least 10,000 vials in your opening hand, it's like you have to start the game with 30 health. Is what it feels like.
pretty much.
It can be so tough versus Shadow, but it's kind of funny that last game we saw versus Shadowcraft. It's like he opened not ramp, but he just curved followers and he just killed them on turn 7 with 9. Like, just Bahamut to the face. I can't get over that. I'm sitting here trying to like say why I like Goblin Princess as a card and the interesting interactions it has on like turn 5 and 6. You can Soul Squasher with the Goblin King at the same time. It's amazing. And then I just watch that man get completely obliterated as I'm saying this. I'm like, oh, never mind.
Yeah. So
Excuse
wait,
me. I have to go.
Lekka is going. Oh, never mind.
Never mind on what Lekka's doing something.
No, it's the So Dynamite asked us to, or asked Top 16 to input the scores, and I've been inputting the scores manually on the Excel sheet because we're doing a stat kind of thing. What was Stella with last call? Oh, Sword. And I don't remember who went first, but Stella won all 3 of them. Feels bad.
Lekka's still with that strong 3-0.
So now we're going into Corollo versus Lekka, and before we get into it, oh god, let's try to talk about a little bit their decks and maybe their as a player as well. Corollo is pretty active in the NAEU Discord chat, and another thing that I know about him is that he's not part of any team. It's just
I should notice that too.
I noticed that, and meanwhile everyone else is like, you know, either part of a team or, you know, part of of some group. But Corollo being solo here.
It's like, I remember, I think in almost every tournament, like in my casting history, I've seen Corollo's name out there. He's never been a part of a team, but he's always done pretty well.
Yeah.
He's been in the top 16 a lot of times. I don't know if he's ever completely taken a tournament, but he does have a chance here. Top 3 coming out in losers finals. This is a pretty good chance for him to kind of prove he's been here a while, experienced player.
Coming close every time. I think this meta has been very strong for him. He wasn't too prevalent the last expansion. But I definitely see Corollo have grown better as a player. from before. And as for Lekka, he seems like a new person or a new player to me. So not much is known for him, but he did join CBV, so it's interesting or a reason why he's chosen to join the team, and obviously he's making it this far, so there it is.
Cool stuff. It'd be probably pretty cool if I could ask him a couple of questions like that later, because like whenever I see someone with a team tag, even if it's a name that I haven't seen too often, like I'm always like, wait, has this person been playing a lot? Because the name Lekka seems old to me. I remember there was a time back when Envy was working on this like Excel sheet where she was taking notes on names that appeared a lot. I actually think I remember seeing Lekka's name on there before he was on a team. So that must mean that he'd been playing in EXG's tournaments for quite a while. So I'm trying to do like detective work on where I recognize him from, but I feel like he's been around decently enough. I've talked to him a few times, and that I remember I was interacting with him a bit, and we were just like sharing ideas about that like Dream tourney format thing that Shadow Nexus was doing.
Right.
We talked a bit about after like TV8 and I got to cast his game. So cool guy, very friendly dude. Anime avatar. Anyone with an anime avatar is okay in my book half the time. But he's gonna try here. Curler versus Lekka, I think, is like a similar story in that both these players weren't on a team for a while. And I don't think either has, if they've both been playing a long time and neither has taken a tournament, then it's kind of like a mirror match of scenarios here.
This is the exact same lineup as where we saw Lekka. Corolla using the same lineup as Lekka Stella, with the dragon sword and shadow. So we're more likely to expect shadow mirrors first. I'm gonna set that up really quick.
Just go ahead and put shadow first. It's like you're right 80% of the time if you do that. I think we've seen both these players open shadow in previous games. Maybe not Corolla, because this is Losers Finals first time he's gonna not have a ban. Or does that happen in Losers Semis? Losers Finals for sure.
Alright, I gave them the go, and hopefully eventually they'll start. Anytime now.
Gonna take breathers. Gonna pray to the RNG gods if they decide to open double shadow to be the one on the higher end of it.
Well, last time double shadow was supposed to help, and it didn't really help the person going second so far.
Yeah. I think it's like a lot of the situation there happens is just a natural thing about Shadowverse, where the idea of how going first and second is supposed to be balanced in theory is that the player who goes first, the entire game, like being able to be on the play, is usually just so strong in every card game. There's like a little tiny like 1 to 3% advantage in like Magic the Gathering if you go first, for example, just because you're always on the play. Second player always gets one more resource in like every card game, I think. There's this extra card you draw. And that happens in this game too. But the game wasn't actually originally designed for that. Rather, they thought giving you that first evolve and then putting a lot of evolve effects on 4-drops would be a tempo revival so the second player could fight in a different way against what happens on the play. But that all gets corrupted when you have this class like mid-range Shadow that doesn't have a 4-drop that it cares to evolve. So like, you like an Orthrus on turn 4 and you evolve it, it's not that much tempo regained onto a board that really takes off on turn 3. So I think that is my theory, like my hypothesis, on why going first and second in that matchup is so polarized, is the way Shadowverse is naturally balanced to try to make that first and second situation fair just doesn't at all apply to this matchup. It's also, I think, why Haven is like kind of seen as doing okay sometimes, is it's the only class that has like Cudgel on turn 4 if it goes second, because a lot of other classes like Forest and Sword, they press escape every turn, like up to turn 4 if they want second in that.
May I show a relevant picture to you?
A relevant picture to me. That's ominous, but go for it.
This is probably perhaps the most cutest thing that I'd like to eat.
Oh my god. I'm over here reading off my master's thesis on card game balance, and you show me this. But this is actually really cute. It's like it's cookies for Coco and Mimi.
I think they're buns. Meat buns.
Are you only gonna show this to me, or is like stream also gonna see this?
I don't know how I'm gonna show it to stream. Maybe when somebody asks for it, and then I'll just provide the link when it's being asked for. 10 minutes in the future.
Yeah, in 10 minutes I'll post this. At exactly 6:50 a.m. I'm gonna post this. Carlo and like is still getting ready, it seems. I'm
Yeah.
decided to go take a waterfall shower meditation.
Actually,
So
one
I'm
of
gonna
those
let
just went to the
time do-
bathroom.
Oh, okay. That's okay, I understand that. There are some times when like in the middle of casting I'm sitting here like 5 hours later, like my body just shuts
I
down.
mean,
and I'm like,
I
forget some things.
during the tournament, I would go to the bathroom as soon as I can before the freaking finals or grand finals. I don't want to sit around, you know, looking constipated and stuff. That'd be awkward. And on cam.
Mhm.
There was this
That
one
feeling.
guy that I went to Summer Jam with. I was watching a match where the guy needed to go to the bathroom really bad, but he couldn't because his match was there, and if he had left, he would have been DQ'd, and it was on stream. And I'm like,
Was
Don't-
the guy on cam?
yes, the guy was on cam.
Oh my
His
God.
face was looking constipated as anything.
How does
It was
he-
hilarious.
Ugh. That. It's not- You know, I don't think I'm even gonna respond to that. It's like, it feels bad, man.
Feels bad.
That feeling when a game takes so long to start that we're sitting here like sharing literal like bathroom anecdotes.
Well, the moral of the story is take the time to do it before you meet up with your next match. Otherwise,
Can we make this not about the bathroom and just be like, just kind of freshen up, do all the things you gotta get done, eat,
pretty much.
you know, shower, all those things, like before
I
this
don't
like
think-
situation is where you can't leave.
You think people might shower before playing their next match?
Well, I showered before casting, so maybe you can catch like a 3-minute cold shower or something.
True.
Because if I woke up late and I didn't have the chance to shower, then like I was gonna disappoint Chad again by saying, "Sorry guys, I'm like I can't webcam if my hair's greasy." I'm just
Which-
like I'm
which-
gonna
Which reminds me,
disappoint everybody.
now that Solik is qualified, is he done joining the tournaments now?
I think so. Like joined this tournament, but there's a situation I see sometimes. You know, I love him and everything, but I know that getting high rolled is something he's very sensitive to.
I
And
see.
so when he loses a couple games and he feels like he can't do anything about it, he gets knocked out of top 16 or something. He's just out. It's like
Pretty much. Story of
always usually accompanied by the lines of like I'm gonna uninstall, delete, and switch, etc. But he like still finds himself chained to the game.
Well, he did say he has this hate and love relationship with this game.
He's in a pretty abusive relationship with Shadowverse. It's like
So far.
forever ago. It's like it's like months ago I stopped making fun of him for the whole liquefy thing when I actually realized that the guy's like trying his best to play the game. But yeah, I don't know if he's gonna still play in tournaments. If he came to this one, maybe he comes to the next one.
Well, he would need to go to the championships anyways.
Yeah.
All right, we finally get our match.
Based waltzing fairy.
Hardly ever used.
When I like first started playing this game, I read it and I thought it was like, how does a card like how do you allow a card to have this much value on turn 3? It creates 2 1/1s, and look at where I am today. In a game with Prince Catacomb, that
This one's
actual
for
field
my
win.
family.
All right.
1/1/3. There we go. The 3 that creates 2 1/1s. 3 actually in this case.
I don't know if I agree with keeping one this goal because for some reason I would always throw one away and hope that I would get a 2-drop.
Just double Phantom Hill feels bad, man. It's like a card on turn 4 that just doesn't give you any tempo.
The sky's my destination.
Alright, going first and having that 2-drop is huge here. It really punishes having the 2 Skull Beasts because that 2-drop just deals with this. The Blazing Breath also means that Prince Catacomb is unplayable on turn 3 almost. Such little impact now.
I now realize we're seeing actually a dragon versus shadow matchup and not a mirror.
I feel when like the one time I assume it's gonna be a Shadow Mirror,
Hiding
it
inside.
just doesn't work out.
Well, we'll just have to see.
Turn 5 gets that ramp in there with the Draconic Fervor, shoves off that 1 damage to Skull Beast ult.
Embrace me.
Deals with this Prince Catacomb before it gets another Prince Catacomb put onto it in his head probably.
Orthros is actually pretty good now. Can evo this and definitely push in for 5 damage. Cerberus will actually help out even more. And
Considering as a Cerberus and 2 Phantom Hells in hand, this is a lot of burst damage, but there is a Sybil coming down here. That ramps him to 9.
and now
So we chillin'.
he's 10 next turn.
He's twice his opponent's play points. It's like, we good. 18 health as well means he's well beyond that benchmark damage that Phantom Hell wants to deal.
Well, the thing is here is that he doesn't have a high roll at the moment. He still has some ways to go, which means all of his higher cost is somewhere in the middle of his stack right now.
Yeah. In the meanwhile, though, it feels really good to stabilize when your opponent's playing a very aggro-ish list like this. With these Phantom Hells are finishers, but kind of actually stretched out for actual options here. Go back to 18 health, he's just completely above the 11 damage mark. Rob not bad here either.
Oh, decides not to evo it.
Yeah, maybe figures that he's gonna have more things he needs to deal with later. That taking care of this 3-4, he might not be so pressured right now as to need to. Cerberus is gonna make that a bit unfortunate though.
I'll show you.
So the Evo used means Phantom Hell at max is gonna be dealing 9 damage from this turn starting forward. 4 damage comes through, 14. So, Breath of the Salamander, like a good, splits up the stats. Doesn't go for the Ritchie family secret technique of the Blood Bolt evolve. And Lightning Blast.
Yep. So, again, he's still not picking up his high rolling cards in order to come back, but
Yeah, he can't put any pressure onto the board here, and he lost his ward.
yep.
I mean, it's a good thing he had the Lightning Blast as a better answer than Breath of the Salamander would have been, but... Ooh.
Play another soul conversion?
Probably most likely. He doesn't want to play the Shadow Reaper here. Gives him no value, really.
At the moment... Oh, he does want to play the Shadow Reaper here.
Okay.
Okay.
That feel when these ghosts, it's like, if there was like some kind of effect, like Ghost Town Sexton, that could make those actually die for Shadow Reaper, then I feel like that would be such an insane interaction. Maybe he just wants this uninteractive damage here, like to sort of push some sort of threat. A really good draw on the Grimnir. This both deals with this and protects his life just enough, so that this Phantom Hell is not going to threaten him for lethal.
Nope, still nothing.
I've seen a player once, I don't know if it was in a tournament or if it was just watching a streamer, but I've seen someone play Phantom Hell, lose a ghost, and then play Prince Catacomb onto the ghosts under like some kind of suspicion that it was supposed to work. And it was like one of the hardest things to watch in my like Shadowverse watching career. So this hand is very slow. It's not really any clean way to deal with Grimnir. Not that he has to, it's not much pressure, but it's denying him the damage he wants to push.
He's gonna have to end up using the soul conversion and negating being able to use the Phantom Howl if he wants to look for answers.
Embrace me.
And again,
Maybe
he's
only one.
yeah, on a Bone Chimera, and that's not something he needs right now. He needs an
Skeletons
Nectar.
are useful. The Sybil is one source of healing here. Using the Breath of the Salamander it would change us to 3 skeletons. I mean, Grimnir is still threatened. The Ayelas right now aren't very useful. Kind of 2 dead cards in this hand, and otherwise, it's not the right time for Forte. So we can narrow down this hand to Sybil and Breath of the Salamander mostly. Pushes a lot of damage with Forte and Herb, but just not the right time to. Getting close though, actually.
I think this might be the turning point where our dragon friend might come back from. If Corolla doesn't get some sort of a high roll card, such as Ector or another Cerberus.
Ector would be the comedy draw here, but gets the Goblin instead. Actually, that's the comedy draw. But I know this feeling as a person who kind of autopiloted aggro Shadow back in like the Rise of Bahamut days to Masters. It's like the worst feeling when you play a list like this, especially considering how much value is packed into mid-range Shadow, and you choose this archetype instead, is this always works 100% of the... Wait, he has lethal, doesn't he? I'm like sitting here talking about how Goblin is a... I need to actually work on adding this. It is, because...
4,
no,
6?
it's not.
It's 6.
Why did I think that he had 6 health?
Because 5
I
plus
swear
2 is
I-
7.
I
There's the
swear
ward.
that I was in an alternate universe where he had 6 health there. So I'm gonna pretend that I didn't say that. It was random. Like, I looked up from him having 6 health to him having 7 health, and I'm like, this is like a Berenstain Bear situation. It's like I just woke up in a different universe where it's just different now. He throws in that damage anyway, though, which is interesting because that takes away the last bit of burst he had in his hand. So he's gonna have to kind of bless RNG for something here. The Rahab draw doesn't make this easier either.
Yeah, and I saw as well as heal for 3. So he not only does he have to get rid of that board, he also has to do addition 4 damage.
This gives him plus 8 effective health.
Yeah, and Lekka is not letting him have any of it.
So how do you actually get over the situation? It's like,
Nope.
I mustn't... Just play it.
Nope, you don't. You cry and cringe in a corner and
Yeah. I mean,
complain about why I didn't get any high costing card in my hand.
baby rage.
Yeah,
I
baby
mean, Phantom
rage.
Hell could have cleared Rahab, but then he gets to heal 3 again. Your Lesser Mummy's not doing anything. And it's not like you're gonna draw 2 cards again suddenly. Past all those soul conversions, needed like a... Cerberus would have been a good top deck, but he healed 3. So Lekka just got to survive over that. Either one of those 2 cards was enough considering the card he drew. The Rahab would have been enough to deal with the Lesser Mummy alone. And the Sybil also would have been enough, so didn't even need to top deck a word there.
I like how chat is so cooperative when I say something like, link us with the Coco and Mimi, and they already do it for us.
Oh, okay. Probably someone already saw this on Reddit. I didn't even realize.
Oh, Twitch chat, I love you guys.
Bow before
Kappa
Dark
Pride.
Dragoon,
Kappa Pride.
ruler of the
Yo,
sky.
if this was... Alright. Yeah, credits to Emma Delama. Emma
Yep.
Delama? Or whatever, for creating that image. It's really cute. They're probably not actually here to hear that, but it was a good name. Anyway. Looks like we get to see the opposite of what just happened last game is, after taking that L with the Shadow, we see Corella switch it up. Tries Dragon this time, and Corella switches over to Shadow now. Just wants to get this one in there.
My boss works us to the bone.
What are we matched to? Oh, wait, I forgot. Who won?
It was, like I did.
Lekka did.
Dragon.
Oh, with the dragon. So he's gonna be going with the strategy that I just said like 20 minutes ago. Starting off with dragoning and then going ahead and being on tilt. Tilting your opponents further.
Though, if Karmic Value is in here, then we'll get to see another Dragon victory come out, because this Grimnir Rahab just brick walls any value that comes off of this Catacomb. It goes face with the Grimnir and everything, no need to trade it whatsoever. So Evo number 1 out here, but no minion that really wants to use it. He can double Catacomb and get 1,000,000 skeletons, but all of them are walled off right now. Maybe thinking he doesn't want to use this Evolve just to get over and something as low value as just the Grimnir body, but needs to get into the board somehow. Bone Chimera helps him stay out of being board blocked, so he does decide to use this to get over the Grimnir. Tries to put some more stats on the board, because he knows if any of this gets answered, he gets to keep the board anyway. So he's probably going to need to draw for something that turns this into more pressure.
Like a
Sure,
Soul
but-
Reaper? Hello? Where is it?
Yeah, Shadow Reaper could do a lot of work here, Orthrus could do a lot of work here, and Cerberus could do something. Could set it up. It's like the one class that can play a card that sets up like Cerberus and trust that it'll still have the board the next turn after that.
A dance to make the world blue.
So we see the Sybil come out. No heal, but does get that ramp in there.
And then you can easily get rid of the this board with a little soul squasher. On top of Prince of the Catacomb as well, if you. But that would board lock, so you would need to trade one, at least one first.
I think he's gonna go for that exact play, in fact.
Yep.
It just looks so attractive here.
It is. Come on. You can do, or you can try to gamble with the Orthrus.
Embrace me.
Alright, if he trades the Prince Catacomb, I feel like that definitely means he's getting a Catacomb again here.
They're so fresh.
Yeah, so let's get that value over the little
Yep.
Soul
Come to an
Squasher.
end.
There it is.
He could
What are
also
you
trade
hiding
first
inside?
to try to keep a board space open, but he would lose some value, so he just goes for it like this. In fact, he's gonna evolve and push damage face here.
Here's the thing now, is that it's board locked, so this is all the damage that he can put in.
At the very least, this is not the worst board lock in the world because he does have a bit of an upper hand in terms of the board here. And actually,
No, because Dark Dragoon can just immediately kill it, but then, and he can't even use Little Soul Squasher. Orthros couldn't be placed on it. So 7 damage to the face and doing it again next
I've
turn.
seen this exact scenario before, but I was watching it from the perspective of Aggro Dragon. So they managed to play a Forte hit face, and next turn they had a Chaos Rider Aina, again 5 health from the opponent's board lock, and it was, 5 attack. And it was one of the most brutal 2-turn lethals I've ever seen. That said, it is always not... It is a bit risky to just ignore a board like this. It's like... It's not like this is Aggro Dragon. He doesn't have a Zal in hand to get like a solid finish on top of the Forte.
Unless he
far more
managed,
damage on the next turn after.
unless he managed to pull it off on this next turn.
Yeah,
But that
if
needs
he
to be like a
actually
turn 9
managed to-
though.
Mhm.
These black wings are unbreakable.
Just, okay, he goes for it. He figures this is actually, in fact, his best play. It's not like Sahakul Bahamut's gonna deal with this at all.
Yeah.
He gets 2 hits off of this Forte. Like, guaranteed. It's not like any ward's gonna come out. He needs to draw a zombie party to deal with it. That's the only
As you say it, dude. Come on.
Well,
As you say it.
the world changes around my based perception of the world in my Targi. So he gets that zombie party and it's no longer a problem. He's not taking 14 to the face from Force anymore, and that is such a huge difference.
Yeah.
Like, bless RNG on that one. If this guy draws a Zell, I guess Zell doesn't actually matter too much.
Mofu with the calls. How are you gonna take responsibility for Corollo?
Nice. Feels bad, man. Doesn't have an Evo point anymore because he was banking on that Forte surviving too. So, Shadow really enjoying the new inclusion of a card like Zombie Party that gives them that 3 damage on 2. Because, well, I mean, he could have top decked Undying Resentment. No, he didn't have the shadows, did he? He had 0 shadows right there, so Undying Resentment would have been the most, like, useless card in that situation. Yeah, they didn't have a 3 damage on 2, so he needed, like, a demonic strike to kill it.
And now this is presenting like. Well, the thing is, he's at 11 HP.
6, 9, 10. 10 damage. And no way to push, so he has to close here actually. Probably gonna still get as much damage in here as he can.
Yeah. So, can he still have a chance? Is there a way to do 11 damage? He needs exactly.
He would need Israfil and a Zell in hand to have like so. Ooh,
This works.
That's something.
That works a little bit. Doesn't
also
necessarily
would've been
give
good
him
if,
the win, but it definitely puts him back a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think he gets anywhere if this hand had not drawn like Grimnir. Because playing the Bahamut would have really well. Playing the Bahamut would have left 3 skeletons alive, and then Orthros would push him down to 1 health.
Yeah.
I guess actually if he had played Bahamut survived whatever we see drawn next turn, then Bahamut plus Grimnir would have been pretty good. Would have dealt with a lot of stuff, because he could get through the Death's Breath, but I'm talking about like a completely different universe here. It's a soul conversion.
Death Breath.
You can
looks-
trade into all of it.
Oh. Okay.
Just looking for something.
Mortal Sane does 2 damage here.
That's so scary though. He knows he's at 7 health left, and playing Thane does nothing to the board. Definitely wants to play out this Death's Breath somehow. At least that's what I would read on the average emotional scale here. 7 health. I mean, it's not like he has an Evo left, so you're not really having to play
RNG?
around Zal or anything. And bless job.
Bless job? What?
I was about to say Bless RNG, but Orphan was just dropped in there. Like,
Yep.
had a 50-50, not too bad of a chance, and just...
Sorry, you're mean.
Alright, here it is. Bahamut just slams through this board. Not like he has lethal yet, but this is not gonna be too easy to deal with. Now,
6
however,
damage.
we know that this Bahamut is not actually gonna get to go face. He doesn't have a Lightning Blast in hand, so I guarantee this. So if Death's Breath comes down...
And then Skullbeast and Spardoy. Then there isn't really much that he can do unless he pulls a Lightning Blast out of his butt. Nope.
It's a breath, and that's it. Right?
Nope.
That was a BM pull? Oh, no, yeah, it doesn't clear the zombies.
Nope, it doesn't. Because it's
Whoops.
3 HP. It's just 1 away.
Blast one of these zombies. I see, like, Breath of Salamander, and I just automatically assume it clears everything. I'm like, a little bit today.
Shadow
Alright,
Reaper
so-
wouldn't do it either. But Grimnir will finish it off. So he needs to win this turn specifically.
He doesn't have any kind of
No, he
any
doesn't.
kind of super lethal here. Because Thane is a really cool card to find weird lethals with, but just doesn't have the resources or board space to deal 6 damage with it.
I think he was just trying to set that up for Thane in order to do that, but fortunately,
You're mean.
this guy comes in.
Yeah, I remember the negative 12 health.
Alright, so Shadow Mirrors now. So
Does
regardless
get that
of...
karmic comment.
I was gonna say, regardless of what I just said about, you know, being able to pull ahead through morale, essentially both the dragons have passed, and now we're still going to see another mirror match soon.
Yeah, the shadows actually, like, this whole try to get these shadows out of the way thing actually didn't work. It's actually Dragon that has been soft banned that way. So maybe now we get to see the Shadow Mirror? Because, like, I think both players are trying to get Shadow out of the way for sure.
Well, technically, I think it was more
There it
of like a, hey, I'm going to counter your shadow with my dragons and win it.
Come on.
And then the opponent was like, you know what? I like your
I
thinking.
saw you do that. I'm gonna do the exact same thing.
Yeah.
And then both dragons actually worked out.
Yeah.
But here we go. The Shadow Mirror of the match. Always inevitable happens somehow. Mulligan's a Demon Lord Actar into another second copy of it.
Well, the thing with this deck list for Corolla is that he runs goblins.
Does he actually run Actar on this? I feel like he does.
It should double check.
Works us to the bone.
Because I noticed this is a very... It's listed as mid-range Shadow, but when I see Goblins and Phantom Harrow, it's like dangerously close to aggro right there.
Yeah.
If I see Phantom Harrow, I'm gonna call it aggro.
No,
Whether it has
we did
that
see
or not.
Phantom Howl before. It was like, oh wait, no, that was a previous match. Just kidding.
Yeah, Corello does play 3 Actars, which is my... Well, he does play 2 Death Breath and 3 Actars, so it's mid-range with an aggro twist to it. But the Goblins had all thrown in there.
Meanwhile, one player has all the Prince of the Catacombs that he'll need. Meanwhile, the other one does not.
And feeling on turn 4 you have 5 1/1s. Remember, like, when Swordcraft was supposed to be able to do this? Like, that was their shtick? That Shadow Reaper could be so
What are
huge.
you hiding
Again,
inside?
the problem is, like, you know, Angelic Barrage would be actually amazing in this matchup right here. It'd be so much denied value, but
That-
it only gets one in there.
That or Foul Tempest, but Angelic Barrage is better.
Dance, dear bones of white.
And losing 2 here, I don't think that the Soul Squasher gives him too much value at the end of the day.
Yep.
Not anything more than Lyriel could give him. But the Shadow Reaper is definitely huge.
Along with Lyriel, perhaps, to double clear this out.
Maybe he doesn't want to use the Lyriel to clear because he could just push all of this into trading. Has the option to either do that or play Lyriel and say, I didn't buff my Shadow Reaper, but if you play anything, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
It does play the little Soul Squasher in fact, so maybe he wants to trade 2 in anyway.
Which means we'll be
Go
seeing a
Skeleton, go
3-3 and possibly into a 5-5. Or not.
Interesting, okay.
Okay, most people don't usually do this sort of lineup. They normally would want to Evo their Shadow Reapers because they can't usually do it.
Mm-hmm. But he's over here being like, what's the worst that could happen? My opponent Foul Tempests me? It's like,
Actually,
it would be so good here. The man has got the shadows. It's like, why in every Shadow Mirror we're actually seeing that these cards would be amazing. But I don't think that the deck can afford to fit them in just for the mirror half the time. As important as this matchup is.
I think he wanted to try to play the didn't evolve the Shadow Reaper mainly because his opponent could also run the Soul Squasher to eliminate it once it comes out of the shadow. Or see what I did there.
Haha.
Aha!
Pretty good. So he evos to try to take some stuff on the board, but always frustrating in this situation is you kill one but you play around 0 damage. It's like all you did was move it on to something else.
Yeah.
Like playing Mahjong over here.
More likely to see a Death Breath on this turn.
Yeah,
Followed by
loses nothing
Ector.
in training this goblin.
Things are looking pretty good for Corollo so far.
Want to play?
Who does evolve this anyway, doesn't care about the Soul Squasher, just pushes the 7 damage face. You know what card would be really, really useful right now?
What's up?
Actually, no. Foul Tempest would suck. I just realized that it has the same. I'm sitting here like, Soul Squasher that, and then Foul Tempest, and then I remember, never mind. As I said before, Necromancy 6.
That's like 10 frickin' Necromancy,
10
which
shadows.
you can't afford for Demon Lord Ector coming next turn.
Yeah.
What are you hiding inside?
I'm just like, hung up on this idea. Anyway, it does manage to take out one of these zombies, but, I mean, 2 zombies left, the Axe are coming out, man's at 1 health,
Show you.
but does use his Evo to play around a bit, knows his opponent's going to 7.
He's gonna have to kill as much as he can, cause that Demon Lord Ector is coming in hot. Phantom Owl?
Phantom Hell.
To clear, but
This head can't be
okay.
It says he's gonna just throw in that Axe anyways.
Yeah.
Puts the most pressure on board. Where's he gonna take a skeleton? The man's at full health, so he probably doesn't need to trade at all. He's just gonna be like... It's usually the job of the player who's in the backline like this, with low health and just eating all this beat down.
Yep.
Ironically, the player who went second usually has to do all the trading.
You would
But
need
Yaxar is gonna help
to
with this.
trade 2 in order to get 9 Necromancy to play the Demon. Doing it. Soul Squasher would do it.
Yeah. Even then, like, if Soul Squasher's got that skeleton coming back out, then
Oh, yeah.
the board's actually kind of awkwardly positioned anyways. Entering the skeleton means you have to throw in the Soul Squasher anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's like, I don't think... He may be thinking about this line, but I don't think it makes too significant of a difference.
I was just trying to think it optimally, please.
Yeah. Feels bad, man.
This head can't be taken.
Just throws it down anyway. Figures he can just throw in a zombie. Throw in a skeleton.
Again.
Actually, that was actually something I didn't think about. Is that Yaxar actually gives the summoned skeleton out of the Prince Catacomb, the +2 and Rush also. I
Right.
usually just assume that they're not going to be attacking that turn, but I very often forget that detail. It's not just the zombies that get Rush.
Time to go a little wild.
Things are gonna be
Shadowverse.
looking bad right about now if he can try to push out. He has 5 right
9,
here.
4, 4.
He
Wait,
needs
9,
to
4,
no,
and 4.
lethal next turn.
I think he has lethal this turn. Wait, no, he doesn't.
No.
Why am I calling this? What is 9 plus... Okay, no. I counted the Cerberus twice.
Yeah. He doesn't have it yet, but this looks like a win for Corollo with this shadow.
Just kind of has this man amalgam out.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sitting here like, in my brain I immediately count the Cerberus and be like, okay, that 5 is a 9, and then I add 4 from the other minions, and I'm like, am I forgetting Cerberus? So I like count for like 14 damage as like 55 damage, and I'm like, oh, there we got lethal.
Where did all these damage come from?
Something really cool to see here is he did actually snipe up this win, pushing his opponent down going first, but also having the edge in this matchup right there, with having that kind of reach from hand that mid-range doesn't really get without playing the Phantom Hell. Loses
Alright.
board, but manages to win anyways.
So we have Corollo versus like a best of 5s Corolo at 2, Lekka at 1. 2 more matches?
Yeah, Shadow Mirror is done. So he's having to move over to his sword now. I saw Pluto is one of the most invisible legendaries in this game.
When do we bring Pluto back?
The ye old days. I think it's like, it's a mark of shame if a legendary is so unplayable that in Rise of Bahamut they added a card that summons it. Like, Pluto with Pact with the Nether God and Beast Dominator with Sadistic Knight is like... It is a mark of shame if like the developers considered you so bad they needed to stick you onto a different card.
Ooh, both players having 1-drops, but our Shadow Companion over here has all the curve in the world. Oh, both players have
going
curves.
first is so huge.
Yep.
This Quick Blader just gets swept up. It's like he played an Angelic Snipe.
And what do you even do?
Shadow Reaper, hard to trade into. And Punish is playing a 2-2, but goes for this anyway. This works out just fine because Shadow Reaper loses Ambush. It's not like it goes past being a 2-2 this turn. It's actually a really clean way to deal with it. Even if Prince Catacomb's gonna hit 2 minions, so...
Essentially, the option would probably just play the Bone Chimera if he figured out that he's not gonna push damage with this turn.
What are you hiding inside?
That or play
Prince
this.
Catacomb.
That's okay. Either one works.
Yeah, gets 3 skeletons out of this one.
Yep, 3 skeletons.
He trades with the Shadow Reaper first to not feel sad about trading the 2-1 in, or the 2-2 in.
The battlefield awaits.
Novice Trooper decides, you know what? Yeah, you're a skeleton. I actually thought I was gonna go face with that, but... Knowing he's going second, got the Floral Fencer coming up soon, I can see that trade. He wants to try to get onto the board here if he can, in a last-ditch effort to have it.
You wouldn't.
Does not even honor him with a value trade of a 1-1 into a 2-1.
Beauty together.
I'm pretty sure Lekka was like, nah, not this time. I'm just gonna go face.
Loyalty is ironclad.
Getting this
Sees
win
that with
back.
Soul Squasher in his hand. Figures he's gonna get a lot of value anyway, if he does get that on-curve Floral Fencer. Because all it does is kill a 1-1 and get squashed. Unless Necromancer is gonna be MVP here.
The moment Corolla is just like, oh, you're gonna go face with that 1? Well, I'm gonna punish you with hitting a 2 to your face with that 1. Take that.
Soul Squasher coming in hot here, because he drew a 2-drop, makes it really good that you can play this and the 2-2 at the same time.
We're together forever.
Yeah, going for as much trades as he can in order to clear up this board to play the 2-2, I think. Yeah. Ooh, clears the board entirely, in fact, says, you know, I see that on-curve Floral Fencer, and to it I raise a full clear and a 5-minion board. Is like, hey Sword, you're a little jealous of me doing the thing that you were supposed to do.
That same skeleton.
My boss works us to the bone. You've gotta see me dance.
That's Lyriel is a pretty good option here. If Sword can't handle this, then the neutral draft cards can. Trying still hard and realizes, even if he's so far behind on board, if he can clear this, both players are very low on resources. And Albedo's Command is a really good value card in small grinder situations like this.
Hey, why so angry?
Yes, if your opponent didn't have a Necro Assassin to get rid of anything.
Ooh, the Thane is like... that he is the god of grinding, though. It's very hard for Sword to deal with 3 bodies and a White King like that.
What do you do here?
Right.
Both opponents had same HP.
I don't think he wants to use the Evolve this turn. He wants to probably try to deal with this board as cleanly as he can. But using Necromancer, using Necro Assassin to clear a 4-2 or a 2-2 with no difference based on the trade Spartoy Soldier makes. Or Sergeant, whichever Spartoy this guy is. There's like 5 of them.
Spartor Sergeant.
This one's the Sergeant. Soldier's the one for.
Play?
Alright. Is he
So
gonna
I'm gonna use the
go
secret one.
Bones of white.
all face?
Could also value trade.
Okay. Trade
Kill a
and then
4-2.
Necro Assassin. Oh.
Wouldn't.
Oh yeah.
Breathing
Oh,
too
jealous.
loud.
Does he kill his Evolve minion? Feels bad now. But this does revive some value off of it. Has the 1-1-2-2-3-3. This is pretty hard to deal with. He plays this Alvitus command, but goes straight into this Thane.
It all ends here.
It's actually quite fortunate he evolves so he doesn't eat this extra 2 damage. Or at least he has less of a board set up here for the whites to be pinging him with. God.
Oh no.
Death's Breath on top of a Thane's not gonna be easy. You can't play this Thane Blade Slayer yet, and even if he could, the Thane is so hard to deal with.
The thing with Thane, for those of you who don't know, he summons 2 creatures, which is both the whites, 2 whites, and essentially what's the problem here is that for every creature that dies in the field, it pings the opponent's face 1 damage.
Right, so the whites are a very relevant piece of the board to start dealing with. Even taking out 1 takes 1 damage. And a card that people don't really know too much of because it never really sees play. When Immortal Thane himself dies, he adds White King to your hand, which is a 3/4 vanilla stated body. With if you play him and have 4 shadows, he Necromancy 4 gains +1/+1 Ward and Bane. So it's a huge contributor to why the same sword just kind of get slaughtered in this matchup. Is that card comes down, you can't answer it, and even if you could, Sword doesn't have tools to answer what comes out. He takes 1 damage for every trade he makes this turn. So Immortal Thane just soloing this grinding situation. Sword's got nothing to deal with that.
So essentially this single card just dealt 7 damage, 6 damage right there?
Well, it's something like that. It's like
something like that.
Thane into Death's Breath is so hard because he has to push through those zombies, but it burns him for 3. And the Thane is still not dealt with. I mean, I probably exaggerated this enough at this point, but it's just that card is game over for Swordcraft. Tsubaki can't hit it. Tsubaki can't hit the White King that comes out of it. If Fangblade Slayer dies to the White King that comes out of it, it's like you answer it and you still lose.
This is coming out to be a very close match, and now we get the classic Sword versus Forest.
Indeed, both players now just 1 win off. They've gotten rid of a good essential part of their classes here. So both dragons and both shadows have been removed here. Your MVP Fortress guard. I just noticed there's a throwing knife in the middle of all those arrows on his shield. Like, one of the archers shot a dagger out of his bow. Speaking of bow, Forest Sword. Pretty familiar matchup here. Something we might see again in Grand Finals.
Alright, not bad of a
into an ancient elf.
Not bad of a hand for both players at the moment.
Ooh, this is actually so huge. Of course he doesn't commit an elf because he knows so many 2/2s on turn 2 and sword. I can just double May this. Turn after that, this goes unanswered and you just ancient elf that back.
The Demon Child actually doing work this time.
Carlo over here like, thank you, May. It's like, I didn't need that. Having to throw in this Novice Trooper, well, it does present a bit of a question in that it's not like the other May's going to be able to trade into this, so the 2/1 body does stay as a result of that trade.
Yep.
But it still can't evolve to get over this 3/4. He can trade and Whole Soul swing it. Wait, no. Well, he can do that, or he can just trade Jano into it. There's a choice here. Knows that his opponent has an Elf Child May, so both the Knight and the Novice Trooper are a little compromised here.
Alright, so he decides to use a whole Soul Swing to get himself a board, and also allowing him to play a veteran Lancer.
Good feels. This does play around the Elf Child May a little bit. The Elf Child May could just hit the Knight and Evo over the 2/2 anyway in that scenario, but we've seen Elf Child May miss a little bit.
Yep.
Maybe having an off day today. That said, he does have an Elven Princess minion to just throw down this turn anyway. Not like the Knight has to be removed.
You're done for. Guide me, Elder Tree.
No retreat.
I counted Surface twice.
Yeah.
They're on that chat.
I knew in 10 minutes I was just gonna get destroyed over that. Like, every time I make any kind of commentary that's like, I feel like I've actually counted weird lethals today, like 2 or 3 times in a row. I wake up in the morning and math still don't work for me.
It's
and
okay.
that's just like, I'm dead as a commentator. My whole career is over. I counted 4 twice. Because you have lethal this turn, you can just throw this grim in your face. Like,
Magic.
but he does get a pretty
Okay.
good board off of evolving this Grimir here.
Yeah. It feels bad though that you have to play it on this turn, because you could have used it for later turns. But
Mm.
Away from here, intruder.
Stalia Tia would be putting up some work.
Near the princess.
And obviously
Yeah, it always
Evo one of
hurts
the
to-
fairies to get rid of it, so you can have a stronger 6/6 body. No, okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like it feels bad to throw on that T and have her take so much damage, but I think he has a really strong turn right here doing that.
Okay.
Because it's like he protects it from the Night trading in. That's a really big deal.
Weapon at the ready, youngling.
Right. Even if she took a lot of damage, even if she had traded into the Unica herself to protect that 4, Geno still lost his full body to it, so lots of value that turn.
Definitely.
Pop, pop. Elf Child Knight here, so looking maybe like an Ancient Elf turn coming out.
Beautiful, powerful.
No, just goes for the Fina. Good stuff. Gets massive board pressure.
It's actually pretty good, especially since
Blow you
he
away.
needs a Tsubaki to clear this. Doesn't have one yet.
Sparkling
So
star.
Get that top deck swordsman out of the sleeve. Still got that evolve left. And really just kind of struggling to find any good play here. Because Lyriel and Albert doesn't really contest this board that much.
that's a lot of face that he's gonna have to end up dealing with. Certainly well, solo killed the Phenom with Lyriel, but
Yeah, after that, all he's got left is an Albert or a Grimnir and no evolve.
yeah.
So the thing that he could really pray for here is if he had like a Hamza and a Cyclone Blade right now, because nothing's gonna clear this. And without clearing it, he's already behind right now in health. Not like he was on the beatdown, so no pressure on Leica to trade.
What do you even want to do here?
I think this is just one of those turns that you stare at your hand and you're not really playing it out because all of your options are bad. It's like, it's not like the option is difficult, it's just it feels bad and you just don't want to do it. This is always
But
procrastinating.
you don't
like,
have a choice but to go
evolving.
Lyriel Albert though. That's
Yeah.
the thing. Best case scenario for
The
him
only
to do
other-
is like Lyriel to kill the Fina and to Albert to clear off the 3-1. And then hope that he doesn't Ancient Elf the Demon Child.
Yeah. He's going for it. He's like,
Okay.
doesn't want to commit that Albert, in
Won't be
fact.
long now. My wings are killing
So not much value gained. Actually not gonna clear the Fina. Decides to ignore that body, so this is actually pretty okay for him too.
I like this play.
Here's, yeah, the 5/5 is gonna have to kill the Grimnir anyway. I mean, in his head, not knowing that his opponent is a Dance of Death and he's gonna
Yeah.
eat all this damage face.
It seemed pretty good, but again, feels bad because Dance of Death was just
Right.
getting in his way. I think a lot of people started bringing that card back in before everyone was like, "Oh no, Dance of Death is bad. It's just not good enough." Well, here's an example of why it's good.
Mm-hmm. Gives him some chip damage, 2 damage always very relevant, and the Fina that just sticks on board here has to use Albert to clear a 1/1. Jungle Warden.
See, the thing
Has
is,
a lot of-
I like the play where I would have killed the 5/5 now because if I didn't know about the dance, if my opponent didn't have a Dance of Death, I don't know.
I think all of his options were like
Really bad.
maybe not equally bad, but all of them were definitely in that like dumpster of bad. Like all of these options are like the guy has probably pressed escape a few times at this point. We clicked that thing at the top left. He's like, this match just went all around for me.
Please let me commit seppuku.
Ugh, Swordcraft feels bad. I put in at 19 health, just fully stable, and you're the one who's eating the beat down here. Like, what do you really do at this point? There's no comeback mechanic, no Hamza Cyclone Blade, no Alexander. Cards you suddenly pray for in your last moments.
When are we gonna go back to the meta where Alexander was a thing?
I hear that and then I'm just like, we can try to convince ourselves, but I don't think there was a meta. Alexander was a thing. So that's really interesting. He actually throws that whole board that was actually putting a lot of pressure down back into his hand. And that really nice Geno top deck. We have the two literal, like the role player thing going on here. You know, Geno has a voice interaction with Albert in Japanese. So two literal Sky Knights, but he, even past that, just concedes. Knows that that wasn't enough.
FII and DE, there was a meta for control list with Alexander's, but
Control Sword was a bit of a thing back then, but I think it was like considered tier 1.5. It was like, it was okay. It was one of those lists that did well versus aggro. Actually got instant 1 versus aggro half the time, but D-Shift and PTP Forest just kind of ate it.
Yep. Can we go back to the days of DE when everything was balanced, where you see aggro and then D-Shift and actually control list being a thing, and mid-range was doing alright? Like, there was so much
I think
variety.
the only things that we didn't really like about DE was like so many strong evolve effects suddenly, and Olivia kind of ruined Take 2 before we knew Bahamut existed in our naive days, and going second was kind of amazing in like every single game.
Yeah.
Also, I know a lot of people who are like, we can look at mid-sword from DE with nostalgia classes on, but that was actually such a toxic deck.
What was?
I probably put myself...
PTP Force was such a toxic deck.
PTP Forest was toxic because it was pretty blatantly like tier 1, if not tier 0.5.
Yeah.
But it was fun to play and it had a lot of decisions. So I think a lot of people were okay with it. It's like nowadays, like a lot of people, I think, when they are asked about like what deck do you miss or what deck did you like playing the most, PTP Forest has got to be up there as like
definitely
the most mentioned.
Even though I hated PTP Force when it was first, like the first release, not the expansion, but the standard decks for PTP was just dumb.
Yeah.
And
no,
only,
standard PTP was like, ugh.
Like you either played PTP Force or just swords, and that was the only way to win. And it was just a battle between those two decks, beating each other out because it was the only way to win against each other. And essentially,
I hear hearsay that apparently, no, what's up?
Essentially, it's just like Cygames had to nerf Forest multiple times. Most nerf
I feel when Forest
class
has received 75% of nerfs.
Yep. Yes, it was 95%.
If Goblin Mage can be considered to be a Forest nerf, which it very obviously was, it's like 3 cards have been nerfed so far, and all 3 of those were Forest related, and the only other one is Piercing Rune.
Yeah.
It's like they announced the nerf, but they want to do this coming expansion. It's like we decided Shadowcraft was a bit of a problem, so we decided to nerf Rhinoceroach instead, actually. To stay with the pattern. Don't want to throw you guys too much of a bone.
Or more like, you know what? Since Shadows is OP, nerf Forest. That's the same lineup as nerfing Irelia in the League of Legends meme.
Oh, that's so old. Don't bring that back. So we decided, you guys have been complaining that there's a really, really strong 3-cost card in the game that's just completely tipping the scales of going first and second. It's way too much power and value. So we're gonna finally go ahead and nerf Ancient Elf.
Oh god. Well, we better careful of what we wish for.
I don't even know how to predict what they're going to do. I feel like the cards people complain about most are some kind of combination of Grimnir, Sybil, and Prince Catacomb. A little bit of Yaktar, but I think a lot of people actually withhold complaints about Yaktar. They're like, he's clearly a busted card, but he's not the kind of card that's like necessarily that great if he's in a class that can't use him as well as Shadow can. You take away a bit of the value of million skeletons and he starts to become a bit more awkward.
Yep. Alright, grand finals, folks. Who will it be? Between Leka or
Lacustella.
Lacustella, sorry.
Get that rematch in there.
Brain farted.
It's okay, it happens. Luckily, you have a co-caster who had that up. I'm gonna take one more look at the statistics of how this all went now that we've seen all the games except Grand Finals, which isn't gonna really change the stats too much. Get that refresh in the browser. So Swordcraft is another takeaway this time. I actually feel like there's been a trend. Top 16 Swordcraft tends to do really well. It knocked out all the Bloodcrafts that were played. It won 6 out of 7 times versus Havencraft. I feel like that's not the matchup that the people who brought Haven, like Squirrel and Onion Sheep, are looking for. Half into itself, 50-50 into Dragoncraft. It just did pretty poorly versus Forest. Forest also doing okay, played decent number of times, 47% win rate. Let's not talk about Rune again. Did not show up to class today again. Dragoncraft, as good as people expect. Shadowcraft actually has been doing a little... It had a 33% win rate before Haven got knocked out, and that ate a lot of its win rate, 44% due to that matchup alone. Never fought Sword once, interestingly enough. But 44% win rate, but definitely still an undisputedly strong class. Bloodcraft, before getting knocked out, did okay. It had a 50% win rate, and that's mostly due to the fact that Sword knocked it out twice. Only 8 games otherwise. And Haven had a 40% out of 20 games, so most of that comes down to the fact that Sword just bullied it. But it was actually doing pretty well versus Shadow there. So it's not like this was a top 16 completely dominated by Shadow and Dragon like we're used to, despite their commonness. But we do get to see a little bit of power coming back from Sword. And the ever-popular Forestcraft still in here.
By the way, you might want to set up some questions, because Like Estelle is Korean, so we're going to have a translator coming in soon for this.
Okay. I will, in order to prepare that so that we don't keep everyone waiting on an interview,
Yep.
I'll just be preparing the questions and I'll type them out. I'm gonna just do the cookie cutter.
Cookie cutter and then some other feedbacks that's coming in. Alright guys, so we're gonna go ahead and get this grand finals starting in. Just give us a moment while we So who are you excited to root for in this grand finals between Lekka and Lakustella?
Well, I always try to do my best not to root for a person, just because I learned from melee casting that caster bias is a no-no. However...
Oh yeah, that is a thing.
I can't sit here being like, oh yeah, he's gonna get the grab, and just be cheering as a caster as he's winning. Yeah, make the other person
I think
feel
it's
bad.
okay if it's like grand finals and it's just 2 things, so you might as well just choose
If there's a
random
caster
vote.
for each player, I guess it does even it out. I'm gonna say, just because I know Lekka a little bit and I've talked to him a little bit, I'm gonna have good vibes for him and wish him luck, with no disrespect meant towards Lakustella.
So I'll go with CPP Lekka then, and see where he goes from there. Only mainly because, I mean, I don't think he's an underdog at this point. I want to think so, but I think is this his first time in the championships? No.
I mean, that's actually a question I could ask him. 'Cause he's definitely played a lot.
Yeah, he's
so
played
we just
a lot.
ask him how his tournament experiences have been.
So I guess you can say this is underdog. Okay.
If you're coming back from losers finals, I think that by definition tends to make them the underdog. Because winning 2 matches is such an uphill battle. It's hard not to root for people coming back from losers sometimes, just because you want to watch them succeed in such a difficult feat like that.
Exactly. All right, so who's hosting? Lekka is hosting. Hopefully you guys are hyped for those grand finals versus Lakustella versus Lekka. And also there's going to be a voted post on it, and if you guys haven't voted yet, tell us who you think will win this tournament. Alright. Got the room in, ready to go.
Hey, grand finals coming right up.
So, Lekka hosting, more likely to lead into his shadows. He didn't last time, so he might do dragon again.
For Lakustella's sake, I've just typed up the questions that I plan to have him be asked in the interview. Put that in the Discord and everything. Just to let everyone know in advance that we're not going to have another weird interview situation, hopefully. So here we are again. two already fought each other once, so we already have no surprises in their classes or deck lists. It just all comes down to Lekka trying to pull this one back.
Apparently they played against each other 3 times this tournament already.
Mm-hmm.
So pretty much an uphill battle back and forth between Lekka and Lekka. I wonder how many times who won out from one another. So I'm pretty sure they met up in Swiss.
Interesting. I actually don't remember that either. But maybe that just wasn't for me to cast, you know? Again, I already probably mentioned this as much as possible, but like coming into a 0-3 here, maybe just trying to take his time. Actually, he's already ready. Selected his deck, hit the button, he's like, send me in, coach. Here we go.
Here we go, first match, boys.
Lord Enemy, maybe foreshadowing a Shadow Mirror. That was unintentional.
Don't jinx
But
it.
we have seen a lot of players starting to switch it up here. So maybe not necessarily like Days of Old. And Shadow Mirror.
And Shadow.
Mother, father, come on.
Come on, what happened to the dragon confidence, man? Where'd it
Just
go?
looking like they're just wanting to get this over with. Goodbye, Goblin Princess. I'll talk about why she's good if she ever has a good turn.
Right? Okay, decides to throw all of them away, so which means he might be going second. Nope, going first. Interesting. I thought mostly people would keep their Shadow Reaper on if they're going first. Maybe I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm. Oof. Kinda tough to draw an Immortal Plan on the first thing when he's looking for a 2-drop.
Yeah,
Doesn't have anything he can play here. Just passes that back.
pretty high rolled. At least he can play the zombie party to get rid of the Lurking Corpse, and that's going to be pretty important.
And at least he has a good turn 3 in the Bone Chimera. No longer has to just... only has the option of a Prince Catacomb now.
Yeah.
So plays that Bone Chimera, maybe it dies and the skeletons can get the Prince Catacomb out, so... slow, but decent. The Shadow Reaper to follow that up too.
It's looking pretty good so far. Too bad it's not turn 5 so he can play both Catacombs and the Reaper out.
Yeah, it's so rough. He's just gonna completely just trade this in. He knows what's coming. He knows what happens if he doesn't trade here. Feels, I went first and I have the board, so I'm gonna keep it. I know how my class works. Necro Assassin feels bad. Gets these trades in here. Maybe doesn't want to use his Evolve to try to push over just some 1-1s here, but looks like he decides he has to. If you can get the board from your opponent when you're going second in this mirror match, it's a huge deal, and this is actually a pretty powerful way to do it. Ooh, the Orthrus is huge here, and he can guarantee this result by trading into the skeleton first if he wishes.
So, what do you want to do here on
Possibly
turn
thinking-
5? Orther seems pretty good. That or Delirial.
Right. As in, Orthrus really doesn't actually have to have any coin flip involved. Either target's fine, not too big of a difference, can guarantee it, but Lyrial clears this, but the skeleton pops right out. That he can kill with one of his 1-1s to protect, but looks like if he trades it like that, the Orthrus is coming out here.
Orthrus has arrived.
Orthrus herself does threaten these bodies of the skeletons, of that skeleton. The Bone Chimera.
Going 5
Evolve
is
it like that,
okay.
yeah. 5 damage face, and now he takes away the opportunity to trade into that with that skeleton left over. So good evolve. I'm a fan of it. Even if it gets hit by Soul Squasher, doesn't matter, so plays around that too. This is Shadow Reaper, probably follow up with
What
Catacomb.
are you hiding inside?
Okay. Might end up evoing if it's going in for 1 damage to the face.
Dance, dear
Could
buds
also
of
trade
light.
into one of the skeletons here, because he does get that value on the Shadow Reaper. And he is kind of behind here, actually,
That
in terms
too.
of health. Alright. Picks that up there. He has a Death's Breath coming out next turn, so, in terms of going second in this mirror, I've had a friend who describes going second in Shadowverse as like taking a Ragnaros shot to the face. And I see him like with 8 or so missing health here, and I'm like, why does this actually get truer and truer every time I watch this game? But he has a pretty decent curve. He can kind of survive, but the going first thing is still not going to be any less relevant considering this is a pretty huge board. It's going to be tough to clear, and there's an Eactar coming out immediately afterwards.
Yeah.
So he has this huge Skeleton Reaper, but he's missing half his health now.
That's gonna be... I think this is going to be perhaps game here, as can still go face.
Finally a break.
Alright. And maybe he has to use this 5-5 to trade, and now he decides he has too much pride for that.
Demon Lord Ector can actually summon all 3 of them. Actually, he might come back.
This is an awkward situation, in fact. I mean, definitely plays an Eactor over a zombie party, we can assume.
Yeah.
It's just...
This head
That,
can't be
that
taken.
Shadow Reaper is putting in so much work here.
That's
Okay,
single
it's
6-6.
2 skeletons die, actually. Can he trade into it after this? It turns into an 8-8. Yeah, he can. Just sends in the Orthrus and his own Shadow Reaper who's been getting buffed the whole while. It's a tough trade, but... Ooh, wait, he has almost lethal, in fact.
Wait, 8.
Figures.
Does he have
There's
it?
no need to
9?
trade. He adds 4 damage from the Cerberus, which is 14. Both players on their turn 7 are 1 off each. But when
So
that
what
happens...
if he plays Demon Lord Ector then? He has
Demon Lord Eactor
8.
summons 2 zombies.
No, that's not
Kills
enough
one.
either.
Just doesn't do it for him, yeah. When this happens and both players are just trying to claw at each other's face and be the first in doing that damage, unfortunately the player who goes first is the one who wins in that scenario.
Yeah, pretty
Gets
much.
that last hit in there.
That's a little bit unfortunate too, because I don't see a way out of this based on this hand.
Actually, wait. I think he has a way to survive. If he trades the 8-8, Necro Assassins, and it hits the other big body, and then
then
plays... Grimnir? No.
He
The
needs
zombie
to
party
do a full
pushes over
clear.
that. Yeah, he can't full clear. I was like sitting here trying to think of a way,
Yeah, he...
but it's because Grimnir dies to zombie party or Eactar is what does him in here.
He needs to do a full clear no matter what he does, and he's trying to look for a way out to do it, and I don't think there is a way out.
Because he only gets 2 zombies, I think is the problem. I think he's doing the play that I mentioned. He... if that had hit the 5-6, he'd have some hope. Even if it was false hope.
Yeah.
That the Orthrus wouldn't just push through his Grimnir and win, but, you know, does a delayed Eactar effect, gives him his army back of zombies and just pushes that through. No way out of that situation in the end.
Pretty unfortunate. And we've seen this situation again happen before, where La Costella wins with his first shadow and just pulls ahead. This might end up being a repeat. So now Lekka
So
needs to do something about this.
I actually really like Lekka's style now that I look at it. He's got that Daria emblem, got that Deviant Heart banner, so he's got that like purple thing with a blonde anime girl thing going on. That said, as I mentioned, his fashion. He's actually in kind of a compromised situation here, just because it's hard to kind of stay moralized and continue to play without feeling any kind of frustration when you're coming in and you have a lot more work than your opponents do, but you lose that Shadow Mirror. You do have a solid... Ooh, he switches it up too.
Bow before
Akustela switches over to
Dragoon,
Dragon, makes this a
ruler
mirror
of the
match. I think the
skies.
first we've seen.
I
But he knows he has a lot more work he has to do.
not entirely sure if I agree with that. Because Shadow usually does decently, but maybe he's afraid of the counter between Dragon and Shadow.
Alright.
Feeling more confident with his Dragon instead.
Kind of a tough opener. It can go Grimnir into Rahab if he ever feels threatened. It's just early game board, usually not the most important thing in this matchup. Gonna want to try to find some kind of ramp, or hopefully. That's 1/4 of it. All 3 copies of Rahab in hand.
Blazing Breath is actually pretty good, but not good enough.
Yeah, it's actually a lot of a nuisance caused by keeping that one play point and letting Rahab get buffed to 3 because this Grimnir is like 5 times worse after that.
Yeah.
If he evolves this Rahab, it's like Grimnir still dies because of that passive play point, I think.
Yep.
Keeping that Blazing Death was really smart. I mean, not like playing it on the Grimnir would have done much anyways, but...
Bluest water.
Alright, proceeds to get some more ramp off of this Sybil, and does just get to hop over the evolved Rahab here.
I feel like there isn't really much Lekka can do anything about this. Not ramping as hard as he wants to. Feels
he
bad
can't
because
just slow down there.
yeah, and it feels bad because he can't use Draconic knowing that he has to get rid of it.
Slams Ouroboros. Again, he can't ramp this turn, but fortunately on turn 6 he can just throw in that Lightning Blast, say, I'm not dealing with this right now. I'm not in the mood.
No one's ever in the mood for friggin' Ouroboros just
No
to
one's
claw
ever
your
in the mood
face
for
every turn.
Ouroboros, yeah. Like, if you've ever played 1 Take 2 and had to deal with an Ouroboros, it's like, you just retire after that and never play Take 2 again. I swear it's the most tilting thing. Alright. The Rahab, not big yet, so finally gets a chance to slow down to ramp. Going up to turn 9 next turn.
Oh no. We might end up seeing...
Nah, Cyclone.
Nope.
Nah.
Past turn?
Ooh. Ooh. It's double 8-5. Hey. That's actually so big because he doesn't really have like a clear for this.
Oh no.
That's such a nuisance, actually.
Oh no,
I mean,
not turn 9.
his one Rahab into a 12-5, but double 8-5 is like... Am I looking at Shadow Reapers right now?
This is 2-turn lethal if he doesn't do anything about this. Oh my gosh. How does he know?
I think this is the most impact I've ever seen Rahab have due to that effect. Because it's a great effect, but I've never actually seen a Dragon player actually just throw them in like this.
Pretty sure Lekka is feeling really bad right about now. One of them...
Before taking kill one, it's just... His other cards, he has to throw a Grimnir down on his turn 9 is the worst feeling, and it can't evolve through that.
Gosh.
When the Grimnir clears this and his Rahab can go face.
Now, can we see a Saha Quill with a Zeus to push, and then allowing him to buff that to 11-5?
It would push 13 damage face, Zeus would have lethal, even past the 11-5
Oh,
yeah,
he's
he's
doing
going
it.
for it, isn't he? He doesn't even need this evolve for the Zell, he's like, I got like the dopest turn ever.
He's doing
And he
it.
doesn't have to evolve, but...
Yeah, I know.
Okay, if he evolves, this is the most bully evolve I've ever seen. Like, this puts...
Somebody,
this puts Lekka in a locker right now.
somebody
Like, it's
stop
just
this
slamming him.
man.
Yeah, Zeus pieces, he's like, I'm out. And the 11-5 Rahab got more stats than an Ouroboros here. And he knows probably after that evolve that he plays around Ouroboros ever clearing this. Just because Ouroboros can't hit that Sonic Wheel out of the 4 health. Can do something with this Ouroboros though, actually.
He has to suicide, and he plays around actually the Zeus with this play, so that's what I like a lot.
Good stuff.
But feels bad though, because he has to Evo it stuff.
Yeah,
but
it's not like... You can't really kill that Ouroboros over and over again that easily, because he's kind of staring down the Zeus again in a Grimnir. A lot of easy ways to just inflict lethal here. Slams it. And playing Bahamut to clear it is his only way out, really, aside from trying to get that heal again with the Ouroboros.
that's gonna be lethal there with Grimnir. He would have to actually play it again in order to play around Grimnir, actually.
That's true. Oof.
That sucks.
Gotta play this at Ouroboros, no other line of play like the Dragoon Scythe there. None of that works. I mean, playing this kind of mirror match, you know your opponent's gonna have some kind of uninteractive free damage between Grimnir or another Zeus, Ouroboros, just anything does it.
Oh, he decides to ping face, but he's gonna go with the play. It would have been better if he pinged the Zeus instead, because now he could have kept a 4-4 on
He was
the board.
gonna... Yeah.
Time to say goodbye.
But now he has
So
to
he gives.
Jump into the wind.
Yeah, I see what you mean actually. The pinging face is just the tiniest bit greedy there, because he trades his 4/4 on board for 3 damage face.
Yep. He would have kept a 4/4 on the board.
Or maybe he's thinking that he might as well ping face, because the 4/4 won't matter if he gets hit by Grimnir. He could be trying to read that, which would be really smart actually.
Yeah.
If he plays the Grimnir anyway, it's not too bad at all. It's just he still won't have a way to heal again, but that is technically last piece of burst damage in hand on this side of Lacustella.
Okay,
There's a million Bahamut's and Zyquils, but
Lacustella giving him an extra turn. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna give you another turn. Let me.
maybe he's trying to just deal with this nuisance of an Ouroboros, saying, you know what? I'm not gonna push you this time. You can play Ouroboros again. I know you want to heal, and I got a Lightning Blast in hand. So when you do that.
Leca holding to a thread right now. Okay. Going on the offensive here.
Just plays a 13/13. 10 mana Servant of Darkness.
Nonchalant.
And there it is.
There it is.
I mean, his Dragon Scyther deals with this, so doesn't come close to being over just yet.
I like how Leca is like trying to do a little poke, like one of those what's it? A Street Fighter 5 lingual term, where you just do a punch in the air just to bait out something to see what your opponent would do. That's pretty much essentially what this was. I'm just gonna, you know, throw this big special, you know, in the air.
Yeah.
Let me see if you use your
I'm
special.
gonna make you have to respond to this. But, you know, Lacustella just comes in with the FADC Bahamut, like... Anyway, this looks like a pretty decent time for Grimnir. Does take up a lot of value in a minion. And maybe he wants to save it because he wants that last bit of burst, in case he can get 2 damage elsewhere, like a Dragoon Scyther or something. Could just Bahamut as well, is like another huge threat, and it's not like I can deal with that.
You can also play the Blazing Breath and just play out his entire board with Isla and the Wind.
Yeah. Because those fighters, one connects, and that Grimnir is lethal.
Yep. I think I would want to build a board knowing that it's a Forte and that he can't deal too much damage, and we know he has an Ouroboros, so flooding the board will probably be the right answer on this turn.
I can't keep relying on you to
Looks like he's gonna go for that, in fact.
The sky's my destination.
Well, we say flooding the board, but man just plays 2/2/2s.
A worthy opponent.
Flooding the board, I mean, this is fine.
Man plays a Courageous Knight. Like, okay, that's a source of healing, which is actually really, really huge. But he doesn't play it.
Oh, he's gonna have to use a Blazing Breath.
Rahab. Yeah, his Breath of Summoner works too. That plus Rahab, either way would have played around the Grimnir.
No, not
Genesis
like
Dragon,
this.
doesn't matter, debated.
Not like this.
I guess I can completely see the Ouroboros, in fact. The Sybil was helpful and would have... The Sybil and then Double Breath was the only thing that played around that, but he hadn't died from that health value for a while. Probably understood that there wasn't a finisher in hand, and unfortunately, Lacustella just tops it.
Yeah.
Just Yu-Gi-Oh! Draws straight into a Genesis Dragon.
Oh my gosh. Why does it have to end this way?
Yeah, really tough for Leca here. I mean, he's still playing, so props to him for just sticking in with this, but has to win 3 games now.
Going back to Shadow this time.
Mother,
Yes.
Knows that Sword is the only one left, and this is a very favored matchup, but
You
he
must
went
die.
second, which can kinda suck here.
Just letting you know that this is the same history happening all over again.
Yeah. Wait, was it Sword versus Shadow in the last game when
Yep.
they played in Winners Finals? Ooh.
History repeating itself, and
Leca gonna try to defy his fate here.
yes.
I mean, did he go second that time too? Because that would be so tilting.
I don't remember.
Yeah,
Maybe
but then
chat
it's really
will
hard to
know.
remember. Well, he lost, so maybe he went like, safe assumption. Okay, got 2 Lyrials, so he has a pretty fine answer to this. Option now of Novice Trooper and Wholesale Swing. Decides to keep his board alive here.
Looking pretty strong. Going
Only real
Chimera
option.
doesn't really do
Chimera.
anything.
At least it makes a board that's pretty stable. so that this Orthrus is almost guaranteed to have value. Doesn't have any strong 4-drops, so everything here dies to an Orthrus ping. He has the option of just going simple, Novice Trooper, hit face twice, or he can pop the Bone Chimera, get the Knight off the Household Swing, and play Maid Leader. He deals with this Bone Chimera as closely as he can, but still, Orthrus would make it easy. I think he might be going for that, in fact. Yeah, he goes for this exact play, because getting this search off of the Maid Leader is a good amount of value, and it's his last slow turn where he can really do that. On curve, anyway.
Okay. Gonna do some.
Yeah, they real a very strong option here.
Yeah. Muriel gets actually really good plays here.
Even if you went second in a Sword versus Shadow thing, Shadow still has such strong options where if you do get the board and you went second, you can actually end up pulling ahead because you went second, just due to the Evolves giving you a bit more value than Sword gets from going first. Shadow just that strong of a class, but Luminous Mage can eat up this board pretty quickly. However, Orthrus does make this... Well, Orthrus is not a necessary play, but it is a pretty good one.
I think he would rather play the Cerberus in response to this.
But to say Cerberus is just as good here. He gets to set this up. Deals with this Luminous Knight before he deals with like an Albedos or something. He probably had enough of how much value this card had the last time he played versus Lacustella's Sword. So throws in the Viking from the Albedos. Oftentimes I feel like it just feels bad to trade it like that, because it's like a 6-mana 2/3 that deals 3 damage to something. It's not that much impact.
I'll show you.
This curve right now is just not putting in a lot of punch. And that's the thing with Shadow too, like they prefer to go first, but when they go second it's just really difficult to pull ahead. Especially when Sword all they do is like, hey, I'm gonna swarm the board. I'm just gonna use these free evos from my mages and just go face.
Yeah, something I've kind of noticed is that Lacustella's only evo so far has been from Luminous Mage. He, as I was saying, like, in Shadowverse when you go second, if you get the board on your opponent, you can snowball easily because you have more evolves than they do.
Yeah.
But he tried so hard to use those evolves to get back into the game and stay on the board. He just, for later in the game, he hasn't gotten that much out of it. And now he's the one who's actually out of evolves first, despite having more. Sword, one of the classes that does really get to play with their evolves a lot more now. But he clears the best he can and gets a pretty valuable board here. Spartoid Sergeant into Catacomb means his board never leaves now. As an Orthrus, as a Yaktar next turn, if his board gets cleared at all.
Now,
Trading a skeleton won't be hard, but...
Now here's an interesting thing too. This actually setup means that he has to prepare for at least an Ector. And usually at this late of the turn, he should have just did some damage while he can and try to set up for Albert the next turn before he dies. Now it's gonna be like very difficult to like deal with this and then having to worry about Ector coming in.
It's very difficult because all of his options, like Fangblade Slayer especially, is in a situation where to get that value in and deal that damage, he has to kill and pop a skeleton. But if he does that, it means that skeleton is going to be able to leave the board, being an Yaktar full values this whole thing. And he doesn't push enough damage to make this Albert really finish him off.
So he's going all Hail Mary right now.
Yeah, because he doesn't have that last evolve yet. This Albert is only in range if he had one more. So it's really tough.
So he's banking off right now that he's not gonna die, be able to win next.
So how much value does this Yaktar really give him? He needs to trade twice. Extra, what is this? 8 attack added to the board. He gets 2 trades in here. The skeletons open up and there's another skeleton inside like Matryoshka dolls. But he does get to deal with this whole board, push through face. where there's a lot of damage coming in, because Albert still does 6, Dance of Death is 2, and Sword has no trouble finding an extra 2. Might take a bit too long to find lethal here, but that's for both players.
One short of using both the Loomis Mage and Dance of Death. The other option, I don't know, what do you want to do here? Albert is fine, you can just kill it with the 5-6 and deal in tank with what, 4 damage to phase? I'm pretty sure you can take that.
I feel he's starting at 2 lines of play here. He knows he's really close to lethal. Albert, Dance of Death, and just needs to top deck 2 more damage. He has a lot of health, he won't die across like the next 2 to 3 turns of attack's face, unless he has to deal with another Ektar, then he's just destroyed. But that's his closest way to win quickly. His other line of play, if he does trade, is he's going to try to grind this out, which he does have a Luminous Mage left over, which could help him a lot. It looks like instead of trying to grind out Shadow, and I think this is a pretty intelligent decision, decides he's just going to try to draw that last bit of damage he needs. But the dance, I mean not the dance of death, but the Death's Breath is going to do God's work here. Because a lot of sources of 2 damage are going to need to hit face directly to connect.
Oh
Meaning,
no.
Yeah, the only way past this is he plays his Dance of Death and then gets specifically another Dance of Death or Fangblade Slayer.
Grimnir. Oh my god, it happened twice. He won by this exact same situation. Oh my god. History repeating itself twice. Not just once, but twice to... Poor Lekka.
Richie, I was trying so hard to commentate in like the most analytical way possible, and the man just draws a Grimnir, and all of that, everything I said is like... I feel like I just turned in an essay, and my professor just crossed out 3 paragraphs, and is like, you could have said this in 1 sentence, and I'm sitting here like... I tried so hard and I got a C. Like, I'm so frustrated by that, but no doubt Lekka is the one who feels the most frustration from that.
I would be too. Like, we know he runs Grimnir, and...
Yeah.
Like...
Lakustilla, he did make that choice there. He wasn't going to grind that game out. He throws the Albert face and says, I'm going to draw the damage I need.
Yeah. And
just happens to have the exact amount with Grimnir coming right off the top. He hadn't drawn one all game, probably plays 3, so very, very high and likely chance that he gets one soon. Just happens to get off the top. Good stuff. Very, very strong from Lakustilla there. Takes the tournament with that. And I'm going to sit here thinking about all those possibilities I was dreaming up just to have Grimnir dash them.
Ah. Why were you thinking about 2 Dance of Deaths to win the game?
I don't like. It did win the game. It's 4 damage. Death's Breath had ward, so it's not like Novice Trooper's gonna end the game.
Right.
I was thinking all the things that deal the extra last 2 damage.
And then Grimnir came.
And then Grimnir did it anyway. 2 Dance of Death, clears 2 minions for 10 mana, deals 4 damage.
Yep.
Grimnir gets a pentakill and deals 4 damage, so easy game. Lakustilla just puts his sunglasses on and says, no effort in that lethal. Got him. Like, clear the whole board and my opponent's face. 6 kills in total, technically. It's literally an actual hexa kill coming out of that Grimnir.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. Ah, it came so close. Both players. Alright. Now we get to interview them.
Yeah, that said, I have typed up all the questions that I had for him, so that the chat cannot be in the dark here. I will probably repeat these later during the interview, just to kind of get them, like, to have a better flow for what he's saying or why he's answering things. I'll ask him why he brought the classes he brought. Probably no surprise behind the Shadow or Dragon, so I specifically asked for, is there a particular reason you brought Sword? Any specific cards he ran that felt really good? The man's going to say Grimnir. And then I'm going to ask if he has any shoutouts he wants to make, and also if he has anything to say about the team he plays on, or if he wants to describe his experiences with his team to us at all. GCB it is. Game Club Busan.
Poor Lekka. But he made it
That's
really
Lekka.
well too, so props to
Yeah.
him for coming into 2nd place.
Probably feels bad to lose 0-3 like that to the same guy, but he did push his way back up from Losers Finals, so very good showing from Lekka, and he had the stamina to try to get back through that again.
Hello?
Hello Lekka, what's up?
Hello, Lekka.
Feeling kind of bad. But
Yeah, I was just saying. I was just talking about how probably felt pretty
oh, man.
difficult there in fantasy.
So you played
Hey,
against Lekastella 3 times, and
I'm
2 of those matches he won. So what about that third match?
I ran to him in Swiss, and I think I did really well because I got the matchups I wanted. So yeah,
You won against him in Swiss, but came back to haunt you this one.
yeah.
Don't rub it in his face, man. Feels bad, man. He knows he lost.
I got,
I'm sorry, Aleka. Let me ask you a better question here. But how does it feel to? Okay, no. I know you're gonna say that jokingly. It definitely takes a lot of stamina to kind of push back through losers finals. Second place is still a very strong finish, and I guess until we get Lekasel in here, I'll probably ask the same general questions. So, Leka, you've been playing in tournaments for quite a while now, right? I think I've seen your name a lot in general.
not really. I started in Tempest, so I've played in like 4 XGs.
Yeah, 4 XGs
SM
is still like
tournaments.
that's still a full month of playing. So I think I remember seeing like there was like a list that Envy Bear was kind of compiling of players who showed up in a lot of tournaments, and I think your name was on it, which is where I remember it from. But when down the line of those tournaments did you decide to join CPV? Because I think there was a time when you didn't have that tag.
Yeah.
The team. So I joined CPV after my second tournament. Like after Saturday, I like lost in Swiss, and then I tried. So I was thinking, might as well ask to join a team, and I chose CPV.
Okay.
Alright, good stuff. I mean, I'm not gonna dwell on that for way too long, but like, do you feel like joining CPV was a good experience? Like, is it fun to kind of play the game on a team with contributions of other people and just that sort of experience?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. You stay up to date. You get to play test a lot, and you get to cheer on your teammates, which is always fun.
Yeah, I see
So,
you,
yeah.
man. Botals actually saying CPV always second with 3 not like this is. Feels good. I don't want to rub that in, but anyway, in the middle of this, the other questions I had, even though Lekasel is even everything, I'll just continue. This one is, I usually ask people why they bring the 3 classes they brought, but I feel like there's no need to force people to explain the whole Dragon Shadow thing. Kind of ends immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I believe your other class you brought was Forest, was it? Please tell me I didn't remember this
Forest.
incorrectly. Alright, Forest. So is there any particular reason that you brought Forest Craft as your third?
I was really sick of playing Sword, Dragon Shadow Mirrors,
Mm-hmm.
and I was looking for another class to play. And I always like Dragon a little bit more than Shadow in this meta. More similar to Dragon than Shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Brian's really well, so I can see that reasoning.
So
Let's see,
I have
well,
a question. If there was a turn that you are, if there was a specific turn that you want to look back to change, what would that be? What game would that be?
Joe, that is a tough question, man.
I think I board locked myself like 3 times this tournament, so all 3 of those times I would try not to board lock myself.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember that game where like I think both of you board locked yourselves. You had like a Shadow Reaper on each side of the board, like 4 skeletons that summon skeletons,
Yep.
and it just came down to like each being one-off lethal. So that stuff was pretty tough.
Especially since you had 2 Shadow Reapers when you went second too.
It came so close with them because they were definitely like Mario and Luigi, like double big boys there. It's more Smo and Ordseed.
Yeah, so like Shadow versus Shadow, I like turn off my brain because I just go full ladder mode because I'm so used to playing on ladder. So yeah,
It came back to
it's
bite
hard
you.
to like think about it. Yeah.
Well,
Dude,
hopefully.
just rub it again. Come on, man.
Well, it's not.
No, I'm kidding. I'm just saying it now. But anyway.
Hopefully with this experience, you can think of a way to, not board lock yourself again. That you, like I said, you did really well coming up this far too, and so obviously you had some preparation and some practices before you got here. And going in second is not an easy task, mainly because in this series it's built to be very competitive. So hopefully you've enjoyed reaching up that far.
Yeah, it was fun. Normally I don't reach Sunday, but today I got second, so it was good.
We had a lot of fun watching you. I remember you mentioning that DV8 and I got that Dogcast on your game yesterday. So it's been fun watching you play like consistently through the tournament. I got to watch a lot of those games and it was like good stuff. So I think the last question I usually ask is like, are there any specific shout-outs you want to make to anybody before we kind of switch things up?
Yeah. First, shout out my team, CPV. I got like a lot of practice, mainly with like Fanta and Botalls, but like some with Def and Jeff. And,
Jeff is Bloody Lust, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
Shout out to the Crimson Fencers team. Like
Hey.
I usually hang out with them a lot. And shout out to Solik for teaching me how to play Forest by watching his streams. Because I'll be honest, I like crafted my Ancient Elves like 3 days ago. So
Good
I've never
stuff.
played Forest until a few times.
Nice.
Solik is actually, I think he's played Forest for a very long time. He played
Yeah.
like almost exclusively Roach and Rise of Bahamut, so it's good stuff that even though, I mean, if you've been watching him play on stream, you see how much he suffers. For our sake, he's like a messiah of suffering, but it's really cool to know that like he's still a pretty educational guy. Like watching him is still pretty informative.
Forest, like I think my experience was kind of showing, but I don't know, worked out really well.
That's
Still
good.
got really far with it, so really congratulations on second, man. I'm happy for you, and it's a real big accomplishment, so good stuff. Anyway, I think I had the same general questions prepared for La Costella. Do I need to put them anywhere else before we kind
No,
of get that going?
Fantasy should have it.
Okay. Then I guess the way we can kind of format it is I'll ask the question, and then so that chat can hear it,
Yep.
and then we'll have it translated over.
If Lacastella can unmute himself, so we can start it.
Okay, let's start it.
Okay.
아코스텔랑
So-
인터뷰 시작했어요.
Okay. The first question I had, if I'll just do them in the same order that I posted them in case you already are on board. But is there any particular reason behind the classes you brought, especially Swordcraft?
라코스텔라님 이번에 대회에 가져온 덱들에 대한 설명 좀 들어보시니까 왜 가져오셨는지, 특히 로얄.
특히 로얄이요?
라코스텔라님? 네, 왜 그가 클래스 들고 온 이유 같은 거 조금씩 얘기해 주면 되실 것 같아요.
기본적으로 드래곤이랑 네크로맨서가 가장 이번 확장팩에서 강하다고 생각했고, 네크로맨서를 보통 대부분 다 밴을 하기 때문에 이제 로얄을 가져와서 드래곤을 2번 이기는 전략으로 생각을 하고 이렇게 3개를 가져왔어요.
네. I think Shadow and the Dragon is the strongest class in new expansion, and I brought the sword because I want to ban Shadow and try to beat Dragon twice with another class. So he brings sword to beat Dragon.
Okay, cool stuff. I see a lot of players do switch to Sword off and try to handle that dragon matchup. So the other question I had is, are there any specific cards you ran that felt really good to you that you thought performed really well? You know, don't actually have to answer this question just because it can be kind of weird. We see the same cards a lot, but still probably worth asking. It's just fun.
혹시 그 이번 대회 쓰신 카드 중에서 굉장히 좋다고 생각하는 카드 있나요?
이번에 쓴
굉장히
카드
좋았던
중에서요?
카드. 네. 딱히 좋았던
이번에
카드.
그림릴로 진짜 많이 이겼거든요. 그림릴을
그림릴.
네.
So he said Grimnir was the good card he used. So he did lots of win by that card.
We all saw that, like, literal hexa kill on Grimnir in the last. I said
Yes.
earlier that he was gonna say Grimnir as his answer to that question, because that's like the happiest top deck ever. But
Interesting.
the next question I had is actually, do you have anything you want to say about the team you play on, GCB? Just because we don't really know anything about the team too much, and do you want to describe any experiences you have with that team?
GC 부산이라는 팀이 외국에서는 되게 유명하지 않은 팀인데 혹시 간단한 설명 같은 거 해줄 수 있나요? 그리고 어떻게 플레이하고 있는지도 좀.
GC 부산은 그 일단 기본적으로 프로 게임단이고요.
다시
그
기본적으로
그다음에
한들
하스스톤, 오버워치, 블레이드 앤 소울, 히어로즈 오브 더 스톰 등으로 이제 스포츠 활동을 하고 있는 프로 게임단이에요.
그래서 네. So basically GCB is short from GC Busan, and that is the competitive 그 game team which run not only Shadowverse but also Blade and Soul, Overwatch, and Heroes Storm either.
Nice.
Alright. Cool stuff. Cool to have him. Sounds like it's actually a pretty expansive team if that's the case, playing a lot of different games.
Yes.
So lastly, I just wanted to ask, are there any shoutouts to anyone you would like to make? Your Hats team or just anyone who helped you out? Kind of thing?
혹시 결승 소감이라든가 뭐 다른 사람들 하고 싶은 말 같은 게 있나요?
아 그거 지금까지 다 플레이 좋게 했었던 것 같은데 결승전에 너무 긴장을 해서 실수를 많이 했거든요. 그래서 스트리밍으로 보시는 그 시청자들한테 좀 좋은 플레이 못 보여줘갖고 되게 미안해요.
I want to mention that I was little tilted at the final, so I did lots of mistake at there. So you want to say sorry about the watcher who watched the final.
No worries, everyone makes mistakes. But man, what a sweet guy, shouting out the viewers to try to give him a high quality play experience. So those were all the questions that I had. Congratulations so much. Oh,
I actually had a question too. It's the same question as I had for him, which was, yes. What match did you regret making plays on, and can you recall what you should have done instead?
I couldn't hear. Can you say again?
I said, what match did you regret making plays on, and can you recall what you should have done instead?
그러면 어떤 부분에서 가장 실수를 했다고 생각하나요? 혹시 기억나시면?
네, 그 드래곤 미러전 할 때 제우스를 두 번째로 낼 때 생으로 내는 게 아니라 4KL로 됐다고 생각하고요. 그리고 마지막 플레이 할 때 그거 진화 포인트를 쓰지 않았었어야 됐어요. 그래야지 이 데미지가 더 들어가서 중무로 킬이 나왔었는데 그걸 진화 포인트를 병사에 써버려가지고 그림들을 뽑아서 운 좋게 이겼어요. 그거는 실수를 했지만.
So what he said is he should play Zeus with Saha when you play second Zeus, and also in Dragon Meter, and also he should not evolve the skeleton at the last game. He said he was lucky that he drew the Grimnir.
Okay. All right.
Let me give some time. 일단은 실수는 할 수도 있는 거니까 그런 부분은 걱정하지 마시고 그래도 시청자들이 좋은 경기 보셨다고 하니까 걱정하지 마세요.
네, 다행입니다.
감사드립니다.
네. 끝난 건가요?
Is that done?
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're done.
끝났대요.
네, 너무 즐거웠고 앞으로도 자주 참가하겠다고 좀 해주세요.
Okay. He liked the play. He liked this tournament, and he will join this next time.
All right.
He had lots of good time here.
That's good. I'm glad he enjoys our tournament and hope to see him again next week as well.
Congratulations so much on taking the tournament. The guy says sorry for his misplays, but the guy won the tournament, so really good stuff. Really great showing. 2 3-0s on the same guy in a row. So
sorry,
really
Lekka.
Powerful stuff. Sorry, Lekka. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to mention there. Okay, but winning the games, like 3-0s and everything, is pretty powerful. With no disrespect at all ever meant to Lekka, like it did very, 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 very well as well. Really strong games in the losers finals and everything. Made it very far. So congratulations to both players, our number 1s and number 2. Really, really good record throughout the whole tournament on both of them. So thanks for playing and everything. I'm gonna pass it over to production because I'm about done with what I got to say.
Alright, cool. So with that said, guys, we have about roughly 4 more tournaments left. And that means that the grand finals will be announced July 28th, July 29th, and July 30th. Those are the 3 dates that we will be doing the Grand Championships on. A lot of hype, and I hope you guys can bring players or everyone to come by to watch the finals of all finals, essentially. So we had a lot of... This was a journey, I would have to definitely say, especially starting from last August and then ending it in July. Obviously, I didn't think we get this big, but obviously a lot of people care and love about this competitive scene, and so it's been very difficult, not only taking care of it, but also finding the right people to help work on this project. So I want to thank all of the moderators, lead mods, and also to the organization Dynamite for making the website. Thank you for also doing the Excel sheet and everything too. You guys deserve a lot of thanks for that, especially with like our upcoming new moderators coming in too. We're also, for those of you interested, we're planning on expanding our production, so in a sense that we are actually looking to hire other producer who wants to stream this tournament on different days, as well as casters. We are also looking for we're also looking for casters. If you're interested in that, please head towards our Discord and just PM me. I'm Elemental Excel in the Discord, and if you're interested in doing that, let me know. We're also looking for our own marketer. We're also looking for managers as well. Managing as in like managing the servers, managing the team, and also managing the organization. So if you're interested in that too, you know, we're also always looking for help. So thanks for all the support, guys. Hope to see you guys again next week. Until then, this has been the NAEU Shadowverse Tournament Challenge number 14.